Martin Heidegger. History of the Concept of Time. Prolegomena. Translated by Theodore Seal. Translators forward. History of the Concept of Time. Prolegomena is a translation of Prolegomena zur Geschichte des Zeitbegriffs, which constitutes the text of a lecture course delivered by Martin Heidegger at Marburg University in the summer semester of. The German edition, edited by Petra Jaeger, first appeared in as volume of Heidegger's Gesamtausgabe, collected edition, the series of volumes currently being put together for publication by the publishing house of Vittorio Klosterman in Frankfurt. This collected edition is not intended to be a critical edition but seeks to provide readable working texts within the comprehension of the lay reader while still being of use to the scholar. This translation seeks to do the same for the English reader. The scholar would do well to consult the editor's epilogue following the text on the mechanics and hermeneutics of composing the German edition from the extant documents in accordance with a few general guidelines for editing the lecture courses of the collected edition. Dr. Jaeger would be the first to admit that this is only one possible rendition of the lecture course. Another editor might have made many a different decision in weaving together the two basic documents, Heidegger's handwritten manuscript of lecture notes and Simon Moser's transcript of the lecture course as delivered. The task is complicated not only by the differences in these two stages in the composition of the course but also by the emendations and remarks added by Heidegger to the Moser transcript after the lectures were delivered. There is more than one indication in the emendatory trail thus left behind suggesting that the Moser transcript was put to direct use by Heidegger in the final drafting of his magnum opus of Senu und die Zeit. The resulting edition thus includes a few formulations which postdate the lecture course itself. At any rate, Dr. Jaeger is to be lauded for her valiant and enormous labor in transcribing Heidegger's minuscule and sometimes almost illegible handwriting in order to incorporate the original manuscript into this edition, a labor which for other lecture courses had already been realized during Heidegger's lifetime by his brother Fritz. Her unstinting effort has thus given us this important lecture course much sooner than we might have expected. In keeping with the intent of the collected edition, I have sought to provide a readable working text of this lecture course for the English reader. For one thing, giving primacy to the standard of readability in translation is in keeping with the lecture format of the text. In Proc. XLLL. 14. Tical terms, this resulted not only in the proliferation and amplification that come, for example, in recasting the typically long German sentence into several shorter English sentences, it also on occasion, but as sparingly as possible, led to the strategy of a sliding translation of such key Heideggerian terms as vorhanden, both extant and on hand, and occasionally even the use of a handiatus, extant and on hand. A glossary of German terms is provided for the scholar interested in how I have translated key Heideggerian and Husserlian terms. Regarding my overall approach to this translation, let me state at least the following: when the means of illumination are available, I do not believe that a translator has the right, which is quite often a disguise for timidity or indolence, to let ambiguous and opaque passages stand in the name of a purportedly literal translation. I have made the words of Gadamer my own here. A translator must understand that illumination is part of his task. He therefore cannot leave open whatever is unclear to him. He must show his colors and lay his cards on the table. He must state clearly how he understands. In this regard, I am especially grateful to Dr. Hermann Heidegger, Martin Heidegger's literary executor, for permitting me to examine photocopies of the manuscripts from which the German edition was composed. First, this allowed me to verify and correct the errors that cropped up in the first German edition. This additional dimension of illumination also assisted me enormously in clarifying a number of ambiguous and obscure passages and in avoiding many an error in interpretation. There is no doubt in my mind that this has contributed substantially to the clarity and accuracy of this English rendition of the lecture course. The present translation reproduces the notes and note numbering of the German edition, but I have corrected errors and added bibliographical information as needed. In particular, I have included references to extant English translations of the texts actually cited in the body of the lecture course, though the translations of such passages are always my own. The numbered footnotes are translations of those appearing in the German edition. Additional remarks by the translator are appended in square brackets, which also set off translators' insertions e.g. the German word, translations from the Latin, clarifying phrases and numerals in the body of the text. The numbers in the running heads refer to the pagination of the German edition. The rare additional remark by Heidegger or by the German editor incorporated into the body of the text, typically in the citations, is indicated by braces. Notes added by the translator are indicated by asterisks. Only the briefest of commentaries on the translated text itself now follows in order to provide the most indispensable guides and caveats. 15. For the English reader. The task in this foreword is simply to situate this text within the larger context of Heidegger's development, especially within the earlier phases of what he himself liked to call his Denkweg. This I have sought to do to the best of my knowledge of the material and documents available to me at this time. A more extensive introduction to this text is presented in my paper On the Way to Being and Time, Introduction to the Translation of Heidegger's Prolegomena zur Geschichte des Zeitbegriffs, Research in Phenomenology 15. I often refer to this separately published introduction within the translator's footnotes to this volume. Among other things, this paper provides a unified account of my translation decisions regarding the most problematic Heideggerian terms peculiar to this text and shows how they are dictated by the matter of this text understood precisely as a phase of Heidegger's development. As a text that is clearly in transition toward being and time, it includes some central concepts in transition that pose special problems for the translator, especially appresentation, Jueligkeit, temporal particularity, Zusein, to be, and bewandtnis, standing, deployment. The critical reader is advised to consult this paper for an explanation of how I have dealt with these problems. The announced title of this lecture course for the summer semester of History of the Concept of Time reflects the titles of two earlier lectures given by Heidegger at significant turning points in his career. Heidegger's demonstration lecture at the beginning of his teaching career was entitled The Concept of Time in Historical Science. It is concerned with that concept as it is developed in both historical and natural science. The more famous lecture given by Heidegger to the Marburg Theological Faculty on July was entitled simply The Concept of Time and has been called by one who was there the form of Heidegger's magnum opus, Being and Time. Some of the concepts and theses sketched out in this germinal lecture are worked out in far greater detail, probably for the first time in the general form they were to assume in Being and Time, in the lecture course of presented here. But the lecture course of falls far short of a re-examination of the traditional concepts of time, the task implied in its announced title and divided into three historical stages in the second part of the announced outline for the course. In fact, only the first division of the first part of that outline, the preparatory description of the field, namely Dasein, in which the phenomenon of time becomes manifest, is developed in any great detail. Instead, it is the theme of phenomenology itself which predominates in the early weeks of the course. The so-called preliminary part is in effect a phenomenological reflection upon the history of phenom. 16. Nology designed to demonstrate the necessity within phenomenology itself for the consideration of Dasein in its relation to being and time. On the opening day, the outline for the course is introduced through its announced subtitle, Prolegomena to the Phenomenology of History and Nature. In short, the course is designed to provide what is first needed in order to be able to do a phenomenology of history and nature. Later in the course, Heidegger notes that Husserl's quest for a personalistic psychology then took the form of a course given repeatedly and entitled Nature and Spirit. Here, in the context of some personal remarks about his relationship to Husserl, Heidegger reveals that earlier in that year he had received from Husserl the then unpublished manuscript of Ideas II, which is devoted to the problem of the constitution of the domains of nature and spirit that underlie natural and historical science. It is accordingly this fundamental distinction plaguing the early phenomenologists which Heidegger's own course from the outset is designed to overcome. From the start, he suggests that the separation of these two domains may well be hiding an original and undivided context which underlies them. There is more than one indication here that Heidegger studied the newly acquired text of ideas too intensively in preparation for his own course. The new text appears to have driven Heidegger to a renewed detailed examination of Husserl's work, especially the sixth logical investigation, the Logos essay, and Ideas I. The result is the most sustained and specific confrontation of phenomenology in general and Husserl in particular that we are likely to get from Heidegger. It is therefore not without reason, no mere case of pedagogical dawdling, that the so-called preliminary part on the history and nature of phenomenology grows far beyond the short introductory orientation, which it was initially intended to be. Here we find the fruit and climax of the close working relationship which Heidegger then enjoyed with Husserl, more than 2 years before the celebrated falling out between the two began. Here Heidegger specifies in precise philosophical detail what it was in Husserl's breakthrough book, Logical Investigations, that so fascinated him, and how he interprets its central discoveries, intentionality, categorical intuition, and the ensuing new sense of the a priori, in the direction of his more hermeneutical version of phenomenology. Here he repeatedly takes sharp issue with Husserl's placing of primacy on the bodily presence of perceived things in favor of how the world appresents things. In short, this course gives us Heidegger's most profound appreciation and criticism of Husserl's founding contributions to phenomenology during the period when Heidegger was still immersed in the struggle to go beyond his teacher. Heidegger later notes that the hermeneutic of facticity in being, XVLL, and time was already developing in his courses as early as the winter semester of . Phenomenology is to take as its subject matter not just the theoretical but also the practical and, most basically, the factic live, the great fact of life. It is this relation to the pre-theoretical matters themselves which makes phenomenology the science of origins and the original science, serving to revolutionize the idea of philosophy as a strict science and setting it off from all the other sciences. The course given in the war emergency semester, February-April, was entitled The Idea of Philosophy and the Problem of World Views. All of the courses of this period were given under the banner of phenomenology as Heidegger understood it, for example, in the summer semester of Phenomenology of Intuition and Expression, Theory of Philosophical Concept Formation. The course in the winter semester of Phenomenological Interpretations of Aristotle, was in subtitle and in content really an introduction to phenomenological research on the basis of Aristotle. The first course at Marburg in purportedly on Descartes and modern philosophy, is actually entitled Introduction to Phenomenological Research and contains Heidegger's first overt critique of Husserl's turn toward the consciousness, along with the first detailed clarification of the term phenomenology, and a history of the breakthrough and initial development of phenomenology. All of these themes are again taken up in the lecture course. What is therefore novel and unique to this course is the detailed treatment of the three breakthrough discoveries of phenomenology, intentionality, categorical intuition, and a concomitant new sense of the a priori, in the preliminary part, and a number of hints in the main part on how these Husserlian themes are subsumed by the terminology of being and time. For the main part is by and large a first draft of the first division of being and time and, in view of its organic continuity with the preceding part, a phenomenological draft. Correlatively, it is a far less existentialistic draft. In fact, upon closer inspection, the lecture course itself is not an existentialistic draft at all, it is a pure phenomenological draft. The scattered allusions in this published version of the course to existence and the existential ontological, are later additions superimposed upon the stenographic typescript of the lecture course AUS Letzter Hand Heidegger's, apparently in the process of drafting the final version of Being and Time. In fact, at one point in the course itself, Heidegger mocks existence and decision as the mode words of his day which had replaced the pre-war mode words of Leben and or Leibniz, lived experience, in the philosophical fashion show. In view of how completely the terminology of existence dominated being and time itself, it is in fact surprising how diligently XVLLL. He avoided this language in the first draft of the technical term existence and the problem of developing special categories called the existentials. However, are mentioned as early as in Heidegger's lecture courses. The course thus provides dramatic proof of Heidegger's repeated contention that the way to being and time passes through phenomenology rather than through existentialism, contrary to decades of commentators who have chosen to ignore his disclaimers of existentialism. Acknowledgement has already been made of substantial aid from the National Endowment for the Humanities, which enabled me to take a semester's leave to work on this project and, later, to return to Germany for another look at the manuscripts. Special thanks are due to Susan Mango of that organization for her understanding and unflagging support of this work. Additional significant financial support for various phases of this project came from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and Northern Illinois University. The latter also provided the secretarial assistance essential to such an endeavor. Internations has also promised financial support. For their generous and unselfish help in countless ways in making my stays in Germany much easier, I am forever obligated to Walter and Marla Biemel and Monica Brand. For their hospitality and assistance during my stays at the German Literature Archive in Marbach am Neckar, I am grateful to the entire staff of the archive, but especially to Dr. Joachim W. Stork who, despite a busy and often hectic schedule, helped me to decipher many questionable passages in the Heidegger manuscripts and advised me on a number of other linguistic problems. I am especially grateful to Albert Hofstadter, that master of Heidegger translation, for a meticulous scrutiny of my translation. He caught a surprising number of residual errors at a late stage in the work and forced me back to the ideal of accuracy in that delicate balance with readability. Support for such an international project over an extended period of time comes from numerous and sometimes unexpected quarters. To name only a few who have given me various forms of material assistance and professional advice at different stages of the project: Walter Biemel, Hartmut Buchner, Klaus Held, Petra Jaeger, Otto Poggeler, John Salas, André Skewer, Tom Sheehan and Ernst Tigendad. My family, forced to put up with my absences even in those times when I am bodily present, has been patient throughout. Theodorky Seal. 19. History of the Concept of Time. Introduction. The theme and method of the lecture course. As domains of objects for the sciences. The first thing we must do is to come to an understanding of the theme of this lecture course and the way in which it is to be approached. We shall do this by clarifying its subtitle, Prolegomena to the Phenomenology of History and Nature. Taken strictly, the expression refers to that which must be stated and stipulated in advance. In this case, it is a matter of what must be put forward in the beginning in order to be able to do a phenomenology of history and nature. We learn what the prolegomena are from what a phenomenology of history and nature is supposed to be. In naming history and nature together, we are reminded first of all of the domains of objects which are investigated by the two main groups of empirical sciences, natural science and human science, the latter sometimes being called cultural science or historical science. We tend to understand history and nature by way of the sciences which investigate them. But then history and nature would be accessible only insofar as they are objects thematized in these sciences. But it is not certain whether a domain of objects necessarily also gives us the actual area of subject matter out of which the thematic of the sciences is first carved. To say that the science of history deals with history does not necessarily mean that history as the science understands it is as such also the authentic reality of history. Above all, no claim is made as to whether historiological knowledge of historical reality ever enables us to see history in its historicity. It might well be that something essential necessarily remains closed to the potentially scientific way of disclosing a particular field of subject matter, indeed, must remain closed if the science wishes to perform its proper function. In the case before us, the separation of the two domains may well indicate that an original and undivided context of subject matter remains hidden and that it cannot be restored by a subsequent effort to bring the two, nature and spirit, together within the whole of human Dasein. The separation comes first from the sciences, which reduce history and nature to the level of domains of objects. But the phenomenology of history and nature promises to disclose reality precisely as it shows itself before scientific inquiry, as the reality which is already given to it. Here it is not a matter of a phenomenology of the sciences of history and nature, or even of a phenomenology of history and nature as objects of these sciences, but of a phenomenological disclosure of the original kind of being and constitution of both. In this way, the basis for a philosophy of these sciences is first created, serving to provide the foundation for their genesis from pre-theoretical experience, to exhibit the kind of access they have to the preg-even reality, and to specify the kind of concept formation which accrues to such research. Because reality, nature as well as history can be reached only by leaping over the sciences to some extent, this prescientific actually philosophical disclosure of them becomes what I call a productive logic, an anticipatory disclosure and conceptual penetration of potential domains of objects for the sciences. Unlike traditional philosophy of science, which proceeds after the fact of an accidental, historically given science in order to investigate its structure, such a logic leaps ahead into the primary field of subject matter of a potential science and first makes available the basic structure of the possible object of the science by disclosing the constitution of the being of that field. This is the procedure of the original logic put forward by Plato and Aristotle, of course only within very narrow limits. Since then, the idea of logic lapsed into obscurity and was no longer understood. Hence phenomenology has the task of making the domain of the subject matter comprehensible before its scientific treatment and, on this basis, the latter as well. Our path to the fields of subject matter is therefore not by way of the theory of the factually available sciences. This is shown by the sense of the present crisis of the sciences, if we truly understand what this means. Nowadays, we speak of a crisis of the sciences in a twofold sense. First, there is the sense in which contemporary man, especially among the young, feels that he has lost an original relationship to the sciences. Recall the discussion evoked by Max Weber's lecture on this subject, which was so despairing over the sciences and their meaning. Taking Weber's standpoint to be that of despair and helplessness, one wanted to restore meaning to science and scientific work and sought to do so by cultivating a worldview of science and constructing from it a mythical conception of the sciences. But the real crisis is internal to the sciences themselves, wherein their basic relationship to the subject matter which each of them investigates has become questionable. The basic relationship to the subject matters is becoming insecure, which activates the tendency to carry out a propedeutic reflection on their basic structure. Such a reflection seeks to dispel the insecurity over the fundamental concepts of the science in question or to secure those concepts in a more original understanding of its subject matter. Genuine progress in the sciences occurs only in this field of reflection. Such crises do not take place in the historiological sciences only because they have not yet reached the degree of maturity necessary for revolutions. The present crisis in all the sciences therefore stems from the burgeoning tendency in them to reclaim their particular domain of objects originally, to forge their way back to the field of subject matter which is the matizable in their research. What task is incurred in this comprehensive crisis? What is to be accomplished? How is that possible? The crisis can be directed in ways which are fruitful and secure for the sciences only if we are clear about its scientific and methodological sense and see that the exposition of the primary field of subject matter calls for a mode of experience and interpretation in principle different from those which prevail in the concrete sciences themselves. In crisis, scientific research assumes a philosophical cast. Sciences thus say that they are in need of an original interpretation which they themselves are incapable of carrying out. We can demonstrate this succinctly and concretely by way of the following series of particular sciences, chosen here to suit our purpose. Characteristic is the crisis in contemporary mathematics, which is emphatically characterized as a crisis of foundations. In the dispute between formalism and intuitionism, the question is whether the fundaments of the mathematical sciences are based upon formal propositions that are simply assumed and that constitute a system of axioms from which all the other propositions can be deduced. This is Hilbert's position. The opposing direction, essentially influenced by phenomenology, asks whether or not in the end what is primarily given is the specific structure of the objects themselves, in geometry the continuum which precedes scientific inquiry, for example, in integral and differential analysis. This is the doctrine of Brouwer and Weyl. Thus, what is prima facie the most firmly established science manifests the tendency toward a transposition of the entire science onto new and more original foundations. In physics the revolution came by way of relativity theory, which has no other sense than the tendency to exhibit the original interconnectedness of nature insofar as this is independent of any analysis and inquiry. Relativity theory is a theory of relativities, a theory of the conditions of access and modes of conception, which are to be arranged so that in this access to nature, in a specific mode of space-time measurement, the invariance of the laws of motion is preserved. Its aim is not relativism but just the opposite. Its real aim is to find the in itself of nature by way of the detour through the problem of gravitation, concentrated as a problem of matter. In biology, likewise, the effort is being made to reflect upon the basic elements of life. It seeks to free itself from the presuppositions which take the living being as a bodily thing and so define it mechanistically. Even vitalism is caught up in these presuppositions in trying to define the life force with mechanistic concepts. For the first time, there are now attempts to get a clear sense of living being and organism in the hope of finding a clue to guide concrete research. The historiological sciences are currently troubled by the question of historical reality itself. In the history of literature we now have a key expression from Unger, history of literature as a history of problems. Here the attempt is being made to go beyond a merely historiological, literary, and artistic presentation to a history of the state of affairs thereby presented. Theology wishes to go forward from a revival of belief, its basic relationship to the reality which it thematizes, so that it may arrive at an original explication of the being of man toward God, which involves the disengagement of the fundamental question of man from the traditional systematic approach of dogmatics. For this systematic approach is based upon a philosophical and conceptual system which has created confusion in both the question of man and the question of God, and all the more in the question of the relationship of man to God. Everywhere we see advances being made toward an original relationship to the matters themselves. The laws of progress by which a scientific revolution occurs differ in the individual sciences because the mode of being of the experience and what is experienced is different, because the states of affairs stand in definite fundamental relationships to man himself, and because sciences themselves are nothing but concrete possibilities of human Dasein speaking out about the world in which it exists and about itself. Therefore, if the sciences are not to be regarded as a spurious enterprise, founding their justification merely by invoking the prevailing currents of the tradition, but instead are to receive the possibility of their being from their meaning in human Dasein, then the decisive question, and the place wherein. Reading virilness here instead of verstandness. Answer to the crisis is to be found, is in bringing the subject matters under investigation to an original experience, before their concealment by a particular scientific inquiry. Here we restrict ourselves to the domains of history and nature, which are to be exhibited in their original mode of being. Of history and nature under the guidance of the history of the concept of time. We have come to an initial understanding of this task simply by way of the sciences of these two domains. But such an extrinsic understanding is not the true entry to the thematic object. We wish to exhibit history and nature so that we may regard them before scientific elaboration, so that we may see both realities in their reality. This means that we wish to arrive at a horizon from which history and nature can be originally contrasted. This horizon must itself be a field of constituents against which history and nature stand out in relief. Laying out this field is the task of the Prolegomena to a phenomenology of history and nature. We shall approach this task of laying out the actual constituents which underlie history and nature, and from which they acquire their being, by way of a history of the concept of time. At first sight, this seems to be a strange sort of an approach, or in any case a detour. But it loses its strangeness as soon as we recall, even quite superficially, that both historical reality and natural reality are continuities that run their course in time and are traditionally understood as such. In natural science, especially in its basic science of physics, the measurement of time plays a fundamental role in defining its objects. The investigation of historical reality is completely incomprehensible without a chronology, an ordination of time. Viewed simply from the outside, history and nature are temporal. To the totality of temporal reality we tend to juxtapose the extra-temporal constituents which, for example, are the topic of research in mathematics. In addition to these extra-temporal constituents in mathematics, we are familiar with super-temporal constituents in metaphysics or theology, understood as eternity. In a very schematic and crude way, time already announces itself as one index for the differentiation and delimitation of domains of being as such. The concept of time discloses particulars about type and reality for such a demarcation of the universal realm of entities. It becomes, according to the particular stage of its development as a concept, a guide for the question of the being of entities and their potential regions. This occurs without an expressly fundamental consciousness of such a role, which is thus fulfilled in a correspondingly crude way, without bringing to the fore the possibilities which are implied in such an orientation. The concept of time is therefore not an arbitrarily posited concept but is linked to the basic question of philosophy, if indeed this asks about the being of entities, the actuality of the actual, the reality of the real. But then the history of the concept of time is the history of the discovery of time and the history of its conceptual interpretation. In other words, it is the history of the question of the being of entities, the history of the attempts to uncover entities in their being, born by the particular understanding of time, by the particular level of conceptual elaboration of the phenomenon of time. Hence, in the end, the history of the concept of time is more accurately the history of the decline and the history of the distortion of the basic question of scientific research into the being of entities. It is the history of the incapacity to pose the question of being in a radically new way and to work out its first fundaments anew, an incapacity which is grounded in the being of Dasein. But over against this wholly external characterization of the fundamental role of the concept of time we will in the course of our considerations be confronted with the question, what after all makes time and the concept of time, the comprehending regard to time, appropriate for this peculiar function, hitherto always assumed as self-evident, of characterizing and dividing the domains of reality: temporal, extratemporal, supertemporal reality. Commensurate with the fundamental significance of time and its concept, the Historiegeschichte of the concept of time is in turn no arbitrary historiological historisk * reflection. This distinction in turn suggests the manner of this fundamental reflection on the history of the concept of time. The historiology of the time concept could be carried out as a gathering of opinions about time and a summary of its conceptual formulations. Through such a doxographical survey of the concept of time, one might expect to obtain an understanding of time itself and thus the basis for characterizing the special temporal realities' history and nature. But even the most meticulous collections of opinions remain blind so long as one does not first have a clear idea of just what is constantly being sought in gathering such information. The understanding of time itself will never be obtained from the historiology of the time concept. Instead, it is precisely the understanding of the phenomenon of time, worked out in advance, which first permits us to understand earlier concepts of time. But in that case would not the plain and simple discussion of the concept of time suffice for a determination of history and nature as temporal? Geschichte is the history that actually happens, geschieht, while histone is the explicit thematization of that happening, and so, usually, the science of history or historiology. Cf. Being and time, and realities. Then why the history of the concept as well? This is plainly an additional orientation in regard to what was thought in earlier times, but has no bearing upon what is called the systematic discussion of time and temporal reality. This attitude makes sense as long as the belief persists that a systematic philosophical discussion is possible in a radical sense without being histonological in its innermost grounds. But if on the contrary that should be the case, if it should turn out that precisely the basic question of philosophical research, the question of the being of entities, compels us to enter into an original arena of research which precedes the traditional partition of philosophical work into historiological and systematic knowledge, then the prolegomena to the investigation of entities in their being are to be won only by way of history. This amounts to saying that the manner of research is neither historiological nor systematic, but instead phenomenological. One of the goals of this lecture course is to demonstrate the necessity and the sense of such a fundamental form of research. Indeed, this is to be demonstrated from the thematic content of the subject matters to be explored and not from an arbitrarily concocted idea of philosophy or on the basis of what is called a philosophical standpoint. This original mode of research which precedes the historiological mode and the so-called systematic mode we shall come to understand as the phenomenological mode. The kind of object and even more the kind of being of that which is the theme of philosophy demands just this kind of research. But at first we shall proceed in the traditional manner and utilize the separation which we now regard as a purely didactic device. The historiological clarification of the history of the concept of time is only didactically separated from the systematic analysis of the phenomenon of time. The latter in turn is the preparation for the possibility of historiological understanding asterisk. Asterisk whence the justification for the first two words added to the German title for this edition, Prolegomena zur Geschichte des Zeitbegriffs, inasmuch as the course stops short in the middle of the systematic analysis. Cf. Editor's epilogue below. The distinction between the systematic and the historiological is likewise the basis for the two parts of the original plan of being and time. Both the systematic and the historiological are in turn the prolegomena to the phenomenology of history and nature. The summer semester course of The Basic Problems of Phenomenology develops a threefold distinction within the phenomenological approach. The move away from beings and the ontic, for example, the empirical sciences, to their being, to their regional ontologies and then to fundamental ontology, is called reduction. The actual projection of beings onto their ontological structures is construction, equals the systematic, and the dismantling of the historically transmitted concepts in which their being is customarily described in order to get back to the experiential sources from which they are drawn, is destruction, equals the historiological. These three elements of the phenomenological method are regarded as co-original or equiprimordial, that is, as belonging essentially together in reciprocal equality. To summarize, the basic question of the reality of history and nature is the basic question of the reality of a particular domain of being. For the question of being, the concept of time is our guide. Accordingly, the question of the being of entities, if it is to be regarded as radical, is tied to a discussion of the phenomenon of time. This discussion of the phenomenon of time is neither systematic in the traditional sense nor historiological, but phenomenological asterisk. This results in the following outline for the entire course, which is divided into three parts. First part, analysis of the phenomenon of time and derivation of the concept of time. Second part, disclosure of the history of the concept of time. Third part, on the basis of the first and second parts, the elaboration of the horizon for the question of being in general and of the being of history and nature in particular. These three parts will be preceded by a short introductory orientation preliminary part regarding the general methodological character of the investigations, that is, a specification of the sense of phenomenological research and its tasks. It is divided into three chapters. Chapter 1, Emergence and Initial Breakthrough of Phenomenological Research. Chapter 2, The Fundamental Discoveries of Phenomenology, its Principle and the Clarification of its Name. Chapter 3, The Initial Development of Phenomenological Research and the Necessity of a Radical Reflection in and of itself. The first part, the analysis of the phenomenon of time and the determination of the concept of time, is divided into three divisions. First division, the preparatory description of the field in which the phenomenon of time becomes manifest. Second division, the exposition of time itself. Third division, the conceptual interpretation. The second part, the history of the concept of time, begins in the present and works backwards. First, Bergson's theory of time. Second, the concept of time in Kant and Newton. Asterisk this sentence added to complete the summary. This entire summary paragraph is cited from the Moser transcript by Walter Biemel, Heidegger's Stellung zur Phänomenologie in der Marburgerzeit, E.W. Orth, ed., Phänomenologische Forschungen, Volume / Freiburg / Munich, Albert, p. 3rd, The Initial Conceptual Discovery of Time in Aristotle. Why these three major stages of the history of the concept of time are explored will become evident from the investigation itself, inasmuch as these three stages constitute the stations at which a relative transformation of the concept of time has occurred. I say relative because basically the concept of time as Aristotle conceived it is retained throughout. Bergson in fact makes an attempt to go beyond this concept to a more original one. This justifies our treating him separately within the question of the historical concept of time. Basically, when we consider the categorical fundaments which he presupposes, namely, quality and succession, Bergson does not advance the matters at issue and so remains traditional. The third part deals with the exposition of the question of being in general and the being of history and nature in particular. It at the same time paves the way for a more lucid determination of the sense and the task of phenomenological research, on the basis of the elucidated material content of the theme reached by then. Preliminary part. The sense and task of phenomenological research. Chapter 1. Emergence and initial breakthrough of phenomenological research. The situation of philosophy in the second half of the th century. We must first get a clear sense of the history of phenomenological research as it emerged from the historical situation of philosophy in the last decades of the th century. This situation in turn is determined by the transformation of the scientific consciousness in the th century which took place after the collapse of the idealistic systems, a transformation which affects not only philosophy but all sciences. This transformation allows us to understand the way in which a fresh attempt was made in the course of the second half of the th century to bring scientific philosophy into its own. This attempt came about in the tendency to grant the particular sciences their independent right and at the same time to secure for philosophy its own field in relation to these sciences. This leads to a philosophy which has the essential character of a theory of science, a logic of the sciences. This is the first distinctive feature of the philosophical renewal in the second half of the th century. The second is that the renewal takes place not in an original return to the matters at issue but by going back to a historically established philosophy, that of Kant. Philosophy is thus traditionalistic, it assumes a well-defined complex of a well-defined line of questioning and thus in turn comes to a well-defined position toward the concrete sciences. The scientific situation around the middle of the th century will be characterized only in terms of the main features relating to the manner and scope of the renewal of philosophical science. It is defined in all the sciences by the watchword empirical facts, as opposed to speculation and empty concepts. The prevalence of this watchword has many causes, first of all the collapse of the idealistic systems. The sciences brought their full weight to bear upon the empirical domains, and in fact upon the two domains of the historical world and of nature, even then becoming dissociated from one another. On the whole, the dominant force operative in philosophical reflection at the time took the form of an arid and crude materialism, what was then called the worldview of natural science. The historiological sciences generally dispensed with any philosophical reflection. In their overall intellectual orientation they lived in the world of Goethe and Lessing. But what alone mattered, what was decisive for them, was concrete work, and that meant the propensity toward facts. Accordingly, the first task to be carried out in history was to disclose and to secure the sources. This was accompanied by the cultivation of philological criticism, the technique of interpretation. The interpretation of the subject matter, what was then called the reading of the material given in the sources, in its methodological direction and its principles was left to the particular mental set of the historian. The reading varied according to the impulses operative in him. These were diverse, since the 70s they were essentially nourished by politics. This was paralleled by a trend toward cultural history. This confluence erupted in the 80s into a discussion over whether history is cultural history or political history. No headway was made in the area of fundamentals since all the means to do so were lacking. but it indicates that the basic relationship of the historian to his objects was uncertain and was left to general considerations which were cultural and popular in nature. This condition still prevails today, even if the two are now brought together under the title of history of the spirit. Historical sciences thus concentrated strictly on their concrete work, where they have accomplished important things. The natural sciences of that time were defined by the great tradition of Galileo and Newton. Most notably, the domain of the natural sciences was expanding into the physiological and biological sphere. Thus, on the heels of the physiological, psychic life entered into the horizon of inquiry of the natural sciences. It entered first through those areas most closely associated with the physiological, through life as it expresses itself in the sense organs. To the extent that psychic life is explored by means of the methods of natural science, such an exploration is a psychology of the senses, sensation, and perception, and is intimately associated with physiology. Psychology became physiological psychology, as Wundt's work shows. Here domains were found in which even psychic life, mind, could be disclosed by the investigative means of natural science. One should also keep in mind that the task of psychology then, under the influence of British empiricism, and going back to Descartes, was conceived as a science of consciousness. In the Middle Ages and in Greek philosophy, the whole man was still seen, inner psychic life, what we now so readily call consciousness, was apprehended in a natural experience which was not regarded as an inner perception and so set off from an outer one. Since Descartes the concept of psychology, in general the science of the psychic, is altered in a characteristic manner. The science of the mental, of reason, is a science of consciousness, a science which arrives at its object in what is called inner experience. Even for physiological psychology, the approach to the theme of psychology is from the start taken for granted. Its conception was given a purely external formulation by way of a contrast, not a science of the soul as a substance but of the psychic manifestations of that which gives itself in inner experience. Characteristically, the natural sciences, in their methodological import, here entered into a domain which was traditionally reserved for philosophy. The tendency of a scientific psychology is to transpose itself into the domain of philosophy itself, indeed even to become, in the course of further development, the basic science of philosophy itself. A. The position of positivism. All the scientific disciplines are dominated by positivism, the tendency toward the positive, where positive is understood in terms of facts, and facts are understood in terms of a particular interpretation of reality. Facts are facts only if they can be enumerated, weighed, measured, and experimentally determined. In history, facts are those movements and events which are in the first instance accessible in the sources. Positivism is to be understood not only as a maxim of concrete research but in general as a theory of knowledge and culture. As a theory, positivism was developed concurrently in France and in England through the work of Auguste Comte and John Stuart Mill. Comte distinguishes three stages in the development of human existence: religion, metaphysics, and science. The stage of science is now in its initial phases. Its goal is a sociology developed by the methods of natural science into a general theory of man and his human relations. John Stuart Mill conceives positivism philosophically as a universal theory of science. The sixth book of his system of deductive and inductive logic deals with the logic of the moral sciences, which was the old name for what we call historical science or human science. This English-French positivism soon found its way into Germany and in the decade of the 50s initiated reflection in the philosophy of science. Within this movement of positivism in the sciences themselves, and positivism as a philosophical theory, stands Hermann Lotze, to some extent all by himself. He kept the tradition of German idealism alive and at the same time tried to give the positivism of the sciences its due. He played a noteworthy transition role not without significance for subsequent philosophy. B. Neo-Kantianism, the rediscovery of Kant in the philosophy of science. In the 60s, Mill's logic was known far and wide. The possibility of an investigation of the structure of the particular sciences offered the prospect of an autonomous task for philosophy while at the same time preserving the inherent rights of the particular sciences. This task recalled Kant's critique of pure reason, which itself was interpreted as an exercise in the philosophy of science. The return to Kant, the renewal of Kantian philosophy, the founding of Neo-Kantianism all take place from a very particular line of questioning, that of philosophy of science. This is a narrow conception of Kant which we only now are again trying to overcome. This reflection in the philosophy of science and the return to Kant also exposed a fundamental omission in prior philosophy of science. In considering the second major group of empirical sciences alongside the natural sciences, namely, the historical disciplines, philosophy of science found itself confronted with the task of supplementing the Kantian endeavor with a critique of historical reason. This is how Dilthey formulated the problem already in the 70s. The rediscovery of Kant, with a very pronounced bias toward philosophy of science, was first concentrated upon a positivistic interpretation of Kantian philosophy. This work was done by Hermann Cohen, the founder of the so-called Marburg School, in his Kant's theory of experience. One can see from the title just how Kant is fundamentally regarded: theory of experience, experience understood as scientific experience as it was concretely realized in mathematical physics, thus a theory of the positivism of the sciences oriented along Kantian lines. To be more exact, this philosophy of science is carried out as the investigation of the structure of knowledge wholly within the Kantian horizon, working out the constitutive moments of knowledge in the form of a science of consciousness. Thus, even here, in the philosophy of science, there is a return to consciousness, in line with the trend in psychology. Even though consciousness became a theme in scientific psychology and in epistemology in completely different ways, it nevertheless remained and until now has remained the tacit thematic field of consideration. It is the sphere which Descartes, in his pursuit of very particular objectives, made into the basic sphere of philosophical reflection. See, Critique of Positivism. Dilthey's call for an independent method for the human sciences. In the sixth book of his Logic, On the Logic of the Moral Sciences, J.S. Mill sought to carry the method of the natural sciences over into the human sciences. From his early years, Dilthey saw the impossibility of such a transposition as well as the necessity of a positive theory of the sciences drawn from the sciences themselves. He saw that the task of understanding the historical disciplines philosophically can succeed only if we reflect upon the object, the reality which is the actual theme in these sciences, and manage to lay open the basic structure of this reality, which he called life. It was in this way, from this positively novel and independently formulated task, that he came to the necessity of a psychology, a science of consciousness. But this was not to be a psychology fashioned after a natural science nor one invested with an epistemological task. Its task is rather to regard life itself in its structures, as the basic reality of history. The decisive element in Dilthey's inquiry is not the theory of the sciences of history but the tendency to bring the reality of the historical into view and to make clear from this the manner and possibility of its interpretation. To be sure, he did not formulate the question so radically. He continued to operate in the interrogative ambience of his contemporaries. Accordingly, along with the question of the reality of the historiological sciences, he also discussed the question of the structure of knowledge itself. This line of inquiry was for a time predominant, and the text, Introduction to the Human Sciences, is essentially oriented toward a philosophy of science. D. The trivializing of Dilthey's inquiry by Windelband and Rickert. The initiatives of the Marburg School and of Dilthey were then taken up by Windelband and Rickert, who leveled and trivialized them and twisted their problems beyond recognition. In other words, inquiry understood as the theoretical clarification of science is reduced by the school to an empty methodology. The structure of knowledge itself, the structure of research, of the access to the realities in question, are no longer investigated, much less the structure of these realities. The sole theme is the question of the logical structure of scientific representation. This is carried to such an extreme that in Rickard's philosophy of science the sciences under study are no longer even recognizable. Mere schemes of sciences are laid down and taken as basic. This distortion and trivialization had the dubious consequence of covering up the authentic meaning of Dilthey's inquiry and rendering its positive effect impotent to the present day. But the positive element in Dilthey's endeavor is its tendency toward the reality which the historiological sciences thematize. Because of this line of questioning, Dilthey holds an outstanding place within philosophy in the second half of the century, likewise because, in contrast to the Marburg school, he stayed clear of a dogmatic Kantianism and, with his proclivity for radicalism, sought to philosophize strictly out of the matters themselves. To be sure, the weight of the tradition and the philosophy of his contemporaries proved to be too powerful for him to remain true to his special bent and to keep it on a sure and steady path. He often wavered. There were times when he viewed his own work purely in terms of the traditional philosophy of his time, which was moving in a completely different direction. But time and again the elementary instinct of his own way of questioning broke through. This insecurity indicates that he never found his own method or a true formulation of the question. At any rate, his sally into the authentic domain in the face of traditional inquiry remains decisive. This can only be appreciated if we free ourselves from the traditional standards prevalent nowadays in scientific philosophy, if we see that what is decisive in philosophy is not what characterized scientific philosophy at the end of the century, namely, the battle of trends and schools and the attempts to bring one standpoint to prevail over another. It is not decisive, in philosophy, to deal with the things once again by means of traditional concepts on the basis of an assumed traditional philosophical standpoint, but instead to disclose new domains of the matters themselves and to bring them under the jurisdiction of science by means of a productive concept formation. This is the criterion of a scientific philosophy. The criterion is not the possibility of constructing a system, a construction which is based purely on an arbitrary adaptation of the conceptual material transmitted by history. Nowadays, a tendency towards system is once again stirring in philosophy, yet it is devoid of any sense that would be dictated by an in-depth treatment of the problems. The tendency is purely traditionalistic, like the renewal of Kantian philosophy. Now, one merely goes beyond Kant to Fichte and Hegel. Philosophy as scientific philosophy, psychology as the basic science of philosophy, the theory of consciousness. To summarize, in the middle of the century a well-defined scientific philosophy gained prevalence. The expression scientific philosophy has a threefold sense. This philosophy characterizes itself as scientific because it is a philosophy of the sciences, that is, because it is a theory of scientific knowledge, because it has as its actual object the fact of science. Because by way of this inquiry into the structure of already given sciences it secures its own theme which it investigates in accordance with its own method, while it itself no longer lapses into the domain of reflection characteristic of the particular sciences. It is scientific because it acquires its own domain and its own method. At the same time, the method maintains its security by its constant orientation to the factual conduct of the sciences themselves. Speculation aimed at worldviews is thereby avoided. Because it seeks to give a foundation to the various disciplines which are directed toward consciousness through an original science of consciousness itself, a psychology. Neo-Kantianism has, it is true, launched a very strong opposition to psychology regarded as a natural science. That has not prevented the elevation of psychology to the basic science of philosophy both by the natural sciences themselves, Helmholtz, as well as through philosophy. If knowledge is an act of consciousness, then there is a theory of knowing only if psychic life, consciousness, is first given and has been investigated scientifically, which means by the methods of natural science. It should be noted that psychology today, with its various directions, is on a completely different level from this natural scientific psychology. Under the essential influence of phenomenological work, the manner of inquiry in psychology has been altered. At the end of the century, scientific philosophy in all of its directions was pervaded by the theme of consciousness. It has an explicit awareness of its connection with Descartes, who was the first to identify consciousness, residential cogitans as the basic theme of philosophy. It is difficult to see through this philosophy of the turn of the century to all of its particulars. This is not the place to pursue the particular connections, it is irrelevant for our inquiry. Let us note only that since an Aristotelian tradition has been an active force within this movement. It was founded by Trendelenburg. It arose from the opposition to Hegel and began as a way of assimilating the historical research by Schleiermacher and Bach into the field of Greek philosophy. Dilthey and Brentano are students of Trendelenburg. A. Franz Brentano was a student in Berlin at the end of the 60s, where he first studied Catholic theology. His first work was on Aristotle. He sought to interpret Aristotle against the horizon of medieval philosophy, above all that of Thomas Aquinas. Such an interpretation is the distinguishing mark of this work, which is not to say that this is really the way to understand Aristotle. On the contrary, through this kind of interpretation Aristotle essentially undergoes a drastic reinterpretation. But that is not the crucial issue. What is important is that Brentano himself, through his preoccupation with Greek philosophy, arrived at some more original horizons for his philosophical inquiry. Personal difficulties with Catholic belief, in particular the mystery of the Trinity and, in the 70s, the declaration of the infallibility of the Pope, forced him to leave this intellectual world. But he took with him some well-defined horizons and a reverence for Aristotle, and now moved into the current of a free and unrestricted philosophical science. The way out of the tradition was traced for him by Descartes. Brentano's work thus reveals a unique blend of Aristotelian scholastic philosophizing and modern Cartesian inquiry. He makes the philosophical goal of a science of consciousness his own. But the decisive move is to be found in Brentano's psychology from the empirical standpoint. Here for the first time he detaches himself from the tendency to transpose the methods of natural science and physiology into the exploration of psychic life. Characteristic for the direction of his thought is the thesis of his inaugural dissertation, Vera Methodus Philosophiae non alia est nisi scientia naturalis. The true philosophical method is none other than that of the natural sciences. It would be wrong to interpret this thesis as a call to transpose the methods of natural science into philosophy. The thesis rather means that philosophy has to proceed in its field exactly as the natural sciences do in theirs, namely, it has to draw its concepts from its own matters. This thesis is not a proclamation in favor of a brute transfer of scientific methodology into philosophy but the opposite, the exclusion of the methodology of natural science and the call to proceed in philosophy as the natural sciences do in their field with a fundamental regard for the character of the subject matters in question. For the task of a psychology this means that, prior to all theories about the connection of the psychic with the bodily or of sense life with the sense organs, what really matters first is to accept the actual elements of psychic life as they are immediately accessible. The first and foremost task is a classification of psychic phenomena, a division of psychic phenomena not on the basis of an arbitrary principle imposed from without, but a division and order which follows the nature of the psychic, an order which would include the formation of basic concepts drawn from the essence of the matters being considered here, from the essence of the psychic itself. Brentano thus tried to provide the foundations for the science of consciousness, of lived experiences, of the psychic in the broadest sense, by accepting the actual elements just as they are given in this field. He did not begin with theories about the psychic, about the soul itself, about the connection of the psychic with the physiological and biological. Instead, he first clarified what it is that is given when one speaks of the psychic, of lived experiences. His major work, Psychology from the Empirical Standpoint, is divided into two books. The first book discusses psychology as a science and the second addresses psychic phenomena in general. Empirical here does not mean inductive in the sense given to it by the natural sciences, but rather drawn from the subject matter, without constructions. The first thing, therefore, is to characterize the psychic phenomena themselves, to order their multiplicity according to basic structures, hence the task of a classification. Classification means dividing and ordering actual elements which are already given. Ordering is always done from a point of view, as everyone says. Point of view is that toward which I look, with regard to which I make certain distinctions in a domain of subject matter. This regard or point of view can vary in kind. I can order a given manifold of objects with regard to a devised scheme. I can imagine that there are very general processes which run from within to without and others which proceed from without to within, and order the psychic phenomena from this point of view. Second, the point of view can be taken from the objective context which bears a connection with that which is itself to be ordered, in the manner that I order psychic processes with regard to physiological relationships. The attempt was accordingly made to define even thinking and willing in terms of phenomena of neural kinetics. Third, the point of view can itself be drawn from the actual elements to be ordered. No principle is superimposed upon them, it is rather drawn from the actual elements themselves. This is the real maxim which Brentano follows in his classification. The order of lived experiences must be natural. An experience must be assigned to a class to which it belongs in accordance with its nature. Nature here means that which is what it is, as seen from itself. When it is genuine, a classification can be made only from a prior familiarity with the objects, from the study of the objects. I must have prior familiarity with the objects, their basic structures, if I am to order them properly, in accord with the subject matter or object. The question therefore arises, what is the nature of psychic phenomena compared with the physical? This is the question posed by Brentano in the first book on psychology. He says that psychic phenomena differ from all physical phenomena by nothing so. I Franz Brentano, Psychologie vom empirischen Standpunkt, editor's note, cited according to the edition of, Volume P. There is an unaltered later printing of this edition edited by Oskar Kraus in the series Philosophische Bibliothek, Volume Hamburg, Mener. English translation, Psychology from an Empirical Standpoint, edited by Linda L. McAllister, New York, Humanities, p. Much as by the indwelling in them of something objective. Accordingly, if there are to be distinctions within the field of psychic phenomena, they must be distinctions with respect to the basic structure of this indwelling, distinctions in the way in which something is objective in these lived experiences. These differences in how something is objective in the various lived experiences, the represented in representing, the judged in judging, the willed in willing, accordingly form the principal distinctions of classes among the psychic phenomena. This basic structure of the psychic, whereby something objective inheres in each lived experience, is called intentional inexistence by Brentano. Intentio is a scholastic expression which means directing itself toward. Brentano speaks of the intentional inexistence of the object. Each lived experience directs itself towards something in a way which varies according to the distinctive character of the experience. To represent something after the manner of representing is a different self-directing than to judge something after the manner of judging. Brentano expressly emphasizes that Aristotle already made this point of view the basis for his treatment of psychic phenomena, and that the scholastics took over this phenomenon of intentionality. Regarding this basic structure of psychic phenomena, Brentano divides the various ways of self-directedness toward their particular objects into three basic classes of psychic comportment: representation, judgment, and interest. We speak of a representing wherever something appears, law wherever something is simply given and the simply given is perceived. Representing in the broadest sense is the simple having of something. Brentano interprets judging as an accepting as true or a rejecting as false. In contrast to merely having something, judging is taking a definite position toward the represented as represented. Brentano designates the third class with different titles: interest, love, emotion. This class for us shall include all psychic appearances which are not contained in the first two classes. He emphasizes that a proper expression for these acts of taking an interest in something is lacking. It was later also called valuing, or better yet, worth-taking. Using this basic division of psychic experiences as a guide, Brentano seeks to exhibit the basic structure of representing, judging, and emotions. Regarding the relationship of these phenomena, Brentano laid down the following basic thesis: every psychic phenomenon is itself either a representation or is based upon representations. This representing forms the basis of judging just as it does of desiring and every other psychic act. Nothing can be judged, but also nothing can be desired, nothing can be hoped or feared, if it is not represented. Hence the simple having of something assumes the function of a basic comportment. Judging and taking an interest are possible only if something is represented, which gets judged, in which an interest is taken. Brentano operates not only in mere description but tries to set off this division from the traditional one in a critical examination which we will not pursue any further. Thus a completely new movement was initiated in psychology and philosophy, a movement which already had an effect upon the American psychology of that time, upon William James, who gained influence in Germany and all of Europe, and from James back upon Henry Bergson, whose theory of the immediate data of consciousness, Essai sur les données immédiates de la conscience, accordingly goes back to the ideas of Brentano's psychology. His idea of a descriptive psychology had a profound impact upon Dilthey. In his Academy essay of Ideas Toward a Descriptive and Analytic Psychology, Dilthey sought to make such a psychology the basic science among the human sciences. The truly decisive aspect of the development of Brentano's way of questioning is to be seen in the fact that Brentano became the teacher of Husserl, the subsequent founder of phenomenological research. Edmund Husserl himself was originally a mathematician. He was a student of Weierstrass and wrote a mathematical dissertation for his degree. What he heard of philosophy did not go beyond what any student picked up in the lecture courses. What Paulson said was reliable and clear, but nothing apt to inspire Husserl to regard philosophy as a scientific discipline. It was only after he graduated that Husserl attended the courses of the man who was then much discussed. Brentano's passion for questioning and reflection impressed Husserl so strongly that he remained with Brentano for 2 years, from 2. Brentano provided the decisive turn to the scientific direction which Husserl's work was to take. His wavering between mathematics and philosophy was resolved. Through the impression which Brentano as teacher and researcher made upon him, Husserl espied, within the unproductive philosophies of the time, the possibility of a scientific philosophy. Characteristically, Husserl's philosophical efforts did not begin with some contrived and far-fetched problem. Rather, in accord with the course of his own scientific development, he began to philosophize upon the foundation which he already had. Accordingly, his philosophical reflection, now guided by Brentano's methodology, turned toward mathematics. At first, he was concerned with what was traditionally called the logic of mathematics. For Husserl, this meant not only the theory of mathematical thought and knowledge. The first theme of his reflections was the analysis of the structure of the objects of mathematics number. A work on the concept of numbers written under Stumpf, Brentano's very first student, in Halle at the end of the 80s qualified Husserl as an academic lecturer. This work, understood as an actual investigation of the matters at issue, became possible upon the basis provided by Brentano's descriptive psychology. But soon Husserl's questioning extended into matters of principle and his investigations advanced to the fundamental concepts of thinking as such and of objects in general. It grew into the problem of a scientific logic in close conjunction with reflection upon the methodological ways and means for the correct exploration of the objects of logic. This meant a more radical conception of what was already advanced in Brentano's descriptive psychology, as well as a basic critique of the contemporary confusion of psychological genetic inquiry with logical inquiry. This work on the fundamental objects of logic occupied Husserl for more than 12 years. The initial results of this effort form the content of the work which appeared in 2 volumes under the title Logical Investigations. This work marks the initial breakthrough of phenomenological research. It has become the basic book of phenomenology. The personal history of its origin is a story of continual despair, and does not belong here. The first to immediately recognize the central significance of these investigations was Dilthey. He described them as the first great scientific advance in philosophy since Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Dilthey was 70 years old when he became acquainted with Husserl's logical investigations, an age at which others have long since become secure and complacent in their systems. Dilthey immediately embarked upon semester-long studies of the book within a circle of his closest students. To be sure, an inner kinship with its basic direction made it easier for Dilthey to see the significance of this book. In a letter to Husserl, he compared their work to boring into a mountain from opposite sides until they break through and meet each other. Dilthey here found an initial fulfillment of what he had sought for decades and formulated as a critical program in the Academy essay of A Fundamental Science of Life Itself. The book also influenced Lipps and his students in Munich, but here logical investigations was regarded simply as an improved descriptive psychology. The Marburg school took a characteristic position. In an extensive review, Nader praised only the first volume, which included a critique of the logic of the time and showed that logic cannot be grounded in psychology. He observes that the Marburgers did not have all that much to learn from this work. What it has to say they had already discovered for themselves. The second volume, which contains the decisive elements, was not examined. There is only the blanket assertion that the second volume is a relapse into psychology, whose transference into philosophy had been explicitly rejected by Husserl. In the first volume, this misunderstanding is due to some extent to the self-interpretation which Husserl himself gives in the introduction to this volume. Phenomenology is descriptive psychology. This self-interpretation of his own work is quite incongruous with what is elaborated in it. In other words, when he wrote the introduction to these investigations, Husserl was not in a position to survey proper, what he had actually presented in this volume. 2 years later, he himself corrected this mistaken interpretation in the journal Archiv für Systematische Philosophie. These logical investigations, as fundamental as they are, do not bring us any in-depth knowledge for the mastery of emotional needs and the like. Rather, they deal with very special and arid problems, with object, concept, truth, proposition, fact, law. The subtitle of the positive second volume is Investigations into the Phenomenology and Theory of Knowledge. It includes 6 extensive special investigations whose connection is not immediately clear. I. Expression and meaning. 2. The ideal unity of species and the more recent theories of abstraction. 3. On the doctrine of wholes and parts. 4. The distinction between independent and dependent meanings and the idea of pure grammar. V. On intentional experiences and their contents. 6. Elements of a phenomenological elucidation of knowledge. These are unusual themes for a logic and theory of knowledge. The choice of the subtitle, Theory of Knowledge, came about solely in deference to the tradition. The introduction states that, strictly speaking, theory of knowledge is not a theory at all but a reflection which comes to an evident understanding of what thinking and knowing as such are in their generically pure essence. Calling it a theory is still a covered form of naturalism, for which any theory is a deductive system whose goal is to explain given facts. Husserl expressly rejects this customary sense of a theory of knowledge. Even more unusual than the subject matter and totally contrary to the customary way of philosophizing is the kind of penetration and appropriation which the work demands. It proceeds in a thoroughgoing investigative fashion. It calls for a step-by-step, expressly intuitive envisaging of the matters at issue and a verifying demonstration of them. Accordingly, one cannot, without subverting the entire sense of the investigations, simply pull out results and integrate them into a system. Rather, the whole thrust of the work serves to implicate the reader into pressing further and working through the matters under investigation. If the impact of the work were compared to what it demands of us, then it would have to be said that its impact has been minimal and superficial, in spite of the major revolutions initiated by it in the last 2 decades. It is of the essence of phenomenological investigations that they cannot be reviewed summarily but must in each case be rehearsed and repeated anew. Any further synopsis which merely summarizes the contents of this work would thus be, phenomenologically speaking, a misunderstanding. We shall therefore try an alternate route by providing an initial orientation concerning what is actually accomplished here. This will also serve as an initial preparation and elaboration of the working attitude which we shall assume throughout this lecture course. Chapter 2. Of Phenomenology, its Principle, and the Clarification of its Name. We shall detail these discoveries and then supplement this account with an elucidation of the principle of phenomenological research. On this basis we shall try to interpret the name given to this research and thus define phenomenology. Of the decisive discoveries, we intend to discuss three: intentionality, categorical intuition, and the original sense of the a priori. These considerations are indispensable in their content as well as in the way it is considered. Only in this way can time be brought into view phenomenologically. Only in this way is the possibility given for an orderly procedure in the analysis of time as it shows itself. Intentionality. We want to consider intentionality first, precisely because contemporary philosophy then and even now actually finds this phenomenon offensive, because intentionality is precisely what prevents an immediate and unprejudiced reception of what phenomenology wants to do. Intentionality was already alluded to in our account of how Brentano sought to classify the totality of psychic phenomena in strict accord with it. Brentano discerned in intentionality the structure which constitutes the true nature of a psychic phenomenon. Intentionality thus became for him the criterion for the distinction of psychic from physical phenomena. But at the same time this structure is the criterion and principle of a natural division among psychic phenomena themselves, inasmuch as it is already found in the essence which appears in these phenomena. Brentano expressly emphasizes that he is only taking up what Aristotle and the scholastics were already acquainted with. It was through Brentano that Husserl learned to see intentionality. But by what right do we then still speak of the discovery of intentionality by phenomenology? Because there is a difference between the rough and ready acquaintance with the structure and the understanding of its inherent sense and its implications, from which we derive the possibilities and horizons of an investigation directed toward it in a sure way. From a rough acquaintance and an application aimed at classification to a fundamental understanding and thematic elaboration is a very long road calling for novel considerations and radical transpositions. On this point Husserl writes, nevertheless, from an initial apprehension of a distinction in consciousness to its correct, phenomenologically pure determination and concrete appreciation there is a mighty step, and it is just this step, crucial for a consistent and fruitful phenomenology, which was not taken. In the popular philosophical literature, phenomenology tends to be characterized in the following manner: Husserl took over the concept of intentionality from Brentano. As is well known, intentionality goes back to scholasticism. It is notoriously obscure, metaphysical, and dogmatic. Consequently, the concept of intentionality is scientifically useless, and phenomenology, which employs it, is fraught with metaphysical presuppositions and therefore not at all based upon immediate data. Thus, in The Method of Philosophy and the Immediate, H. Rickert writes, especially where the concept of intentionality, scholastic in origin but mediated by Brentano, plays a role, there the concept of the immediate still seems to be left largely unclarified, and the train of thought of most phenomenologists seems steeped in traditional metaphysical dogmas, which make it impossible for its adherents to see impartially what is before their very eyes. This article contains a fundamental polemic against phenomenology. Elsewhere also, and right in the introduction to the new edition of Brentano's Psychology by O. Krauss, it is stated that Husserl had simply taken over Brentano's concept of intentionality. For the Marburg school as well, intentionality remained the real stumbling block, obstructing its access to phenomenology. We expressly reject such opinions, not in order to preserve Husserl's originality against Brentano, but to guard against having the most elementary considerations and steps necessary for the understanding of phenomenology thwarted in advance by such characterizations. A. Intentionality as the structure of lived experiences, exposition and initial elucidation. We will try to show that intentionality is a structure of lived experiences as such and not a coordination relative to other realities, something added to the experiences taken as psychic states. It should first be noted that this attempt to make intentionality clear, to see it and in so doing to apprehend what it is, cannot hope to succeed in a single move. We must free ourselves from the prejudice that, because phenomenology calls upon us to apprehend the matters themselves, these matters must be apprehended all at once, without any preparation. Rather, the movement toward the matters themselves is a long and involved process which, before anything else, has to remove the prejudices which obscure them. Intentio literally means directing itself toward. Every lived experience, every psychic comportment, directs itself towards something. Representing is a representing of something, recalling is a recalling of something, judging is judging about something, presuming, expecting, hoping, loving, hating of something. But, one will object, this is a triviality hardly in need of explicit emphasis, certainly no special achievement meriting the designation of discovery. Notwithstanding, let us pursue this triviality a bit and bring out what it means phenomenologically. The following considerations call for no special talent. They do demand that we set aside our prejudices, learn to see directly and simply and to abide by what we see without asking, out of curiosity, what we can do with it. In the face of the most obvious of matters, the very fact of the matter is the most difficult thing we may hope to attain, because man's element of existence is the artificial and mendacious, where he is always already cajoled by others. It is erroneous to think that phenomenologists are models of excellence who stand out in their resolve to wage an all-out war with this element, in their positive will to disclose and nothing else. Let us envisage an exemplary and readily available case of psychic comportment, a concrete and natural perception, the perception of a chair which I find upon entering a room and push aside, since it stands in my way. I stress the latter in order to indicate that we are after the most common kind of everyday perception and not a perception in the emphatic sense, in which we observe only for the sake of observing. Natural perception as I live in it in moving about my world is for the most part not a detached observation and scrutiny of things, but is rather absorbed in dealing with the matters at hand concretely and practically. It is not self-contained, I do not perceive in order to perceive but in order to orient myself, to pave the way in dealing with something. This is a wholly natural way of looking in which I continually live. A crude interpretation tends to depict the perception of the chair in this way: a specific psychic event occurs within me, to this psychic occurrence inside, in consciousness, there corresponds a physically real thing outside. A coordination thus arises between the reality of consciousness, the subject, and a reality outside of consciousness, the object. The psychic event enters into a relationship with something else, outside of it. But in itself it is not necessary for this relationship to occur, since this perception can be a delusion, a hallucination. It is a psychological fact that psychic processes occur in which something is perceived presumably which does not even exist. It is possible for my psychic process to be beset by a hallucination such that I now perceive an automobile being driven through the room over your heads. In this case, no real object corresponds to the psychic process in the subject. Here we have a perceiving without the occurrence of a relationship to something outside of it. Or consider the case of a deceptive perception: I am walking in a dark forest and see a man coming toward me, but upon closer inspection it turns out to be a tree. Here also the object supposedly perceived in this deceptive perception is absent. In view of these indisputable facts which show that the real object can in fact be missing in perception, it cannot be said that every perception is the perception of something. In other words, intentionality, directing itself towards something, is not a necessary mark of every perception. And even if some physical object should correspond to every psychic event which I call a perception, it would still be a dogmatic assertion, for it is by no means established that I ever get to a reality beyond my consciousness. Since Descartes, everyone knows and every critical philosophy maintains that I actually only apprehend contents of consciousness. Accordingly, The application of the concept of intentionality to the comportment of perception, for example, already implies a double presupposition. First, there is the metaphysical presupposition that the psychic comes out of itself towards something physical. With Descartes, as everyone knows, this became a forbidden presupposition. Second, there is in intentionality the presupposition that a real intentionality object always corresponds to a psychic process. The facts of deceptive perception and hallucination speak against this. This is what Rickert maintains and many others, when they say that the concept of intentionality harbors latent metaphysical dogmas. And yet, with this interpretation of perception as hallucination and deceptive perception, do we really have intentionality in our sights? Are we talking about what phenomenology means by this term? In no way. So little, in fact, that use of the interpretation just given as a basis for a discussion of intentionality would hopelessly block access to what the term really means phenomenologically. Let us therefore clear the air by going through the interpretation once again and regarding it more pointedly. For its ostensible triviality is not at all comprehensible without further effort. But first, the base triviality of spurious but common epistemological questions must be laid to rest. Let us recall the hallucination. It will be said that the automobile here is in reality not present and on hand. Accordingly, there is no coordination between psychic and physical. Only the psychic is given. Nonetheless, is not the hallucination in its own right a hallucination, a presumed perception of an automobile? Is it not also the case that this presumed perception, which is without real relationship to a real object, precisely as such is a directing itself towards something presumably perceived? Is not the deception itself as such a directing itself toward, even if the real object is in fact not there? It is not the case that a perception first becomes intentional by having something physical enter into relation with the psychic, and that it would no longer be intentional if this reality did not exist. It is rather the case that perception, correct or deceptive, is in itself intentional. Intentionality is not a property which would accrue to perception and belongs to it in certain instances. As perception, it is intrinsically intentional, regardless of whether the perceived is in reality on hand or not. Indeed, it is really only because perception as such is a directing itself towards something, because intentionality constitutes the very structure of comportment itself, that there can be anything like deceptive perception and hallucination. When all epistemological assumptions are set aside, it becomes clear that comportment itself, as yet quite apart from the question of its correctness or incorrectness, is in its very structure a directing itself toward. It is not the case that at first only a psychic process occurs as a non-intentional state, complex of sensations, memory relations, mental image, and thought processes through which an image is evoked, where one then asks whether something corresponds to it, and subsequently becomes intentional in certain instances. Rather, the very being of comporting is a directing itself toward. Intentionality is not a relationship to the non-experiential added to experiences, occasion, ally present along with them. Rather, the lived experiences themselves are as such intentional. This is our first specification, perhaps still quite empty, but already important enough to provide the footing for holding metaphysical prejudices at bay. b. Rickert's misunderstanding of phenomenology and intentionality. In the reception of intentionality as well as in the way in which Brentano was interpreted and developed, everyone saw not so much the exposition of this composition of the structure of lived experience as what they suspected in Brentano, metaphysical dogmas. The decisive thing about Husserl was that he did not look to the dogmas and presuppositions, so far as these were there, but to the phenomenon itself, that perceiving is a directing itself toward. But now this structure cannot be disregarded in the other forms of comportment as well. Rickert makes this the basis of his argument and disputes seeing such a thing in these comportments. He reserves intentionality for the comportment relating to judgment but drops it for representing. He says representing is not knowing. He comes to this because he is trapped in dogmas, in this case the dogma that my representing involves no transcendence, that it does not get out to the object. Descartes in fact said that representing, perceptio, remains in the consciousness. And Rickert thinks that the transcendence of judging, whose object he specifies as a value, is less puzzling than the transcendence which is in representing, understood as getting out to a real thing. He comes to this view because he thinks that in judgment something is acknowledged which has the character of value and so does not exist in reality. He identifies it with the mental which consciousness itself is, and thinks that value is something immanent. When I acknowledge a value, I do not go outside of consciousness. The essential point for us is not to prove that Rickert is involved in contradictions, that he now uses the phenomenological concept of representing and now a mythical one from psychology. The point is rather that he lays claim to intentionality in his own starting point to the extent that it fits his theory but casts it aside when it contravenes his theory that representing is not knowing. What is characteristic is that, in spite of all the sagacity, the most primitive of requirements is nevertheless missing, admission of the matters of fact as they are given. The thinking thus becomes groundless. The constraint of the facts cannot in one case be heeded and in others not, heeded when they fit into a preconceived theory and not heeded when they explode it. A typical example of this kind of thinking is Rickert's theory of knowledge and of judgment as it takes its starting point from Brentano. We shall review it in order to see how judgments depend upon the apprehension of the matters themselves. Rickert takes from Brentano the definition of judgment as acknowledging. We can trace the exact place where he makes use of intentionality as exhibited by Brentano and at the same time shuts his eyes to it and falls into theory construction. Let us briefly recall the theory which he bases upon Brentano's account of judgment. When we judge, Rickert says, we concur with the representations or we reject them. Invested in the judgment as its essential element is a practical comportment. Since what is valid for judgment must also be valid for knowing, it follows, from the kinship that judgment has with willing and feeling, that also in pure theoretical knowing what is involved is taking a position toward a value. Only in relation to values does the alternative comportment of approval and disapproval make any sense. Rickert thus arrives at his theory that the object of knowledge is a value. When I perceive a chair and say, the chair has 4 legs, the sense of this knowledge according to Rickert is the acknowledging of a value. Even with the best of intentions one cannot find anything like this in the structure of this perceptual assertion. For I am not directed toward representations and less still toward value but instead toward the chair which is in fact given. Acknowledging is not imposed upon representations, representing is itself directing itself toward. Representing as such gives the potential about which of judging, and the affirmation in judging is founded in representing. There is an intentional connection between representing and judging. If Rickert had seen the intentionality of representing, he would not have fallen into the mythology of the connection between judgment and representation, as though judgment comes as an aside. The relations between intentionalities are themselves intentional. Hence Rickert arrived at this theory not from a study of the matters themselves but by an unfounded deduction fraught with dogmatic judgments. The last vestige of the composition of this matter is solely what Rickert took from Brentano. But even here it is questionable whether it is brought to bear upon the full composition of judgment. When we characterize judgment as a comportment which is not like representation, this does not mean that, with Brentano, we see in it another kind of relation of consciousness to its objects than the kind involved in representation. This claim is for us far too full of presuppositions. Here Rickert rejects intentionality, in Brentano's sense, as a criterion distinguishing the comportments of representation and judgment. What does he put in its place? How does he define and ground the distinction? We are investigating. In what genus of psychic processes the complete judgment belongs when we generally distinguish those states in which we comport ourselves impassively and contemplatively from those in which we take an interest in the content of our consciousness, as a content of value to us. We thus simply wish to establish a fact which even a pure sensualistic theory cannot dispute. One would have to be blind not to see that this is word for word the position of Brentano, who wanted nothing other than to subdivide the genus of psychic processes according to the mode of our comportment, whether we contemplate them impassively or take an active interest in them. Rickert first takes his theory from a basis which is exposed by Brentano's description, but does not see that he lays claim to intentionality as the foundation of his theory of judgment and knowledge. The proof for this is that while he lays claim to this descriptive distinction, Rickert at the same time employs a concept of representation which runs counter to that which he uses as a basis for securing the definition of judgment, here impassive directing itself toward accordingly representing as the manner of representing and their representation as the represented, where the represented is in fact the content of consciousness. Wherever Rickert refutes the idealism of representation and wants to prove that knowing is not representing, he does not restrict himself to the direct and simple sense of representing but bases himself upon a mythical concept. Rickert says that as long as the representations are only represented, they come and go. Representing is now not direct representational comportment, the representations now get represented. A knowing that represents needs a reality independent of the knowing subject, because with representations we are capable of apprehending something independent of the knowing subject only by their being images or signs of a reality. In such a concept of representation it can of course be shown that representing is not a knowing if the directing itself toward can tend only toward signs. But how does it stand with the concept of representation which Rickert uses when he differentiates the judgment from representing understood as a comportment that simply contemplates? Why does Rickert not take the concept of representation in a descriptive sense as he does the concept of judgment, which has accrued to description? Why does he not go straight to the sense of its implication, namely, a comportment which contemplates impassively? It is because Rickert is guided by the presumption, the thesis that knowing cannot be representing. For if it were, then his own theory that knowing is acknowledging and the object of knowledge is a value would be superfluous and perhaps wrong. Representing cannot be knowledge. This prejudice is given further weight by an appeal to Aristotle's thesis that knowing is judging. Knowledge is always true or false, and according to Aristotle only judgments are true or false. In this appeal to Aristotle, Rickert supposes that Aristotle means the same by judgment, whereas Aristotle means precisely that which Rickert is not willing to see in the simple composition of representing as such letting something be seen. Rickert does not see that the simple sense of representing actually includes knowing. He is prevented from seeing the primary cognitive character of representation because he presupposes a mythical concept of representing from the philosophy of natural science, and so comes to the formulation that in representing the representations get represented. But in the case of a representation on the level of simple perception, a representation is not represented, I simply see the chair. This is implied in the very sense of representing. When I look, I am not intent upon seeing a representation of something, but the chair. Take for example mere envisaging or bringing to mind, which is also characterized as a representation of something which is not on hand * as when I now envisage my writing table. Even in such a case of merely thinking of something, what is represented is not a representation, not a content of consciousness, but the matter itself. The same applies to the recollective representation of, for example, a sailboat trip. I do not remember representations but the boat and the trip itself. The most primitive matters of fact which are in the structures themselves are overlooked simply for the sake of a theory. Knowing cannot be representing, for only then is the theory justified that the object of knowledge is and must be a value, because there must be a philosophy of value. What makes us blind to intentionality is the presumption that what we have here is a theory of the relation between physical and psychic, whereas what is really exhibited is simply a structure of the psychic itself. Whether that toward which representing directs itself is a real material thing or merely something fancied, whether acknowledging reading was nicht vorhanden ist here in this sentence rather than 2 lines earlier, in the preceding sentence. Acknowledges a value or whether judging directs itself towards something else which is not real, the first thing to see is this directing itself toward as such. The structure of comportments, we might say, is to be made secure without any epistemological dogma. It is only when we have rightly seen this that we can, by means of it, come to a sharper formulation and perhaps a critique of intentionality as it has been interpreted up to now. We shall learn that in fact even in phenomenology there are still unclarified assumptions associated with intentionality which admittedly make it truly difficult for a philosophy so burdened with dogmas as Neo-Kantianism to see plainly what has been exhibited here. As long as we think in dogmas and directions, we first tend to assume something along the same lines. And we hold to what we assume all the more so as the phenomena are not in fact exhaustively brought out into the open. When it comes to comportments, we must keep a steady eye solely upon the structure of directing itself toward in them. All theories about the psychic, consciousness, person, and the like must be held in abeyance. See, the basic constitution of intentionality as such. What we have learned about intentionality so far is, to put it formally, empty. But one thing is already clear: before anything else, its structural coherence must be envisaged freely, without the background presence of any realistic or idealistic theories of consciousness. We must learn to see the data as such and to see that relations between comportments, between lived experiences, are themselves not complexions of things but in turn are of an intentional character. We must thus come to see that all the relations of life are intrinsically defined by this structure. In the process we shall see that there are persistent difficulties here which cannot be easily dispelled. But in order to see this, we must first take a look at intentionality itself. From this point on we can also fix our terminology in order to come to understand an expression which is often used in phenomenology and is just as often misunderstood, namely, the concept of act. The comportments of life are also called acts: perception, judgment, love, hate. What does act mean here? Not activity, process, or some kind of power. No, act simply means intentional relation. Acts refer to those lived experiences which have the character of intentionality. We must adhere to this concept of act and not confuse it with others. As fundamental as intentionality is, it also seems empty at first glance. We are simply saying that representing is the representing of something, judging is judging about something, and the like. It is hard to see just how a science is to be made possible from such stroke's intentionality. Tours. This science is evidently at its end before it has really begun. In fact, it seems as if this phenomenological statement of intentionality is merely a tautology. Thus Wundt early on observed that all phenomenological knowledge can be reduced to the proposition A equals A. We will try to see whether there is not very much to say and whether in the end most of it has not yet even been said. By holding to this first discovery of phenomenology that intentionality is a structure of lived experiences and not just a supplementary relation, we already have an initial instruction on how we must proceed in order to see the structure and constitution. X, the perceived of perceiving, the entity in itself, environmental thing, natural thing, thinghood. In maintaining that intentionality is the structure found in comportments, we have in any case avoided the danger of lapsing into construction and into a theory which goes beyond what is before us. But at the same time the necessity of this structure, in order to be equally impartial in our pursuit of it, is decided within it. We shall now try to shed some light upon the basic structure of intentionality. The preliminary designation of directing itself toward is only an initial moment in this structure, far removed from its full constitution as well as wholly formal and empty. In order to clarify the basic constitution of intentionality, let us turn once again to the exemplary case of naturally perceiving a thing. By intentionality we do not mean an objective relation which occasionally and subsequently takes place between a physical thing and a psychic process, but the structure of a comportment as comporting to, directing itself toward. With this, we are not just characterizing this one particular perception, of the chair, here and now, but the perceived as such. If we are after the basic constitution of intentionality, the best way to do it is to go after it itself, directing itself toward. Let us now focus not on the directing itself but on the toward which. We will not look at the perceiving but at the perceived, and in fact at the perceived of this perception. What is this? If I answer without prejudice, I say the chair itself. I see no representations of the chair, register no image of the chair, sense no sensations of the chair. I simply see it itself. This is the most immediate sense that perceiving offers. More precisely, I must ask, what do I see in my natural perception, in which I now live and dwell and am here in this room? What can I say about the chair? I would say that it stands in room next to the desk, and it is probably used by lecturers who prefer to sit while they lecture. It is not just any chair but a very particular one, the desk chair in room at Marburg University, perhaps somewhat worse for wear and poorly painted in the factory from which it evidently came. Something like this could be said of the chair when I describe it quite naturally, without elaborate constructions and advanced preparations. What would I then be saying? I would simply be recounting the very particular as well as trivial story of the chair as it is here and now and day after day. What is perceived in this natural perception we shall designate as a thing of the environing world, or simply the environmental thing. I can dwell upon this perception and further describe what I find in it, the chair itself, and can say, it is so heavy, so colored, so high, and so wide, it can be pushed from one place to another. If I lift it and let go, it falls. It can be chopped into pieces with a hatchet. If ignited, it burns. Here again we have plain statements in which I speak of the perceived itself and not of representations or sensations of the chair. But now it is a matter of other determinations of the chair than those we began with. What we have just said of the perceived can be said of any piece of wood whatsoever. What we have elicited in the chair does not define it as a chair. Something is indeed asserted about the chair, not qua chair thing, but rather as a thing of nature, as natural thing. The fact that what is perceived is a chair is now of no account. The perceived is an environmental thing, but it is also a natural thing. For this distinction, we have in our language very fine distinctions in the way in which language itself forms its meanings and expressions. We say, I am giving roses. I can also say, I am giving flowers, but not I am giving plants. Botany, on the other hand, does not analyze flowers but rather plants. The distinction between plant and flower, both of which can be said of the same rose, is the distinction between natural and environmental thing. The rose as flower is an environmental thing, the rose as plant is a natural thing. The perceived in itself is both. And still the question arises whether this description eliciting what is given in the perceived thing itself already gives us what phenomenology strictly means by the perceived. When we consider that these two thing structures, environmental thing and natural thing, apply to one and the same chair, one obvious difficulty already arises: how are we to understand the relationship of these two structures of a thing? We shall arrive at a more precise knowledge of this later in other contexts. At the moment, I only maintain that when I say in ordinary language and not upon reflection and theoretical study of the chair is hard, my aim is not to state the degree of resistance and density of this thing as material thing. I simply want to say, the chair is uncomfortable. Already here we can see that specific structures belonging to a natural thing and which as such can be regarded separately, hardness, weight, present themselves first of all in well-defined environmental characteristics. Hardness, material resistance, is itself present in the intentionality feature of discomfort, and even only present in this way, and not just inferred from it or derived through it. The perceived gives itself in itself and not by virtue of points of view, say, which are brought to the thing. It is the specific environmental thing, even when it remains concealed from many. I can go still further into what is found in perceiving, this natural thing here. By applying an appropriate form of research to it, I can show that, as a natural thing, something like materiality and extension belong to it, that anything extended is as such colored, and further, that every color as color has its extension, and that a material and extended thing is displaceable, subject to change of place. Thus once again I have elicited something found in this thing itself, but now it is no longer in the perceived chair, as environmental thing or as natural thing. Now I am concerned with thing, ness as such. I speak of materiality, extension, coloration, local mobility, and other determinations of this kind which do not belong to the chair as this peculiar chair but to any natural thing whatsoever. These are structures which constitute the thingness of the thing, structural moments of the natural thing itself, contents which can be read out from the given itself. In all three cases we were concerned with the perceived entity in itself, with what can be found in it through a cognizance of it. Perceiving is here taken in a broad but natural sense. The typical epistemology as well as psychology will say that these descriptions of the natural thing and environmental thing are quite naive and as such essentially unscientific. For in the first instance and in actuality, with my eyes I merely see something colored, in the first instance I merely have sensations of yellow, to which I then add other such elements. In opposition to this scientific account, what we want to precisely naivete, pure naivete, which in the first instance and in actuality sees the chair. When we say we see, seeing here is not understood in the narrow sense of optical sensing. Here it means nothing other than simple cognizance of what is found. When we hold to this expression, then we also understand and have no difficulty in taking the immediately given just as it shows itself. We thus say that one sees in the chair itself that it came from a factory. We draw no conclusions, make no investigations, but we simply see this in it, even though we have no sensation of a factory or anything like it. The field of what is found in simple cognizance is in principle much broader than what any particular epistemology or psychology could establish on the basis of a theory of perception. In this broad sense of perceiving and seeing, what is perceived even includes, as we shall see later, all of what I have said about thingness, that this thing itself includes materiality, that to materiality belongs extension as well as coloration, which in turn has its own kind of extension. These are not matters that I discover here. In this classroom, they are correlations between general features. But they are not invented or constructed. I can also see these structures and their specific correlations in an adequately and sufficiently cultivated form of simple finding seeing, not in the sense of a mystical act or inspiration but in the sense of a simple envisaging of structures which can be read off in what is given. The perceived of perceiving, the how of being intended, the perceivedness of the entity, the feature of bodily there, but we have still not arrived at what we have called the perceived in the strict sense. The perceived in the strict sense for phenomenology is not the perceived entity in itself but the perceived entity insofar as it is perceived, as it shows itself in concrete perception. The perceived in the strict sense is the perceived as such, or, more precisely expressed, the perceivedness, of this chair, for example, the way and manner, the structure in which the chair is perceived. The way and manner of how this chair is perceived is to be distinguished from the structure of how it is represented. The expression the perceived as such now refers not to the perceived entity in itself but to this entity in the way and manner of its being perceived. With this we have, as a start, only suggested a completely new structure, a structure to which I cannot now attribute all those determinations which I have thus far attributed to the chair. The being perceived of the chair is not something which belongs to the chair as chair, for a stone or house or tree or the like can also be perceived. Being perceived and the structure of perceivedness consequently belong to perceiving as such, i.e., to intentionality. Accordingly, we can distinguish along the following lines: the entity itself, the environmental thing, the natural thing, or the thingness, and the entity in the manner of its being intended, its being perceived, being represented, being judged, being loved, being hated, being thought in the broadest sense. In the first three cases we have to do with the entity in itself, in the latter with its being intended, the perceivedness of the entity. What is perceivedness? Is there really anything like this? Can anything be said about the perceivedness of the chair? Independent of any theories, we must regard these structures in their distinction from the structures that pertain to the thing and to the entity as an entity. This provisional specification and differentiation from thingness already give us an initial indication as to where we should look, manifestly not at the chair itself as it is intended in perceiving, but rather at it in the how of its being intended. What shows itself there? the perceived as such has the feature of bodily presence Leibhaftigkeit. In other words, the entity which presents itself as perceived has the feature of being bodily there. Not only is it given as itself, but as itself in its bodily intentionality. Presence. There is a distinction in mode of givenness to be made between the bodily given and the self-given. Let us clarify this distinction for ourselves by setting it off from the way in which something merely represented is there. Representing is here understood in the sense of simple envisaging, simply bringing something to mind. I can now envisage the Weidenhauser Bridge, I place myself before it, as it were. Thus the bridge is itself given. I intend the bridge itself and not an image of it, no fantasy, but it itself. And yet it is not bodily given to me. It would be bodily given if I go down the hill and place myself before the bridge itself. This means that what is itself given need not be bodily given, while conversely anything which is bodily given is itself given. Bodily presence is a superlative mode of the self-givenness of an entity. This self-givenness becomes clearer still by setting it off from another possible mode of representing, which in phenomenology is understood as empty intending. Empty intending is the mode of representing something in the manner of thinking of something, of recalling it, which for example can take place in a conversation about the bridge. I intend the bridge itself without thereby seeing it simply in its outward appearance, but I intend it in an empty intending which in this conversation is left intuitively unfulfilled. A large part of our ordinary talk goes on in this way. We mean the matters themselves and not images or representations of them, yet we do not have them intuitively given. In empty intending as well, the intended is itself directly and simply intended, but merely emptily, which means without any intuitive fulfillment. Intuitive fulfillment is found once again in simple envisaging, this indeed gives the entity itself but does not give it bodily. This distinction between empty intending and intuitive representing applies not only to sense perception but to the modifications of all acts. Take the sentence, plus is plus. One can repeat it thoughtlessly but still understand it and know that one is not talking nonsense. But it can also be carried out with insight, so that every step is performed by envisaging what is intended. In the first instance it is uttered to some extent blindly, but in the second it is seen. In the latter case, the intended is envisaged in an originary envisaging, in that I make present to myself plus, i.e., all determinations in their original meanings. This mode of intuitive thinking demonstrates the determinations in the matters themselves. But it is only on rare occasions that we operate in this mode of intuitive thinking. For the most part we operate in foreshortened and blind thinking. Another type of representing in the broadest sense is the perception of a picture. If we analyze a perception of a picture, we see clearly how what is perceived in the consciousness of a picture has a totally different structure from what is perceived in simple perception or what is represented in simple envisaging. I can look at a picture postcard of the Weidenhauser Bridge. Here we have a new type of representing. What is now bodily given is the postcard itself. This card itself is a thing, an object, just as much as the bridge or a tree or the like. But it is not a simple thing like the bridge. As we have said, it is a picture thing. In perceiving it, I see through it what is pictured, the bridge. In perceiving a picture, I do not thematically apprehend the picture thing. Rather, when I see a picture postcard, I see in the natural attitude what is pictured on it, the bridge, which is now seen as what is pictured on the card. In this case, the bridge is not emptily presumed or merely envisaged or originarily perceived, but apprehended in this characteristic layered structure of the portrayal of something. The bridge itself is now the represented in the sense of being represented by way of being depicted through something. This apprehension of a picture, the apprehension of something as something pictured through a picture thing, has a structure totally different from that of a direct perception. This must be brought home quite forcefully because of the efforts once made, and once again being made today, to take the apprehension of a picture as the paradigm by means of which, it is believed, any perception of any object can be illuminated. In the consciousness of a picture, there is the picture thing and the pictured. The picture thing can be a concrete thing, the blackboard on the wall, but the picture thing is not merely a thing like a natural thing or another environmental thing. For it shows something, what is pictured itself. In simple perception, by contrast, in the simple apprehension of an object, nothing like a consciousness of a picture can be found. It goes against all the plain and simple findings about the simple apprehension of an object to interpret them as if I first perceive a picture in my consciousness when I see that house there, as if a picture thing were first given and thereupon apprehended as picturing that house out there. There would thus be a subjective picture within and that which is pictured outside, transcendent. Nothing of the sort is to be found. Rather, in the simple sense of perception I see the house itself. Even aside from the fact that this transposition of the consciousness of a picture, which is constituted in a totally different way, onto the simple apprehension of an object explains nothing and leads to untenable theories, we must keep in mind the real reason for rejecting this transposition: it does not correspond to the simple phenomenological findings. There is also the following difficulty, which we shall only mention without exploring. If knowledge in general is an apprehension of an object picture as an immanent picture of a transcendent thing outside, how then is the transcendent object itself to be apprehended? If every apprehension of an object is a consciousness of a picture, then for the immanent picture I once again intentionality need a picture thing which depicts the immanent picture for me, etc., etc. This is a secondary factor which argues against this theory. But the main thing is this: not only is there nothing of the pictorial and picturing in the course of simple apprehension, there is in particular nothing like a consciousness of a picture in the very act of apprehending an object. It is not because we fall into an infinite regress, and so explain nothing, that the infrastructure of the consciousness of a picture for the apprehension of an object is to be rejected. It is not because we arrive at no genuine and tenable theory with this infrastructure. It is rather because this is already contrary to every phenomenological finding. It is a theory without phenomenology. Hence perceiving must be considered totally distinct from the consciousness of a picture. Consciousness of a picture is possible at all first only as perceiving, but only in such a way that the picture thing is actually apprehended beginning with what is pictured on it. When we start from simple perception, let us reaffirm that the authentic moment in the perceivedness of the perceived is that in perception the perceived entity is bodily there. In addition to this feature, another moment of every concrete perception of a thing in regard to its perceivedness is that the perceived thing is always presumed in its thing totality. When I see a sensibly perceptible object, this familiar chair here, I always see understood as a particular way of seeing only one particular side and one aspect. I see, for example, the upper part of the seat but not the lower surface. And yet, when I see the chair in this way or see only the legs, I do not think that the chair has its legs sawed off. When I go into a room and see a cupboard, I do not see the door of the cupboard or a mere surface. Rather, the very sense of perception implies that I see the cupboard. When I walk around it, I always have new aspects. But in each moment I am intent, in the sense of natural intending, upon seeing the cupboard itself and not just an aspect of it. These aspects can change continually with the multiplicity of aspects being offered to me. But the bodily self-sameness of the perceived persists throughout my circling of the thing. The thing adumbrates, shades off in its aspects. But it is not an adumbration which is intended, but the perceived thing itself, in each case in an adumbration. In the multiplicity of changing perceptions the self-sameness of the perceived persists. I have no other perception in the sense of something else perceived. The content of perception is different, but the perceived is presumed as the same. In view of the apprehension of the whole and its adumbrations, there is one further structure of the perceived in the narrow sense to be considered in the perception of a picture. What is bodily perceived is the picture thing itself, but this too is perceived in each instance in an aspect. To some extent, however, the perception of a picture thing does not come to completion in the normal and natural perception of a picture. Contrariwise, for example, the postman can take the picture thing, the picture postcard, simply as an environmental thing, as a postcard. Not only does such a perception not come to completion, but it is also not the case that I first merely see a thing and then conclude it is a picture of. Instead, I see in a flash something pictured and not really the picture thing, the strokes and patches of the drawing, in the first instance and in thematic isolation. To see these as pure moments of the thing already calls for a modification of our natural regard, a kind of depicturization. The natural tendency of perception in this sense proceeds in the direction of apprehending the picture. Why, initial indication of the basic mode of intentionality as the belonging together of intentio and intentum. Within this manifold of modes of representation we have at the same time a specific interrelation. Empty intending, envisaging, apprehending a picture and simple perceiving are not merely juxtaposed, but inherently have a specific structural interrelation. Empty intending, for example, can be intuitively fulfilled in intuitive envisaging. In thoughtless thought, in empty intending, the intended is intuitively unfulfilled, it lacks the fullness of intuition. Envisaging has the possibility of intuitive fulfillment up to a certain level, since envisaging is never capable of giving the matter itself in its bodily givenness. Instead of talking about it in this way, I can talk about what is envisaged from the simple and persistent envisaging of something, or I can even, if for example a dispute arises over the number of arches and pillars in the bridge, fill the envisaged in a new way through bodily givenness itself. Perception, with its kind of givenness, is a superlative case of intentional fulfillment. Every intention has within it a tendency toward fulfillment and its specifically proper way of possible fulfillment, perception in general only through perception, remembrance never through expectation but through an envisaging that remembers or through perception. There are very specific laws which govern the connections among the possibilities of fulfilling an already given empty intention. This is also true in the realm of perceiving pictures. It is possible to arrange these connections in more complicated ways. I can place, next to the original picture, a copy of it. If I have a copy, that is, a copied picture of something, I have a specific structural continuity running from copy to picture, original, to model what is pictured, so that what is actually pictured shows through the depicting function of the copy, picture to model. But if the copy is to furnish evidence of its genuineness as a copy, then I cannot compare it to the model. Instead, the intuitive demonstration of the copy is given by intentionality. The copied picture, original, which, as the picture of the model, is in itself a model. These characteristic structures of demonstration and their possibility run through all acts of apprehending, even if we now totally disregard this specific act of perceptual apprehension. Thus the perceived shows itself in its perceivedness. This is the most important. What we are conscious of as a picture shows itself in its pictoriality, the simply envisaged shows itself in the way of envisaging, the emptily intended shows itself in the way of empty intending. All of these distinctions are different ways in which their objects are intended. These structural continuities and levels of fulfillment, demonstration, and verification are relatively easy to see in the field of intuitive representation. But they are to be found without exception in all acts. For example, in the domain of pure theoretical comportment, determination, and speech. Without the possibility here of following the structures of every pertinent intention to its intended as such, the scientific elaboration of a genuine phenomenology, drawn from the phenomena themselves, of concept formation, the genesis of the concept from raw meaning, cannot even be considered. But without this foundation every logic remains a matter for dilettantes or a construction. We thus have an inherent affinity between the way something is intended, the intentio, and the intentum, whereby intentum, the intended, is to be understood in the sense just developed, not the perceived as an entity, but the entity in the how of its being perceived, the intentum in the how of its being intended. Only with the how of the being intended belonging to every intentio as such does the basic constitution of intentionality come into view at all, even though only provisionally. Intentio in phenomenology is also understood as the act of presuming vermeinen. There is a connection between presuming and presumed, or noesis and noema. No lv means to perceive vernemen or come to awareness, to apprehend simply, the perceiving itself and the perceived in the way it is perceived. I refer to these terms because they involve not only a terminology but also a particular interpretation of directing itself toward. Every directing itself toward, fear, hope, love, has the feature of directing itself toward which Husserl calls noesis. Inasmuch as Volv is taken from the sphere of theoretical knowing, any exposition of the practical sphere here is drawn from the theoretical. For our purposes this terminology is not dangerous, since we are using it to make it clear that intentionality is fully determined only when it is seen as this belonging together of intentio and intentum. By way of summary, let us therefore say, just as intentionality is not a subsequent coordination of at first unintentional lived experiences and objects but is rather a structure, so inherent in the basic constitution of the structure in each of its manifestations must always be found its own intentional toward which, the intentum. This provisional exposition of the basic constitution of intentionality as a reciprocal belonging together of intentio and intentum is not the last word, but only an initial indication and exhibition of a thematic field for consideration. How is this analysis of intentionality different from Brentano's? In intentionality Brentano saw the intentio, noesis, and the diversity of its modes, but not the noema, the intentum. He remained uncertain in his analysis of what he called intentional object. The four meanings of the object of perception, the perceived, already indicate that the sense of something in the representation of something is not transparently obvious. Brentano wavers in two directions. On the one hand, he takes the intentional object to be the entity itself in its being. Then again it is taken as the how of its being apprehended unseparated from the entity. Brentano never clearly brings out and highlights the how of being intended. In short, he never brings into relief intentionality as such, as a structural totality. But this further implies that intentionality, defined as a character of a certain entity, is at one with the entity. Intentionality is identified with the psychic. Brentano also left undiscussed just what intentionality is to be the structure of, since his theory of the psychic assumed its traditional sense of the immanently perceptible, the immanently conscious along the lines of Descartes' theory. The character of the psychic itself was left undetermined, so that of which intentionality is the structure was not brought out in the original manner demanded by intentionality. This is a phase which phenomenology has not yet overcome. Even today intentionality is taken simply as a structure of consciousness or of acts, of the person, in which these two realities of which intentionality is supposed to be the structure are again assumed in a traditional way. Phenomenology Husserl along with Skeeler tries to get beyond the psychic restriction and psychic character of intentionality in two very different directions. Husserl conceives intentionality as the universal structure of reason, where reason is not understood as the psychic but as differentiated from the psychic. Skeeler conceives intentionality as the structure of the spirit or the person, again differentiated from the psychic. But we shall see that what is meant by reason, spirit, anima does not overcome the approach operative in these theories. I point this out because we shall see how phenomenology, with this analysis of intentionality, calls for a more radical internal development. To refute phenomenological intentionality, one cannot simply criticize Brentano. One thus loses touch with the issue from the very beginning. It is not intentionality as such that is metaphysically dogmatic but what is built under its structure, or is left at this level because of a traditional tendency not to question that of which it is presumably the structure, and what this sense of structure itself means. Yet the methodological rule for the initial apprehension of intentionality is really not to be concerned with interpretations but only to keep strictly to that which shows itself, regardless of how meager it may be. Only in this way will it be possible to see, in intentionality itself and through it directly into the heart of the matter, that of which it is the structure and how it is that structure. Intentionality is not an ultimate explanation of the psychic but an initial approach toward overcoming the uncritical application of traditionally defined realities such as the psychic, consciousness, continuity of lived experience, reason. But if such a task is implicit in this basic concept of phenomenology, then intentionality is the very last word to be used as a phenomenological slogan. Quite the contrary, it identifies that whose disclosure would allow phenomenology to find itself in its possibilities. It must therefore be flatly stated that what the belonging of the intentum to the intentio implies is obscure. How the being intended of an entity is related to that entity remains puzzling. It is even questionable whether one may question in this way at all. But we cannot inquire into these puzzles as long as we cover up their puzzling character with theories for and against intentionality. Our understanding of intentionality is therefore not advanced by our speculations about it. We shall advance only by following intentionality in its concretion. An occasion for this is to be found in our effort to clarify the second discovery of phenomenology, the discovery of categorial intuition. What calls for clarification under this heading could be discovered only after the exposition of intentionality as a structure. The term intuition corresponds in its meaning to what above was already defined as seeing in the broad sense of that word. Intuition means simple apprehension of what is itself bodily found just as it shows itself. First, this concept carries no prejudice as to whether sense perception is the sole and most original form of intuiting or whether there are further possibilities of intuition regarding other fields and constituents. Second, nothing should be read into its meaning other than what the phenomenological use of the term specifies, simply apprehending the bodily given as it shows itself. Intuition IQ. The phenomenological sense implies no special capacity, no exceptional way of transposing oneself into otherwise closed domains and depths of the world, not even the kind of intuition employed by Bergson. It is therefore a cheap characterization of phenomenology to suggest that it is somehow connected with modern intuitionism. It simply has nothing to do with it. The discovery of categorial intuition is the demonstration, first, that there is a simple apprehension of the categorial * such constituents in entities which in traditional fashion are designated as categories * and were seen in crude form quite early in Greek philosophy, especially by Plato and Aristotle. Second, it is above all the demonstration that this apprehension is invested in the most everyday of perceptions and in every experience. This only clarifies the meaning of the term. What matters is to exhibit this kind of intuition itself, to bring it to givenness as intentionality, and to make clear what is intuited in it and how. It was already suggested that categorial intuition is found in every concrete perception of a thing, as it were, as an inclusion. In order to show this we shall return to our exemplary case of the perception of this chair. But in order to see the categorial intuition in it, we must be adequately prepared. This calls for two more general considerations. We shall deal with intentional presuming and its intentional fulfillment and intentional comportments as expressed intuition and expression. We shall see that our comportments, lived experiences taken in the broadest sense, are through and through expressed experiences, even if they are not uttered in words. They are nonetheless expressed in a definite articulation by an understanding that I have of them as I simply live in them without regarding them thematically. A. Intentional presuming and intentional fulfillment. A. Identification as demonstrative fulfillment. Our account of the interrelation of the modes of representation manifested a distinct sequence of levels ranging from mere empty intending, signitive acts, to originarily giving perception, intuitive act in the narrowest sense. Empty intending is unfulfilled in its sense, what is presumed in it is there in the how of non-fulfillment. Empty intend. Have underscored these two terms because student notes indicate that Heidegger highlighted their distinction in his summary review of this lecture hour. The basic point is that categories are already seen in perception, for example, though not as categories but such that the simple perception of an object is in its way absorbed and engrossed in categorial apprehension. Categorial intuition here is intuition of that which is then conceptually grasped as a category. There is therefore a distinction between the categorial, that which can eventually be grasped as a category, and the category as a concept. The distinction is important in understanding in what way the discovery of categorial intuition provides the basis for research into the categories and a priori structures of experience, cf. pages FF below. or what is presumed in it can in a certain sense be fulfilled in intuitive envisaging. The presumed, envisaged, is thus given in greater or lesser completeness, bridge, columns, railings, type of arches, arrangements of the building stones. But however great the perfection of the fullness may be, it always manifests a difference from the fullness of perception, which gives the entity bodily. But even here, if we restrict ourselves to the sense perception of material things, the fullness is not total. Sense perception indeed gives the entity originarily, but always only from one side. However adequate a perception may be, the perceived entity always shows itself only in a particular adumbration. There are thus distinctions with regard to the definitiveness and completeness of the fullness which a fulfilling intuition is capable of giving. We accordingly speak of a definitive and thoroughgoing fulfillment when on the side of presuming all the partial intentions are fulfilled and, on the side of the intuition which bestows fulfillment, that intuition presents the whole matter in its totality. The interrelation of these modes of representations is a functional interrelation which is always prefigured in their intentionality. Empty intending, envisaging, sense perception are not simply coordinated as species in a genus, as when I say that apples, pears, peaches, and plums are fruits. Rather, these modes stand to one another in functional relation, and the fulfillment itself is of an intentional character. Fulfillment means having the entity present in its intuitive content so that what is at first only emptily presumed in it demonstrates itself as grounded in the matters. Perception, or what it gives, points out, demonstrates. The empty intention is demonstrated in the state of affairs given in intuition, the originary perception gives the demonstration. The peculiar thing is that there is a correlation in such demonstration or fulfillment. Let us look at this more concretely. I can in an empty way now think of my desk at home simply in order to talk about it. I can fulfill this empty intention in a way by envisaging it to myself, and finally by going home and seeing it itself in an authentic and final experience. In such a demonstrative fulfillment the emptily intended and the originarily intuited come into coincidence. This bringing into coincidence the intended being experienced in the intuited as itself and self-same is an act of identification. The intended identifies itself in the intuited, self-sameness is experienced afferent. Here it is well to note that in this act of identification the identity is not apprehended thematically as self-sameness. Identification is for its part not already an apprehension of identity but solely of the identical. Inasmuch as intuition is bodily originary, it gives the entity itself, the matter itself. The emptily presumed is compared to the matter itself, so that in fulfillment I obtain insight into the matter itself. More precisely, I obtain insight into the groundedness in the matter of what was before only presumed. This fulfillment as an act of identification includes obtaining insight into the grounding of what is presumed in the matter. This act of obtaining insight, as identifying fulfillment, is called evidence. Evidence as identifying fulfillment is what we call evidence. Evidence is a specific intentional act, that of identifying the presumed and the intuited. The presumed is itself illuminated in the matter. This elaboration of evidence was for the first time brought to a successful resolution by Husserl, who thus made an essential advance beyond all the obscurities prevalent in the tradition of logic and epistemology. But it has not had much of an effect. Even today we still adhere to the traditional mythological account of evidence in regarding it as a peculiar indicator of certain lived experiences, especially experiences of judgment. It is something like a sign which wells up at times in the soul and announces that the psychic process with which it is associated is true. To some extent, it is as if a psychic datum announces that there is something real outside which corresponds to the judging. As everyone knows, this transcendent reality cannot itself become immanent. So there must be a way in which it can be announced on the inside. This is the so-called feeling of evidence of Rickert. But if we see that the acts of identifying apprehension are defined by intentionality, then we do not resort to the mythological account of evidence as psychic feeling or psychic datum, as though a pressure were first exerted and then it dawns on one that the truth is indeed there. It is further customary to regard evidence as an addition to a specific class of lived experiences, that of judgments. This restriction, along with the concept of evidence as a possible addition to psychic processes, do not correspond to the findings. It is readily seen that evidence in general is comprehensible only if we regard the intentionality in it now understood as identifying apprehension. But this at the same time yields a fundamental insight of great significance. Since the act of evidence connotes an identifying vision that selects a state of affairs from the originarily intuited matter, evidence is in its sense always of a sort and rigor which varies according to the ontological character of the field of subject matter, the intentional structure of the kind of apprehensive access, and the possibility of fulfillment grounded therein. We therefore speak of the regionality of evidence. All evidence is in its sense geared to a corresponding region of subject matter. It is absurd to want to transpose one possibility of evidence, for example, the mathematical, into other kinds of apprehension. The same holds for the idea of rigor of theoretical demonstration, which in its sense is built upon the concept of evidence peculiar to each type, philosophical, theological, physical. With all this regionality, on the other hand, the universality of evidence must again be stressed. Evidence is a universal function, first, of all acts which give their objects, and then, of all acts, evidence of willing and wishing, of loving and hoping. It is not restricted to assertions, predications, judgments. In this universality it at the same time varies according to the region of subject matter and the kind of access to it. We have thus arrived at the idea of pure and absolute evidence, apodicticity as insight into essential states of affairs, the idea of insight into individual states of affairs, subject matters, assertoric evidence, the idea of the connection of these two, the insight into the necessity of an individual state of affairs being so socian based upon the essential grounds of the posited individual. Why, truth as demonstrative identification. From what has now been brought out about the supreme and total fulfillment come two phenomenological concepts, those of truth and being. Definitive and thoroughgoing fulfillment means commensuration, adequatio, of what is presumed, intellectus, with the intuited subject matter itself, res. We thus obtain a phenomenological interpretation of the old scholastic definition of truth, veritas est adequatio reiet intellectus. In the context of presuming, this means that there is no partial intention in what is objectively given which would not be fulfilled intuitively, i.e., from the originarily intuited matter. Phenomenologically understood, adequatio refers to this commensuration in the sense of bringing into coincidence. Now, what does the term truth mean in the full structural context of knowledge? The demonstration of the presumed in the intuited is identification, an act which is phenomenologically specified in terms of intentionality, directing itself toward. This means that every act has its intentional correlate, perception the perceived, and identification the identified, here the being identical of presumed and intuited as the intentional correlate of the act of identification. Truth can be designated in a threefold way. The first concept of truth is this being identical of presumed and intuited. Being true is then equivalent to this being identical, the subsistence asterisk of this identity. We obtain this first asterisk bestand, subsistence in the double sense of being and persistence, i.e., continued existence. It may also etymologically suggest a background presence that stands under what is overtly present. Bestand is a stock word in the vocabulary of Heidegger both early and late. In general, it serves as his focus on the classical problem of permanence and change, and the traditional conception of being as constant presence. But the immediate context relevant here is Husserl's anti-psychologistic distinction between the persistent sameness of ideal being, sense, and the temporal variability of the real acts. Sept of truth by referring to the correlate of the act of identification, subsistence of the identity of presumed and intuited. Here it should be noted that in the living act of concrete perceiving and in the demonstration of what is presumed, this perceiving lives in the apprehension of the matter as such, in the performance of the act. In the coming into coincidence of the presumed with the intuited, I am solely and primarily directed toward the subject matter itself, and yet this is the peculiarity of this structural correlation. Evidence is experienced in this apprehension of the intuited matter itself. The correlation is peculiar in that something is experienced but not apprehended. So it is really only in apprehending the object as such, which amounts to not apprehending the identity, that this identity is experienced. This act of bringing into coincidence is in touch with the subject matter. It is precisely through this particular intentionality of being in touch with the subject matter Bader Sachsen that this intentionality, itself unthematic in its performance, is immediately and transparently experienced as true. This is the phenomenological sense of saying that in evident perception I do not thematically study the truth of this perception itself, but rather live in the truth. Being true is experienced as a distinctive relation, a comportmental relation verhalt between presumed and intuited, specifically in the sense of identity. Which intends such sense, as is evident from the following semester's course on logic, Die Frage Wahrheit, Gesamtausgabe Volume, Marburger Vorlesung Winter Semester, edited by Walter Biemel, Frankfurt, Klostermann, pp. Here as well as in Being and Time, H. Heidegger raises the question of the ontological status of a relation which subsists purportedly between the real and the ideal. Likewise, the reader should bear in mind that in most contexts Bestand has been translated as composition or, in the plural, constituents. In some of these contexts, such as the initial description of the categorial as constituents in entities, above, Bestand seems also to carry the connotation of subsistence, i.e., the type of being proper to the ideal being of categories. This formulation serves to link this commentary by Heidegger on the four senses of truth in the logical investigations. 6. The fourth is taken into account tacitly in the following subsection with his own sense of truth in Being and Time. To live in the truth here means to live in the state of identity and continuity between the signified and the intuited, a state which we continually experience but do not grasp. This is indicative of what it means to be in the truth, being and time, h, without knowing it thematically, whereby we understand the structures of our world as self-evident, as a matter of course in a straightforward living of them without considering them thematically. Cf. My Heidegger, The Transformation of the Categorial, in Hugh J. Silverman, John Salas, and Thomas M. Seebohm, eds, Continental Philosophy in America, Pittsburgh, Duquesne University Press, pp. Especially p. The formula recurs in the very next semester's course on logic, Die Frage nach der Wahrheit, OPCIT, p. But now with regard to the prepredicative structures of handy things in whose disclosure we already live. The habitual realm of static unions of which Husserl speaks on the basis of acts of naming and predication is thus shifted to the prepredicative acts, comportments, of having to do with things which fulfill their expectations in their functions and so establish a practical network of stable signifying relations involving for, in order to, and for the sake of. Call this distinctive relation the truth relation. Being true consists precisely in this relation. Truth in this sense is seen with respect to the correlate of the act of identification, that is, by way of intentionality with reference to the intentum. Correlatively, we can obtain a second concept of truth commensurate to the intentio, not to the content of the act but to the act itself. What is now thematic is not the being identical of what is intended in presuming and intuiting but the act structure of evidence itself as this coincident identification. Formulated differently, under consideration now is the idea of the structural relationship of the acts of presuming and intuiting, the structure of the intentionality of evidence itself, adequatio understood as adequare. Truth is now taken as a character of knowledge, as an act, which means as intentionality. The concept of truth as adequatio can be taken in a double sense, as it always has been in history, on the one hand as the correlate of identification, of the bringing into coincidence, and on the other as a specification of this very act of bringing into coincidence. The controversy over the concept of truth goes back and forth between the thesis, truth is a relationship of the state of affairs to the subject matter, and the thesis, Truth is a specific correlation of acts, for I can really only assert truth about knowing. Both conceptions try to direct the concept of truth to one side and so are incomplete. Neither the one oriented toward the state of affairs nor the one oriented toward the act captures the original sense of truth. We obtain a third concept of truth by turning once again to the intuited entity itself. The true can also be understood in terms of the very object which is. As the originarily intuited, it provides the demonstration, it gives the identification its ground and legitimacy. Here, the true amounts to that which makes knowledge true, i.e., the true making matter, the entity itself as an intuited matter. Truth here comes down to being real. This is a concept of truth which also emerged very early in Greek philosophy and was constantly being confused with the first two concepts. Truth and being, the first concept of truth understood as the subsistence of the identity of the intended and intuited truth as being true at the same time, also provides us with a specific sense of being in the sense of being true. Let us make this clear in connection with an assertion about a thing made in the simple perception of our chair: the chair is yellow. What is asserted as such, the asserted content of this assertion, is the being yellow of the chair, a content which is also called the judged state of affairs. It is subject to a twofold distinction. I can stress the being in the being yellow and so mean that the chair is really and truly yellow. You may have noted how we can use really and truly interchangeably. Underscoring being means that the truth relation just discussed subsists, an identity between presumed and intuited subsists. Being here means something like the subsistence of truth, of the truth relation, subsistence of identity. I can now emphasize this formulation of the state of affairs being yellow in its opposite pole. This is of course only a schematic consideration. I now underscore being yellow. If I reduce the judgment to the formula S equals P, this emphasis refers formally to the being P of S. This time I do not want to say that the judged state of affairs truly is, but to express the being P of S, the pertinence of the predicate to the subject. In other words, in the emphasis of being yellow, being refers to the being of the copula, the chair is yellow. This second concept of being does not refer to the subsistence of the truth relation, as the first does, but to a structural moment of the state of affairs itself. The state of affairs as a relation of the subject matter Sachverhalt als Verhalt has the formal structure S equals P. In the expression the chair is yellow, both meanings of being are meant: being as relational factor of the state of affairs as such, and being as truth relation, or more accurately, the subsistence and the stasis beständigen of the state of affairs in the truth relation. Since these two meanings have never been worked out phenomenologically, constant confusion reigns in the theory of judgment, in that such theories have been constructed without having separated these two senses of being. Only by way of such a separation can one see how these two senses condition each other in their structure and what possibilities of expression exist in the proposition as proposition. These are questions which belong to a phenomenological logic, including the distinction of these two concepts of being in the sense of truth interpreted as the subsistence of identity, and being in the sense of the copula interpreted as a structural moment of the state of affairs itself. The phenomenal connection in the structure is this: a true state of affairs which has this is in its structure, this being within itself, is itself the correlate of the act of identification, its intentum, the single correlate in the state of affairs. Put another way, the state of affairs as merely presumed is true as demonstrated in that very state of affairs. The truth relation thus subsists, the truth relation is true. These two concepts of truth and the corresponding two concepts of being were established in the initial elaboration of phenomenology and have persisted in further developments. This is important to keep in mind, since we shall later raise the fundamental question of the sense of being and thus come to face the question of whether the concept of being can really be originally drawn in this context of being true and the corresponding being real, and whether truth is primarily a phenomenon which is to be originally conceived in the context of assertions or, in the broader sense, of objectifying acts. The term truth is originally and properly attributed to intentionality, but this is done on the basis of its being composed of both the intentio and the intentum. Traditionally, it is attributed in particular to acts of assertion, that is, relational acts of predication. But we need only to recall our explication of evidence to see that even non-relational acts, that is, single-rate monothetic acts of simple apprehension, likewise can be subject to demonstration, that is, can be true or false. Phenomenology thus breaks with the restriction of the concept of truth to relational acts, to judgments. The truth of relational acts is only one particular kind of truth for the objectifying acts of knowing in general. Without being explicitly conscious of it, phenomenology returns to the broad concept of truth whereby the Greeks, Aristotle, could call true even perception as such and the simple perception of something. Since it does not become conscious of this return, it cannot even get in touch with the original sense of the Greek concept of truth. But because of this connection it succeeds for the first time in bringing an understandable sense to the scholastic definition of truth, which by way of a detour goes back to the Greeks, and in rescuing it from the confusing misreading which instituted the fateful introduction of the concept of image into the interpretation of knowledge. While truth is traditionally linked to the relational acts of judgment, the term being is readily attributed to the correlate of non-relational, single-rate acts, as a specification of the object, of the subject matter itself. But just as truth must undergo a widening, so too must being, a widening not only from the subject matter but from the state of affairs being and being such and such. This may suffice for the characterization of the phenomenological interpretation of being and truth. What we have attained with it is first of all a preparation for the understanding of categorial intuition, but it is also of fundamental significance for our broader topical discussions. b. It has already been noted that the fundamental sense of intuition is not necessarily limited to the originary apprehension of the sensory. In addition, the concept does not imply even the slightest assumption as to whether the intuition is realized in a flash and yields isolated point-like objects. At the same time we have, with the closer examination of the intentional connection of intention and fulfillment and the elaboration of evidence as an identifying act, tacitly introduced phenomena without clarifying them. The determination of truth as a truth relation, say, of a state of affairs, was accomplished by going back to propositions and assertions in which it was suggested that we consummate these assertions in perceiving the chair as a thing. Assertions are acts of meaning, and assertions in the sense of a formulated proposition are only specific forms of expressness, where expressness has the sense of expressing lived experiences or comportments through meaning. It is essentially owing to phenomenological investigations that this authentic sense of the expressing and expressedness of all comportments was made fundamental and placed in the foreground of the question of the structure of the logical. This is not surprising when we consider that our comportments are in actual fact pervaded through and through by assertions, that they are always performed in some form of expressness. It is also a matter of fact that our simplest perceptions and constitutive states are already expressed, even more, are interpreted in a certain way. What is primary and original here? It is not so much that we see the objects and things but rather that we first talk about them. To put it more precisely, we do not say what we see, but rather the reverse, we see what one says about the matter. This inherently determinate character of the world and its potential apprehension and comprehension through expressness, through already having been spoken and talked over, is basically what must now be brought out in the question of the structure of categorial intuition. A. Expression of perceptions. The question now is how we can call an assertion true when we make it within a concrete perception. Can the assertion which I make in a concrete and actual perception be fulfilled in the same way that an empty intention corresponding to the concrete perception is fulfilled? Let us formulate this sort of case in ordinary language. I give expression to my perception with the assertion this chair is yellow and upholstered. What are we to understand here by expression? There are two possibilities. First, to give expression to a perception can mean to give notice or to announce, announcement of the act of perceiving, announcing that I am now performing it. I communicate that I am now having this perception. This possibility of announcing acts exists not only for perceiving but for any act. There are announcements which confirm the performance of perceiving, representing, judging, wishing, expecting, and the like. When I say to you I hope you'll take care of that, this implies that I expect you to take care of it. Among other things, here it is a matter of communicating to the other that I expect something from him. Or when I say I wish that, I give expression to the wish, I announce that I am animated by this wish. Giving expression in this first sense is therefore announcing the presence of an act, my being animated by it. To give expression to a perception then means something like the following: I now communicate that I hear the sound of a car below. But giving expression to a perception may not signify giving notice of the act but the communication of what is perceived in the act. In this second kind of expressing I make no assertion about the act and its presence, and I do not confirm the occurrence within me of a perception of a chair. Now the assertion expounds on what is itself apprehended, on the basis of what is perceived in these acts, it expounds on the entity itself. This sense of expression now carries over into all acts which simply give the object. Thus, in emptily intending, merely thinking of something, I can make assertions about it. I then do not make an assertion about a mere representation, about something subjective, but about what is itself presumed, but of course in a way such that I do not intuitively demonstrate in it the individual steps of that about which I say something. Giving expression in the sense of communicating what is perceived in perception becomes a question for us when we speak of perceptual assertions. A perceptual assertion is a communication about the entity perceived in perception and not about the act of perception as such. Let us stay with our exemplary case of the perception of a particular thing and the assertion made in it. Such an assertion makes certain relations stand out from the matter, which is at first apprehended directly and simply in its unarticulated totality. It draws these relations out of the originarily given intuitive content. It is here that the assertion has its demonstration as coincidence: it is true. There is a tendency toward truth, of being true to itself, in the very sense of the assertion. Only in this way is it really what it is. What was said about truth, adequation, fulfillment in the simple acts of apprehension obviously applies all the more to the acts of assertion. We shall therefore try to see how the perceptual assertion is fulfilled in what is perceived. Let us therefore return to our exemplary case. We have what the simple perception gives, the complete content of the real subject matter found before us, chair, as well as the assertion about it: this chair is yellow and upholstered. This S is P and Q. Our question is whether this assertion finds its complete fulfillment in what is perceived. Is every intention within the full intending and asserting perceptually demonstrable in the subject matter? In short, is the perceptual assertion which gives expression to perception demonstrable perceptually? Put another way, can the idea of truth, gained in connection with evidence, be realized in assertions themselves, which constitute such a broad field among the concrete acts of our comportment? To direct our question more precisely into the particulars of this assertion: are the this, the is, the end perceptually demonstrable in the subject matter? I can see the chair, its being upholstered and its being yellow, but I shall never in all eternity see the this, is, and as I see the chair. There is in the full perceptual assertion a surplus of intentions whose demonstration cannot be borne by the simple perception of the subject matter. But perhaps such a demonstration is still possible in the less complicated expression of a simple naming, a so-called nominal positing of the kind the yellow upholstered chair. But upon closer inspection we find a surplus even here. I can see the color yellow but not the being yellow, being colored, and the expressive element yellow, that is, the attribute, in its full expression in fact means the chair being yellow. And this being in this expression and in the one above in the form is cannot be perceived. Being is not a real moment in the chair like the wood, the weight, hardness, or color, nor is it something on the chair like the upholstery and screws. Being, Kant already said, whereby he meant being real, is not a real predicate of the object. This also holds for being in the sense of the copula. There is obviously no adequation between what is expressed and what is perceived. In content, what is perceived falls short of what the assertion asserts of it. The assertion expresses something which is simply not found perceptually. Accordingly, it seems that we must give up the idea of an adequate fulfillment of assertions and the idea of truth associated with it. But before we draw conclusions, which is always suspect in philosophy, we first wish to examine the matter a bit more closely. We wish to ask what exactly is here at first left unfulfilled, the this, the is, the and. We said that color can be seen, but being colored cannot. Color is something sensory and real. Being, however, is nothing of the sort, for it is not sensory or real. While the real is regarded as the objective, as a structure and moment of the object, the non-sensory is equated with the mental in the subject, the immanent. The real is given from the side of the object, the rest is thought into it by the subject. But the subject is given in inner perception. Will I find being, unity, plurality, or in inner perception? The origin of these non-sensory moments lies in immanent perception, in the reflection upon consciousness. This is the argument of British empiricism since Locke. This argumentation has its roots in Descartes, and it is in principle still present in Kant and German idealism, though with essential modification. Today we are in a position to move against idealism precisely on this front only because phenomenology has demonstrated that the nonsensory and ideal cannot without further ado be identified with the immanent, conscious, subjective. This is not only negatively stated but positively shown, and this constitutes the true sense of the discovery of categorical intuition, which we now want to bring out more precisely. Because the is, being, unity, thisness and the like refer to the non-sensory, and the non-sensory is not real, not objective, hence is something subjective, we must look to the subject, to consciousness. But when we consider the consciousness, then, as long as its intentionality is not taken into account, and this was the typical way of considering it before what we find are acts of consciousness understood as psychic processes. If I study the consciousness, I always find only judging, wishing, representing, perceiving, remembering, in short, immanent psychic events, or, to put it in Kant's terms, that which becomes present to me through the inner sense. Phenomenological consistency dictates that even those concepts which are demonstrated through the inner sense are basically sensory concepts accessible through the inner sense. When I examine the immanence of consciousness, I always find only the sensory and objective, which I must take as an immanently real component of the psychic process, but I never find anything like being, this, and. Husserl therefore says, it is not in the reflection upon judgments nor even upon fulfillments of judgments, but rather in these fulfillments themselves that we find the true source of the concept's state of affairs and being, in the copulative sense. It is not in these acts as objects but in the objects of these acts that we find the abstractive basis for the realization of the concepts in question. The category being, and, or, this, one, several, then are nothing like consciousness, but are correlates of certain acts. If I want to form the concept of aggregate, I find this phenomenon of aggregate not by reflecting upon the psychic process of bringing together A plus B plus C plus D, but by referring to what is presumed in this act of assembling, not in the direction of the act but of what the act gives. Likewise, I find the categorial of identity not in the reflection upon consciousness and the subject as a process of ideating comportment, but in reference to what is intended in this comportment as such. From this fundamental and crucial rectification of an old prejudice, which interprets and identifies nonsensory or unreal with immanent and subjective, we at the same time see that the overcoming of this prejudice is at once linked to the discovery of intentionality. We do not know what we are doing when we opt for the correct conception of the categorial and at the same time think we can dismiss intentionality as a mythical concept. The two are one and the same. Allness, and, but, are nothing like consciousness, nothing psychic, but a special kind of objectivity. Here it is a matter of acts which aim to give something in itself, something which does not have the character of a real sensory thing like object or a part or moment of such an object. These moments are not demonstrable through sense perception. But they are demonstrable by way of an essentially similar type of fulfillment, namely, an originary self-giving in corresponding data acts. Since allness, number, subject, predicate, state of affairs, something are objects, we will correspondingly have to understand as intuitions the acts which originarily demonstrate them, if only we adhere to our initial sense of intuition. The moments in the full assertion which did not find fulfillment in sense perception receive it through non-sensory perception through categorial intuition. The categorial are the moments of the full assertion whose mode of fulfillment has not yet been clarified. Simple and multi-level acts. We must now sharpen the distinction between the two kinds of intuition and define more precisely categorial acts as such. We showed that the simple perception, that is, the sense perception of a thing, does not bring about the fulfillment of all the intentions of the assertion. While perception in its intentionality has already been roughly characterized, the feature of the simple has been left undefined. But supplying the missing definition of this feature must at the same time permit its difference from the other kind of acts, so-called categorial acts, to emerge. What constitutes the feature of simplicity in perception? Clarification of this element of simplicity will also lead to the clarification of the sense of the founding and being founded of categorial acts. With the clarification of the founded act, we are concurrently placed in the position of understanding the objectivity both of simple perception and of founded acts as a unified objectivity. It permits us to see how even simple perception, which is usually called sense perception, is already intrinsically pervaded by categorial intuition. The intentionality of perceptual apprehension is in fact simple and straightforward, but this in itself does not rule out a high degree of complexity in its act structure. We have already established a number of things about simple perception. For one thing, it implies that its object is bodily given and persists in this state as the same object. In the course of various adumbrations which show themselves in a sequence of perceptions, I see the object as identically the same. I can go through such a sequence of perceptions of one and the same thing, for example, by going around the object. How can the continuity of the sequence be specified? The sequence is no mere demonstration of temporally contiguous acts which are subsequently drawn together and so made into a perception. Rather, it can be phenomenologically established that every single phase of perception in the whole of the continuous sequence is in itself a full perception of the thing. In every moment the whole thing is bodily itself and is this itself as the same. This means that the continuum of the perceptual sequence is not instituted supplementally by a supervening synthesis, but that what is perceived in the sequence is there at one level of act. In short, the perceptual continuity is a single perception, merely extended, one might say. It presents its object in a straightforward and immediate way. We call this feature, whereby the perceptual phases are carried out at one level of act and every phase of the perceptual sequence is a full perception, the simplicity or single-level character of perception. Simplicity means the absence of multi-level acts, which institute their unity only subsequently. This feature of the simple therefore refers to a way of apprehending, and that means a feature of intentionality. As a way of apprehending, such a feature does not rule out the highest degree of complexity in the structure of this perception, as we have already said. Simplicity of perception also does not mean simplicity of the act structure as such. Conversely, the multi-level character of categorial acts does not exclude the simplicity of these acts. This characteristic manner of apprehension in sense perception and its single-level character also permit a definition of the real object. This definition, which certainly has its limits, is first derived strictly within this analysis of perception and its object. For Husserl, this sense of the real signifies the most original sense of reality. A real object is by definition a possible object of a simple perception. This also determines the concept of the real part or, in the broadest sense, of the real portion, the real moment, the real form. Every part example form of a real object is a real part. We must adhere to this definition when we come to the question of how the structural moments of the categorial structures themselves are related to the real object. I expressly emphasize that this concept of reality correlative to simple sense perception, is a very particular concept of real, precisely the one that determines the analysis of the reality of the war, d as Husserl carries it out. In simple apprehension, the totality of the object is explicitly given through the bodily sameness of the thing. The parts, moments, portions of what is at first simply perceived, by contrast, are there implicitly, unsilhouetted but still given so that they can be made explicit. This simple perception, or what it gives the entity itself in the present, can of course on its part now become the basis for acts which are built upon it in its specific intentionality as correlate of its objectivity, and so claim it as the foundation for the construction of new objectivities. In the foregoing, these new kinds of objects were merely indicated, presumed in the act of presuming the full assertion. This initial indication included a preliminary suggestion of a mode of intuition giving such objects. Now it is a matter of seeing the connection of this new objectivity with that of the real objects, the objectivity of the basic level, in other words, of seeing the structural and constructional relationships of the intentions themselves. From what has been said about the basic constitution of intentionality, the two objectivities cannot be separated. When we now speak of connections between acts, like those at the ground level and those built upon it, simple and founded acts, we are not thereby directing our attention to psychic events and their coupling in the manner of temporal succession. Rather, connections between acts are constructional relationships and modifications of intentionality, that is, structures of the particular directedness toward the objects appropriate to each type. As acts, they always have their possible entity which they themselves intend, and they have it in a specific how of givenness. What gives itself as objective in the multilevel acts can never become accessible in the simple acts at the ground level. This means that categorial acts make the objectivity upon which they build the simply given accessible in a new kind of object. This new way of making the simply given object accessible is also called the act of expression. Quite generally, the following can be said of the relationships of the founded acts to the simple founding acts: the founded acts, the categorial acts, are indeed directed toward the objectivities co-posited in them from the simple acts, the founding acts, but in a manner which does not coincide with the intentionality of the simply giving act, as if the founded categorial act were only a formalized repetition of the simply giving act. This implies that the founded acts disclose the simply given objects anew, such that these objects come to explicit apprehension precisely in what they are. Two groups of such categorial, founded acts shall be considered in order to bring out the essential elements of categorial intuition: acts of synthesis, acts of universal intuition, or better, acts of intuition of the universal, or in more rigorous terminology, acts of ideation. This consideration of acts of ideation at the same time gives us the transition to the third discovery of phenomenology we shall discuss, the characterization of the a priori. We shall consider categorial acts from 3 points of view: in regard to their founded character, in regard to their character as giving acts, in short, they are intuitions, they give objectivity, in regard to the way and manner in which the objectivity of simple acts are given with them. C. Acts of synthesis. In the simple perception of an entity, the perceived entity itself is first there simply in one fold, as it were without complication. This simplicity means that the real parts and moments included in it do not stand out in relief. But inasmuch as they are present in the unity of the whole object which is apprehended simply, they can also be brought out explicitly. This bringing into relief takes place in new and special acts of explication. Consider, for example, the simple accentuation of the Q, of the yellow in the perceived chair, in the S, that is, in the whole of the subject matter perceived as a unity. Simply drawing out the color as a specific property in the chair first makes the Q, the yellow, present as a moment, that is, in a form which was not present before in the simple perception of the thing. Accentuating Q as something which is in S, however, also involves accentuating S as a whole containing the Q within itself. Accentuating Q as part of the whole and accentuating the whole which contains Q as a part are one and the same act of accentuating S as a whole. Moreover, this accentuation of Q as something situated in S basically accentuates this relation of Q and S. In other words, the being yellow of the chair, the previously unarticulated subject matter, now becomes visible through the articulation, through the arrangement which we call the state of affairs. However, even though this accentuation of the state of affairs is grounded in the perceived subject matter, it cannot be said that the state of affairs itself, the composition brought out in the subject matter, is a real part or portion of this matter. The being yellow of the chair, this state of affairs as such, is not a real moment in the chair like the arms or the upholstery. This state of affairs is rather of an ideal nature. The chair does not contain its being yellow as a real property. What is real is the yellow, and in the state of affairs only the quality is accentuated as something real, objective. Drawing out the state of affairs thus transforms nothing in the given matter, nothing happens to the chair and its simply given reality. Yet through this new objectivity of the accentuated state of affairs, the chair becomes expressly visible precisely in what it is. Its presence, its being present, becomes more authentic through this assertion, through the accentuation of Q as situated in S, the accentuation therefore of the relation of the state of affairs. In this accentuation, we have a form of more authentic objectification of the given matter. We should bear in mind here that the sequence of accentuating steps which proceeds from Q to S and then to the relation does not ultimately and authentically depict how such an accentuation of a state of affairs is carried out. We shall see later that what is primary is not first drawing Q out, then S as the whole, and finally taking them together, as if the relationship of the state of affairs were assembled from elements already given. Instead, the reverse is the case. What is primary is the relating itself, through which the members of the relation as such first become explicit. Another observation: the direction in the accentuation of the state of affairs as just described is not the only one possible. We just went from Q to S, or from part to whole. But we can also go in the opposite direction, from the simple apprehension of the whole to the part. In other words, we can say not only that Q is situated in S but also that S contains Q. We are thus discussing a relation which can be taken in two ways. This double direction belongs to the very sense of the structure of a state of affairs. The acts of accentuating and giving the relationship are not next to and after one another but are unified in the unity of intending the very relation of the state of affairs. They constitute an original unity of acts which, as an overarching unity, brings the new objectivity, more precisely, the entity in this new objectivity, to givenness primarily presumed and as such present. The new objectivity, the state of affairs, is characterized as a specific relation whose members give what is articulated in them in the form of subject and predicate. The act of relating, in which the subject matter becomes present in the how of the state of affairs now so founded, can be understood according to the double analysis of regarding whole or part, both as synthesis and as diaeresis, taking together and laying apart. This Aristotle already saw. The sense of these acts must now be properly understood. Synthesis is not so much a matter of connecting two parts which are at first separated, as we glue two things together and fuse them. Instead, AVVFFT, are to be understood intentionally, in other words, their sense is one which gives an object. Synthesis is not a connecting of objects, but AVVECRL, give objects. The crucial feature in this synthesis is that Q shows itself as belonging to S, the simple wholeness of S shows itself explicitly. It thus becomes clear that the accentuation and presentation of the state of affairs as a whole is possible only on the basis of the already given subject matter, and in fact takes place so that this matter and this alone shows itself explicitly in the state of affairs. The founded act of relating gives something which is inconceivable through simple perception as such. A further observation: the accentuated state of affairs is itself not a real part of the subject matter but a categorial form. The non-real, categorial character of the specific relation state of affairs is brought home most vividly by envisaging an explicating assertion in which a real relation is thematically asserted. This will also give us an opportunity to describe a new kind of categorial objectification. Suppose we are asked simply to look at two platelets of different hues. We find that we can plainly see that A is brighter than B. This particular real relation is given with the intuitive presentation of the two. We must take the sense of the real here in its most natural and familiar meaning and not talk of, say, physical or physiological objectivity. This given matter of fact can now be made expressly present in the assertion A is brighter than B. This means that A is specified by its being brighter than B. In a formal abridgment, A has in itself, where O does not merely signify brighter but brighter than B. In other words, within the presently accentuated state of affairs as a relational whole, there is a relation which is itself included in one of the relational members, the predicate member. The one relatum of the state of affairs, which is a categorial relation, is itself a relation, in fact a real one. Brighter than is already there at the ground level of perception as a content of the real subject matter, the two platelets. Being brighter than, however, is accessible only in a new act, namely, in the first founded act of predicative relating. The real relation brighter than is presented in the new objectivity of the predicate member, and that means in the whole of a non-real relation. This presentation of the real relation in the whole of the ideal relation of the state of affairs now, however, does not imply that the real relation itself is thematically apprehended here. This is indeed the case in a somewhat differently constructed assertion of the form, this relationship of brightness between A and B is easier to notice than that between C and D. Now, on the one hand, the brighter than is apprehended thematically specifically by way of a naming, a nominalization, at the same time, as named, thus simply considered, and no longer merely simply perceived, it stands in the objectivity of the subject member of an assertion. Any state of affairs posited explicitly in the full assertion A is brighter than B can be nominalized. Nominalization is the form in which we thematically grasp a state of affairs itself, here, the being brighter of A with respect to B. But this nominalization is to be distinguished from the simple accentuation of brighter than. The possibility thus exists that a real relation, that of brighter than, can be accentuated in the matters themselves into an ideal relation, that of a state of affairs A is brighter than B, in which the real relation forms a relation of the ideal one. The two do not coincide. For the real relation of brighter than is merely the content of one relatum in the whole of the state of affairs. Here it is clear that the state of affairs itself must be understood as a relation of a very special kind. When we say that the relation of state of affairs is ideal and not real, this certainly does not mean, and this is the decisive point, that it is not objective or even the least bit less objective than what is given as real. Rather, by way of understanding what is present in categorial intuition, we can come to see that the objectivity of an entity is really not exhausted by this narrow definition of reality, that objectivity in its broadest sense is much richer than the reality of a thing, and what is more, that the reality of a thing is comprehensible in its structure only on that basis of the full objectivity of the simply experienced entity. Some other kinds of synthetic acts within the group of categorial intuition are the acts of conjoining and disjoining, whose objective correlates are the conjunction and disjunction, the and the or. A simply given multiplicity of objects can become expressly objective in the act of conjoining by my assertion of A plus B plus C. In this act of comprising, the plus always appears objectively too. In such acts the and appears, and with it the objective basis for the formation of the concept of aggregate. The and institutes a new objectivity which is founded in the initial one but which makes this first objectivity more explicit. The and always includes, with structural necessity, the co-intension of that of which it is this particular relation and. Accentuation is most clearly seen in the distinction of the simple perception of a matter in its figural moments as against the express presentation of the multiplicity as an enumerated plurality. I can in a single act of perception simply see a flock of birds or a row of trees. Such given wholes are self-contained. The unity of a row, a swarm, a flock of wild ducks is not based upon a prior act of counting. It is an intuitive unity which gives the whole simply. It is figural. Husserl saw the figural quite early in his mathematical investigations. It has now also entered psychology under the name of Gestalt. This discovery forms the basis for a new psychology, Gestalt psychology. It has already become a worldview. D. Acts of ideation. We have been discussing the founded acts of synthesis, which necessarily contend their founding objectivity. These differ from the act of ideation, which is also based upon a founding objectivity but does not actually intend this founding objectivity. These acts of ideation, of the intuition of the universal, are categorial acts which give their object. They give what is called an idea, IC, species. The Latin term species is the translation of also, the outward appearance of something. The acts of universal intuition give what is seen in the matters first and simply. When I perceive simply, moving about in my environmental world, when I see houses, for example, I do not first see houses primarily and expressly in their individuation, in their distinctiveness. Rather, I first see universally, this is a house. This as what, the universal feature of house, is itself not expressly apprehended in what it is, but is already comprehended in simple intuition as that which to some extent here illuminates what is given. Ideation is that act of data intuition which actually gives the species, that is, the universal of individuations. In ideating abstraction, the species house is brought into relief within the multiplicity of individual houses. From a multitude of individuations of red I see the red. This seeing from of the idea is a founded act, since it is based upon an already given apprehension of individuation. But the objective here, which ideation allows us to see anew, the idea itself, the identical unity red, this objective is not the individuation, this particular red. The individual is indeed founding, but in such a way that it is precisely not cointended, as it is in the end of conjunction, which cointends both this and that, raises this A and B up into the new objectivity. Here, however, the founding objectivity is not taken up into the content of what is intended in ideation. The founding act of individual representation intends the this here or a multiplicity of them in a particular regard, these red balls insofar as they are alike. This being alike can be seen at a glance or can be established in a comparative survey of the balls. But in all these cases the likeness as such is not thematically objective. In other words, it is not that in itself with regard to which the balls are compared. The to which of the regard is the ideal unity of likeness as such and not the likenesses of the balls as real objects. Each concrete apprehending thus also already includes the ideal unity of the species, although not explicitly as that toward which the regard of comparative consideration looks. That toward which I look in comparing, the regard of the comparable, can in its own right be isolated in its pure state of affairs. I thus acquire the idea. The state of affairs of red as such is thereby totally indifferent to any particular individuation. As far as the content of the idea is concerned, it makes absolutely no difference in which concrete objects, in which nuances the red is realized in the particular individuation. But the fact that a fundament is there at all belongs in turn to the act of ideation, which like all categorial acts is a founded act. We have thus made 4 points about the sense of the object of categorial intuition in the form of ideation. The new objectivity, the species, in general requires a fundament in some kind of individuation, the exemplary foundation which gives something but is not itself intended. The extent of the concrete individuations is arbitrary. Even the relation of the material content of the idea to the possible extent of its individuations is secondary. The ideal unity of the species, of the universal, as it is also called, is a unity of immutable or invariant identity. The unity of the species is one and the same in every concrete red. We have accordingly set forth 2 groups of categorial acts. In the latter group, we have seen that there are categorial acts which in their sense naturally need founding objects, and yet do not themselves intend them. The distinction between simple acts of intuiting and founded acts of intuiting should now be clear, at least in a provisional form. The former are called sense intuition and the latter categorial intuition. The full composition of the intentions of the assertion this S is P and Q certainly does not get fulfilled in the domain of sense intuition, but even the categorial acts of is and as such cannot in isolation provide the possible fulfillment of this assertion. The full composition of the intentions of this assertion instead takes place intuitively only in a founded act, in a sense perception pervaded by categorial acts. This means that concrete intuition expressly giving its object is never an isolated, single-layered sense perception, but is always a multi-layered intuition, that is, a categorially specified intuition. It is just this full, multi-layered, categorially specified intuition which is the possible fulfillment of the assertion giving expression to it. If we look for the composition wholly in acts which give their objects and do not reduce categorial acts to subjective additions and functions of a mythical understanding, just because their correlate as ideal being is not found in the real, in the sensory, then the field of assertions also contains the idea and the possibility of adequate fulfillment. To put it more accurately, the discussion of the idea of truth as a unity of coincidence of the presumed and intuited was for us but the occasion for clarifying the compositive existence bestand of categorial acts as such in the act of asserting itself. A. Averting misunderstandings. Before we summarize the significance of this discovery of categorial intuition and secure its positive scope for ourselves, we should first correct certain misunderstandings which easily creep into the phenomenological concept of categorial intuition. This happens all the more readily because this discovery is itself obtained in a traditional horizon of inquiry and interpreted with traditional concepts. This is also an indication that the discovery has perhaps not yet really been exploited in its true possibilities. In order to proceed in this direction, however, the discovery first had to be made. In other words, we must first gain control of it. It is very easy and pleasant to make great projections after the barricades of prejudice have been breached. After the horizon has been laid open, but then one forgets that the crucial work in the field of philosophical research is always this first step, namely, the work of laying open and disclosing as such. Such research, which, one might say, works invisibly below the surface and is itself buried when the prejudices collapse, yields meager results. And practical results in logical and ontological work are unusual enough, even in Aristotle. But this is precisely our guide and direction. In order to arrive at the ground and horizon, the way must be followed in that direction, the radical and perhaps not yet explicit line of questioning must be undertaken. Categorial intuition itself and its manner of elaboration have exercised a positive influence especially on the works of Skeeler, particularly in his investigations on the material ethics of value. Lask's investigations into the logic of philosophy and the theory of judgment are also determined by these investigations into categorial intuition. Categorial acts are founded acts, in other words, everything categorial ultimately rests upon sense intuition. This thesis must be correctly understood. It does not say that the categories ultimately can be interpreted as sensory. Rather, resting here means that they are founded. We can formulate the import of the sentence in this way: everything categorial ultimately rests upon sense intuition, no objective explication floats freely but is always an explication of something already given. The thesis that everything categorial ultimately rests upon sense intuition is but a restatement of the Aristotelian proposition, ovetotevcpcxvtxap.co, ijl/rosage, the soul can presume nothing, apprehend nothing objective in its objectivity, if nothing at all has been shown to it beforehand. A thought without a founding sensuousness is absurd. The idea of a pure intellect could only be conceived before an elementary analysis of knowledge in the irrevocable evidence of its composition. While the idea of a pure intellect is also absurd, the concept of a pure categorial act still has a valid sense. Acts of ideation indeed rest upon individual intuition but do not directly intend what is intuited in it as such. Ideation constitutes a new objectivity, generality. Now, intuitions which exclude not only everything individual but also everything sensory from their objective content are pure categorial intuitions, in contrast to those which still include sensory components, categoria ou mixed intuitions. In contrast to these two groups, pure and mixed categorial intuitions, there is sense intuition, sense abstraction, the abstractive seeing of a pure sensory idea. Ideation in the field of the sensory yields objects such as color in general, house in general. In the field of inner sense, it yields judgment in general, wish in general and the like. Mixed categorial ideations yield ideas like coloration in the sense of being colored, where being constitutes the specifically non-sensory categorial moment. The axiom of parallels, every geometric proposition, is certainly categorial but is still defined by sensuousness, by spatiality in general. Examples of pure categorial concepts are unity, plurality, relation. Pure logic, as pure mathesis universalis, Leibniz, does not contain a single sensory concept. Pure categorial, mixed, and sensory abstraction make it clear that the concept of sensuousness is a very broad one. One must therefore be very careful about proceeding in the usual way, to impute a sensualism to phenomenology and to think thereby that it is solely a matter of sense data. Sensuousness is a formal phenomenological concept and refers to all material content as it is already given by the subject matters themselves. This is to be contrasted with the proper concept of the categorial, that is, of the formal and objectively empty. Sensuousness is therefore the title for the total constellation of entities which are given beforehand in their material content. Materiality in general, spatiality in general are sensory concepts, even though there is nothing of the data of sensation in the idea of spatiality. This broad concept of sensuousness is really at the bottom of the distinction of sense and categorial intuition. Of course, this had not yet clearly surfaced in the initial elaboration of these connections in the logical investigations, as it did 10 years later. One sees in the antithesis of the two kinds of intuition a recurrence of the old contrast of sense and understanding. If one adds to this the conceptual pair of form and matter, the issue may be laid out in the following fashion: sensuousness is characterized as receptivity and understanding as spontaneity, Kant, the sensory as matter and the categorial as form. Accordingly, the spontaneity of understanding becomes the formative principle of a receptive matter, and in one stroke we have the old mythology of an intellect which glues and rigs together the world's matter with its own forms. Whether it is metaphysical or epistemological as in Rickert, the mythology is the same. Categorial intuition is subject to this misunderstanding only as long as the basic structure of intuiting and of all comportments intentionality is not seen or is suppressed. The categorial forms are not constructs of acts but objects which manifest themselves in these acts. They are not something made by the subject and even less something added to the real objects, such that the real entity is itself modified by this forming. Rather, they actually present the entity more truly in its being in itself. Categorial acts constitute a new objectivity. This is always to be understood intentionally and does not mean that they let the things spring up just anywhere. Constituting does not mean producing in the sense of making and fabricating, it means letting the entity be seen in its objectivity. This objectivity, which presents itself in the categorial acts or in perceptions pervaded by categorial acts, is not a result of the activity of intellectual understanding upon the external world. It is not a result of an activity upon an already given mix of sensations or throng of affections, which are ordered to form a picture of the world. Employment of these old terms matter and form, especially in their traditional exhaustion and impoverished meaning, obviously fosters this misinterpretation. But our remark on the distinction of sensory and categorial concepts already indicates that matter and material do not acquire their sense in relation to the potential transformability of a material by functions and forms of the mind. Instead, materiality refers to the content of a subject matter as against a formally empty something and its structures, which bring out that content. But the prevalence of concepts like matter and form, which one might say belong to the ancestral household effects of philosophy, and the prevalence of the problems embedded in them are too powerful to be overcome neatly in a single stroke here as well, where with their assistance something completely new is emerging. The significance of this discovery, the decisive character of the discovery of categorial intuition, can be summarized in a threefold way. There are acts in which ideal constituents show themselves in themselves, which are not constructs of these acts, functions of thinking or of the subject. The possibility of this kind of intuition and of what presents itself in it provides the basis for bringing out the structures of these ideal objects, for working out the categories. In other words, the discovery of categorial intuition for the first time concretely paves the way for a genuine form of research capable of demonstrating the categories. In a narrower context, this discovery has pointed the way to a real understanding of abstraction, ideation, of the apprehension of the idea. A provisional answer is thus provided to an old dispute, the problem of the universals, of the being of universal concepts. The Middle Ages from the time of Boethius posed the question of whether a universal is a residential or a mere flatus vocis * what in the th century was called a * literally breath of the voice, that is, a mere name or sound, which characterizes the position of nominalism in the medieval controversy over the existence of universals. Mere viewpoint, a universal consciousness to which nothing objective corresponds. But the justified denial of the reality of universals in the same sense as the reality of a chair also led to the denial of the objectivity of the universal and so obstructed the path to the understanding of universal objects and of the being of the ideal. This spell was broken by the discovery of categorial intuition, in particular ideation. As a result of this discovery, philosophical research is now in a position to conceive the a priori more rigorously and to prepare for the characterization of the sense of its being. This objectivity which gives itself in such acts of categorial intuition is itself the objective manner in which reality itself can become more truly objective. The exhibition of categorial structure serves to broaden the idea of objectivity such that this objectivity can itself be exhibited in its content in the investigation of the corresponding intuition. In other words, the phenomenological research which breaks through to objectivity arrives at the form of research sought by ancient ontology. There is no ontology alongside a phenomenology. Rather, scientific ontology is nothing but phenomenology. Categorial intuition as intentional comportment was deliberately given only second place in the series of discoveries. With regard to our understanding of the first discovery, categorial intuition is just a concretion of the basic constitution of intentionality announced there. As categorial intuition is possible only on the basis of the phenomenon of intentionality having been seen before it, so the third discovery to be discussed now is intelligible only on the basis of the second and accordingly on the basis of the first. It is first in this way that the sequence of discoveries accounts for itself, and the first manifests its fundamental significance step by step. The original sense the a priori. The elaboration of the sense of the a priori is the third discovery which we owe to the beginnings of phenomenology. This discovery may be characterized more briefly, because despite some essential insights into phenomenology the a priori itself is still not made very clear, because it is still by and large intertwined with traditional lines of inquiry, and, above all because the clarification of its sense really presupposes the understanding of what we are seeking, time. Accordingly, general ideas have no existence except as a word. Heidegger is here placing the discovery of categorial intuition in the context of traditional philosophy since Plato. It is seldom noted that Heidegger has inaugurated a new chapter in the state-old problem of the universals in his search for an ontology of occasional expressions, for the universal structures of temporal particularity cr. On the way to being and time. Original sense of the a priori. The latter is already evident from the clarification of the term, a priori pre-estipon pov earlier, a priori what from before, from earlier on already is. The a priori to something is that which already always is the earlier. This is a wholly formal definition of the a priori. It has not yet been stated what that something is in regard to which something earlier is found. The a priori is a term which implies a time sequence, the idea of a before and after, although this is left quite vague, undefined, and empty. The scientific motives for the discovery and development of the a priori, which already begin with Plato. How was it first conceived? What were the limits within which it could be conceived, cannot be depicted or clarified now. Our only questions will be, what was understood by this term? How does phenomenology now understand it? Since Kant, but in its substance since Descartes, the term a priori has been attributed first and foremost to knowing, to that which determines cognitive comportment. Knowledge is a priori when it is not based upon empirical inductive experience, when it is not dependent upon knowledge of the real as its founding authority. A priori knowledge accordingly has no need of experience. From the interpretation of knowing given by Descartes, a priori knowledge is accessible first and only in the subject as such, insofar as it is self-enclosed and remains within its own sphere. A priori knowledge is in this way always already included in all knowledge of the real, in all transcendent knowledge. The opposite to a priori knowing is now called knowing a posteriori, the later, that is, that which comes after the earlier and pure subjective knowing. It is the knowledge of the object. Underlying this classification of the sense of the a priori and a posteriori of knowledge is the thesis of the priority of the knowledge of subjectivity, a thesis which Descartes based on the cogito sum, residential cogitans. Thus even today, the a priori is still identified as a feature belonging specifically to the subjective sphere, and a priori knowledge is also called inner knowledge, inner vision. This concept of the a priori can be broadened to include any subjective comportment as such, whether it be knowing or any other comportment before it oversteps the bounds of its immanence. In conjunction with this Kantian concept of the a priori, the attempt is now also being made to interpret the a priori in Plato in the same way. For Plato speaks of how the true being of entities is known when the soul speaks to itself in the aoyo.pvxf. Tpok tri-w, sophist e. The identification of ijivc in the Greek sense with consciousness and the subject now supports the view that already in Plato, the discoverer of the a priori knowledge means immanent knowledge. This interpretation of Plato is absurd. It has no basis in the matters at issue, as we shall now show more precisely. The a priori in Kant's sense is a feature of the subjective sphere. This coupling of the a priori with the subjectivity became especially pertinacious through Kant, who joined the question of the a priori with his specific epistemological inquiry and asked, in reference to a particular a priori comportment, that of synthetic a priori judgments, whether and how they have transcendent validity. Against this, phenomenology has shown that the a priori is not limited to the subjectivity, indeed that in the first instance it has primarily nothing at all to do with subjectivity. The characterization of ideation as a categorical intuition has made it clear that something like the highlighting of ideas occurs both in the field of the ideal, hence of the categories, and in the field of the real. There are sensory ideas, ideas whose structure comes from the subject matter's content, color, materiality, spatiality, a structure which is already there in every real individuation and so is a priori in relation to the here and now of a particular coloration of a thing. All of geometry as such is proof of the existence of a material a priori. In the ideal as in the real, once we accept this separation, there is in reference to its objectivity something ideal which can be brought out, something in the being of the ideal and in the being of the real which is a priori, structurally earlier. This already suggests that the a priori phenomenologically understood is not a title for comportment but a title for being. The a priori is not only nothing immanent, belonging primarily to the sphere of the subject, it is also nothing transcendent, specifically bound up with reality. Thus the first thing demonstrated by phenomenology is the universal scope of the a priori. The second is the specific indifference of the a priori to subjectivity. The third is included in the first two, the way of access to the a priori. Inasmuch as the a priori is grounded in its particular domains of subject matter and of being, it is in itself demonstrable in a simple intuition. It is not inferred indirectly, surmised from some symptoms in the real, hypothetically reckoned, as one infers, from the presence of certain disturbances in the movement of a body, the presence of other bodies which are not seen at all. It is absurd to transpose this approach, which makes sense in the realm of the physical, to philosophy too, and to assume a stratification of bodies and the like. The a priori can in itself be apprehended much more directly. This leads to a fourth specification of the a priori. The earlier is not a feature in the ordered sequence of knowing, but it is also not a feature in the sequential order of entities, more precisely in the sequential order of the emergence of an entity from an entity. Instead, the a priori is a feature of the structural sequence in the being of entities, in the ontological structure of being. Taken formally, the a priori prejudges nothing at all in regard to whether this earlier refers to a knowing or a ergo, it is indifferent to the distinction of immanent and transcendent. Being known or some other kind of comportment to something, or whether it refers to an entity or to being, not even whether it means being in the traditional form of the Greek concept of being transmitted to us. This cannot be drawn from the sense of the a priori. Toward the end of the course, it will become clear that the discovery of the a priori is really connected or actually identical with the discovery of the concept of being in Parmenides or in Plato. In view of the prevalence of this particular concept of being, the a priori even within phenomenology still stands in this traditional horizon, so that there is some warrant for speaking of Platonism within phenomenology itself. The threefold exposition of the a priori, its universal scope and its indifference to subjectivity, the way of access to it, simple apprehension, originary intuition, and preparation for the specification of the structure of the a priori as a feature of the being of entities and not a feature of entities themselves revealed the original sense of the a priori to us. It is of essential significance that this exposition depends in part on the clearer formulation of ideation, that is, on the discovery of the genuine sense of intentionality. When we take these three discoveries, intentionality, categorical intuition, and the a priori together as they are connected among themselves and ultimately grounded in the first, in the discovery of intentionality, we arrive at the goal which has been guiding us and gain an understanding of phenomenology as a research endeavor. In the first chapter, we described the breakthrough of phenomenology and its prehistory. In this second chapter, we have now delineated its decisive discoveries. We must now complete this account by inquiring into the sense of the phenomenological principle and then using this as a basis to make clear to ourselves what the self-characterization of this research under the rubric of phenomenology means. Accordingly, on the basis of our account of the three discoveries, we shall now discuss the principle of phenomenology. The principle of phenomenology. A. The meaning of the maxim to the matters themselves. The principle of a research endeavor is the principle of its investigative conduct, and so the principle by which the idea of that research investigation is appropriated and carried out. From what we here, the first two in the above list of four are combined into the first point of the following list of three. Have just said about research work. This means that the principle of research is the principle for securing its field of subject matter, the principle for drawing out the regard by which the subject matter is investigated, and the principle for developing the way of dealing with it, the method. Accordingly, the principle of a research endeavor is that by which it constantly orients itself in its execution and that which serves as a constant guideline in directing the actual steps of its execution. The principle of research contains no result, no thesis, no dogma from the material content of the knowledge of this research. What it does contain for research is the guiding direction of its quest. Insofar as it determines the execution of a possibility of the very existence of Dasein, a principle is also called a maxim. And science itself, researching for, in its very being is nothing but a particular possibility of human existence. The phenomenological maxim to the matters themselves is addressed against construction and free-floating questioning in traditional concepts which have become more and more groundless. That this maxim is self-evident, that it nevertheless has become necessary to make it into an explicit battle cry against free-floating thought, characterizes the very situation of philosophy. We now want to make this maxim more specific. In its expressed formal generality, it is the principle of all scientific knowledge. But our question is really, what are these matters to which philosophy must return if it ever is to be scientific research? Back to which matters themselves? In the phenomenological maxim we hear a double demand, to do research that is autochthonously demonstrative, to provide demonstrations rooted in native ground, the demand to do demonstrative work, then, to arrive at and to secure this ground once more, which is the way Husserl understood his philosophical effort, the demand to lay open the ground. The second is the demand to lay the foundation, and so includes the first. What instructions does phenomenology give on the demand to lay open the field? It is easily seen that the determination and demarcation of the field of subject matter of phenomenological research is involved in the idea of philosophy. But we shall now not pursue the path of determining this field from the idea of philosophy. We shall instead examine how the breakthrough of phenomenology and its discoveries have laid open a field of research within contemporary philosophy. So we now ask, while the substance of the three discoveries is fresh in our minds, which matters are taken up here, or, which matters does this? Namely, that a research endeavor regarded as a whole includes its field of subject matter, the way in which this matter is to be regarded interrogatively, and the way it is to be treated in the course of being interrogated. We have encountered this threefold division in the opening section, p above, and we shall meet it again in a more hermeneutic formulation as prepossession, preview, and preconception, d below. Research tend to take up. This will enable us to specify the first sense of the phenomenological maxim, the demand to do demonstrative work, that is, to ascertain the mode of treatment appropriate to these matters by reading it from the concretion of its principle. We are making no deduction from the idea of phenomenology but are reading the principle from its concretion in the research work. The concretion is characterized by the discoveries, and now it is only a question of the extent to which they supply content to the formal sense of the research principle, what field of subject matter, what regard toward it and what mode of dealing with it are intended. The clarification of the phenomenological principle according to field and mode of treatment then permits the legitimacy of the designation phenomenology to emerge of its own accord and to set itself off from misinterpretations. Let us proceed to the first question, toward what matters does phenomenology tend? The initial phenomenological investigations were investigations in logic and the theory of knowledge. They were inspired by the goal of a scientific logic and epistemology. The question here is, do the three discoveries, the elaboration of intentionality, of the categorial and the way of access to it, and of the a priori, give us the ground on which the matters of logic can be located and demonstrated? Logic is the science of thinking and of the laws of thought, but not of thinking as a psychic occurrence and the laws regulating its course, but instead of thinking as the lawfulness of the object, of that which is thought as such. All thinking is at the same time expression, understood as the meaningful fixation of what is thought. In the area of the objects of logic, this refers to matters like meaning, concept, assertion, and proposition. Traditionally, knowing was conceived in terms of self-contained and finished cognitions formulated in assertions, propositions, judgments, where judgments are composed of concepts and complexes of judgments are syllogisms. All of these and what they intend imply lawful structures. Judging is carried out in representational or generally in intuitive apprehension, it thus involves truth and objectivity. The concepts of these objects are to be genuinely secured, which means that they are to be drawn from themselves and demonstrated in reference to themselves. The objects of logic are meaning, concept, assertion, proposition, judgment, state of affairs, objectivity, fact, law, being, and the like. Where and as what can and must such objects become accessible? Is there a field of objects which in and of themselves are coherent in content? Does the unity of a field of subject matter lead to the unity of a discipline which treats these objects? Or are these objects in the end abandoned to any passing shrewdness, which invents something for them in coarse and loose speculation? Or is a demonstration possible at all for these matters, which are so fundamental to all the sciences and to all knowledge as such? Can a unified horizon of a field of subject matter be found in the material content of the three discoveries taken as a whole? Or do these refer to disparate objects? This is the real direction of the line of questioning in search of a scientific logic. Intentionality now is nothing other than the basic field in which these objects are found. As intentio and intentum, it is the totality of comportments and the totality of entities in their being. Now the question is, in the two directions of intentio and intentum, where the given is either the comportment or the entity in regard to its being. What is it that is structural? What is already there in the given as a structural composition? What is to be found in it as that which constitutes its being? The field of matters for phenomenological research is accordingly intentionality in its a priori, understood in the two directions of intentio and intentum. But this implies that the so-called logical comportments of thinking or objective theoretical knowing represent only a particular and narrow sphere within the domain of intentionality, and that the range of functions assigned to logic in no way exhausts the full sweep of intentionality. We have thus specified the field of subject matter and the regard taken toward it intentionality and a priori. The second question is, what mode of treatment corresponds to this field? The characterization of the a priori as well as the specification of categorical intuition have already shown that this mode of treatment is a simple originary apprehension and not a kind of experimental substructing in which I construct hypotheses in the field of the categorical. Instead, the full content of the a priori of intentionality can be apprehended in simple commensuration with the matter itself. Such a directly seeing apprehension and accentuation is traditionally called description. Phenomenology's mode of treatment is descriptive. To be more exact, description is an accentuating articulation of what is in itself intuited. Accentuating articulation is analysis. The description is analytical. This serves to specify the mode of treatment of phenomenological research, although once again only in a formal way. It is easy to see, or better, we constantly overlook and so fail to see that the general term description still says nothing at all about the specific structure of phenomenological research. The character of description is first specified by the content of the matter to be described, so that description can be fundamentally different in different cases. One should keep in mind that this characterization of the way of treating objects in phenomenology as description first of all refers only to direct self-apprehension of the thematic and not to indirect hypothesizing and experimenting. The term description at first implies nothing more. The clarification of the content of the phenomenology. Cal Maxim on the basis of its initial factual concretion in the breakthrough to phenomenology consequently leads to the following definition of such research. Phenomenology is the analytic description of intentionality in its a priori. B. Phenomenology's understanding of itself as analytic description of intentionality in its a priori. If the sense of this research is explained by defining it in retrospect from the past situation of philosophy, that is, if we hear in the term intentionality what this new research combines, namely, intentionality and the psychic, then phenomenology is description of the psychic, descriptive psychology. If in addition we assume the traditional problem horizons and their division into fixed disciplines, logic, ethics, aesthetics, then this descriptive psychology deals with all comportments, the logically cognitive, ethical, artistically creative, appreciative, social, religious comportments, in short, the comportments which are defined in terms of their laws and norms in the corresponding disciplines of logic, ethics, aesthetics, sociology, philosophy of religion. From this standpoint we come to regard the descriptive discipline of phenomenology as a propedeutic science for the traditional philosophical disciplines, where the problems come up for discussion. Phenomenology does not yet discuss problems, it only has to take up the matters of fact, and is excluded from the actual judicial hearing of the problems. It also has no desire to be admitted to this trial. But now let us consider whether this interpretation does not put this research endeavor and the originality of its principle right back into the position which it has abandoned and which phenomenology is designed to overcome. This conception of phenomenology and its interpretation is like wanting to interpret modern physics from astrology or chemistry from alchemy instead of the other way around, where astrology is taken as a stage preceding physics and overcome by it. In other words, the definition of phenomenology which we have obtained by clarifying its principle is to be understood from its task, from the positive possibility which it implies, from what guides its efforts and not from what is said about it. This understanding and even the realization of this phenomenological task does not bring us to a happy ending but instead to a meager though liberating beginning. If the formal indication defining this research as analytic description of intentionality in its a priori is secured expressly, phenomenologically, that is, in the direction of the material content of what it poses for scientific treatment, then this provides a hint of a more radical form of this research. It comes strictly from the research itself, in the direction of its own most maxim to the matters themselves, and that in turn only puts us on the path of further effort. We have explained the principle of phenomenological research first by highlighting the major achievements contained in its actual efforts and by trying to view these in a unified way. We have thus determined that intentionality gives us the proper field of subject matter, the a priori gives us the regard under which the structures of intentionality are considered, and categorical intuition as the originary way of apprehending these structures represents the mode of treatment, the method of this research. This serves to bring the task of philosophy since Plato once again to its true ground, inasmuch as it now gives us the possibility to do research into the categories. As long as phenomenology understands itself, it will adhere to this course of investigation against any sort of prophetism within philosophy and against any inclination to provide guidelines for life. Philosophical research is and remains atheism, which is why philosophy can allow itself the arrogance of thinking. Not only will it allow itself as much, this arrogance is the inner necessity of philosophy and its true strength. Precisely in this atheism, philosophy becomes what a great man once called the joyful science. We shall now try to make clear to ourselves what the name phenomenology actually means in relation to the subject matter just identified. We shall develop this clarification in 3 steps. A. The clarification of the original sense of the component parts of the name. B. The definition of the unified meaning thus obtained for the composite word and comparison of this actual meaning of the name with what it names, with the research so characterized. C. We will briefly discuss several misunderstandings of phenomenology which are connected with the external and aberrant interpretation of the name. The name phenomenology has 2 components, phenomenon and logi. The latter phrase is familiar from such usages as theology, biology, physiology, sociology, and is commonly translated as science of, theology, science of God, biology, science of life, of organic nature, sociology, science of the community. Accordingly, phenomenology is the science of phenomena. Logi, science of, varies in its character according to the thematic matter, which is logically and formally undefined. In our case, it is defined by what phenomenon stands for. So, to begin with, the first part of the name must be clarified in order to see what this particular logi stands for. A. The original sense of Q, at Vop Bvov. Both parts refer back to Greek expressions, phenomenon to pawop.bvov, ogi to a.oyo. At vop.bvov is the participle of pvbc and jal, the middle voice which means to show itself. Palvop.bvov is accordingly that which shows itself. The middle voice pvbfr/al is a form of pavo, to bring something to light, to make it visible in itself, to put it in a bright light. Ivo has the stem pw, light, brightness, that wherein something can be manifest, visible in itself. We shall adhere to this meaning of phenomenon, palvop.bvov, that which shows itself. The palvop.v form the totality of that which shows itself, what the Greeks also simply identified with exova, entities. Now an entity can show itself from itself in various ways, depending in each case on the kind of access we have to it. THRRE is the noteworthy possibility that an entity may show itself as something which it nevertheless is not. We do not call such an entity a phenomenon, something which shows itself in the authentic sense, but a semblance shine. The expression palvop.bvov thus receives a modification in meaning. Instead of the aya-ilovi we speak of a palvop.bvov aya-ov, a good which only looks good but actually is not, it only appears good. Everything now depends upon seeing the connection between the basic meaning of palvop.bvov, the manifest, and the second meaning, semblance. Alvop.bvov can mean semblance only because semblance is a modification of palvop.bvov in the first sense. Formulated more pointedly, only because pbo-al means showing itself can it also mean merely showing itself as, only looking like. Only insofar as something in its sense makes a pretense of showing itself can it pass itself off as. Only what makes a pretense to be manifest can be a semblance. In fact, that is the sense of semblance, pretension to be manifest but not really being it. Awop.voj, as semblance thus serves to show that the sense of phenomenon is the entity itself manifest in itself. Semblance, on the other hand, is a pretended self-showing. Phenomenon is therefore a mode of encounter of entities in themselves such that they show themselves. We must adhere to this genuine sense of palvop.bvov employed by the Greeks. But we must also see that at first it has absolutely nothing to do with our term appearance or still less mere appearance. Probably no word has caused as much havoc and confusion in philosophy as this one. We cannot trace the history of these errors here. We shall only try to give the main differences of the authentic and original meaning of phenomenon as semblance in contrast to appearance. We use the term appearances, for example, in the German expression Krankheitserscheinungen, symptoms literally, appearances of a disease. In a thing, processes and properties show themselves through which the thing represents itself as this and that. Appearances are themselves occurrences which refer back to other occurrences from which we can infer something else which does not make an appearance. Appearances are appearances of something which is not given as an appearance, something which refers to another entity. Appearance has the distinguishing feature of reference. What distinguishes reference is precisely this, that to which the appearance refers does not show itself in itself but merely represents, intimates by way of mediation, indirectly indicates. The term appearance therefore means a kind of reference of something to something which does not show itself in itself. More precisely, not only does it not show itself in itself, but according to its very sense it does not even pretend to show itself but instead pretends to represent itself. The characteristic feature of the referential function in appearance, in appearing, is the function of indicating, of the indication or announcement of something. Indicating something by means of another, however, means precisely not to show it in itself but to represent it indirectly, mediately, symbolically. We have here then, with what we mean by appearance, a very different connection. In the case of the phenomenon, we do not really have a referential connection, the structure peculiar to it is instead that of self-showing. It is now important for us to elucidate the inner connection between phenomenon in this genuine sense and appearance, but in the process we must also differentiate appearance from semblance. Semblance is a modification of the manifest, of something manifest which it pretends to be but is not. Semblance is not phenomenon in this privative sense. It has the characteristic of showing itself, but that which shows itself does not show itself as what it is, while appearance is precisely the representation of something which is essentially not really manifest. Semblance thus always goes back to something manifest and includes the idea of the manifest. But now it is also becoming clear that an appearance, a symptom, can only be what it is, namely, reference to something else which does not show itself, through the self-showing of that which appears. In short, that which gives itself as a symptom is a phenomenon. The possibility of appearance as reference of something to something rests on having that something which does the referring show itself in itself. To put it another way, the possibility of appearance as reference is founded in the authentic phenomenon, in self-showing. The structure of appearance as reference already intrinsically presupposes the more original structure of self-showing. The authentic sense of phenomenon. Something can be referential only as a self-showing something. The concept of appearance now also gets the name of phenomenon. Or phenomenon is defined as the appearance of something which does not appear. It is defined in terms of a state of affairs which already presupposes the sense of phenomenon but which on its part cannot define it. But in addition, appearance implies something which appears and, at the opposite pole, something which does not appear. So there are two entities, and it is then maintained that appearances are something and behind them is something else, that of which they are appearances. By and large, we do not learn from philosophy what this standing behind the scenes really means. But in any event this is included in the concept of appearance, so that now appearance and the referential connection included in it are taken ontically, in terms of entities, and the connection between appearance and thing in itself is then a relation of being, one stands behind the other. Add to this the move whereby that which stays in the background and does not show itself but only announces itself in the appearance is now labeled ontically as the real and true entity. This naturally leads to the move of designating that which does appear, the appearance itself, as mere appearance. Thus, within the ontic referential context a distinction in grades of being is made between that which shows itself and that which only appears in the sense of announcing itself in the former. We thus come across a double possibility: appearance purely as a referential connection without first conceiving it ontic-ally in any particular way, and then appearance as the name for an ontic connection of reference between pat vo/lvof and vov/lvof, between essence and appearance in the ontic sense. If we now take this degraded entity, the appearance versus the essence in the sense of mere appearance, then this mere appearance is called semblance. Confusion is then carried to extremes. But traditional epistemology and metaphysics live off this confusion. By way of summary, the following must be made clear: there are two basic meanings of phenomenon: first the manifest, that which shows itself, and second that which presents itself as something manifest but which only gives itself out in this way, semblance. For the most part, we are not at all familiar with the original meaning of phenomenon and dispense with the task of making clear to ourselves what it does mean. We simply call something a phenomenon which here has been identified as appearance and analyzed as such. When phenomenology is criticized, the critic simply takes the concept of appearance, which is convenient for his purposes but has nothing to do with phenomenology, and uses this word to criticize a research endeavor oriented to the matters themselves. This should suffice for the clarification of the first component part of the term phenomenology. The original sense of AO and TOCPCWTTK and AO, TY/JUXVTTK, the term AO goes back to AO. In the word combinations already mentioned, theology, biology, etc., logi means science of. Science is understood as an interconnection of propositions and assertions about the unity of a domain of subject matter. But aoio does not actually mean science. In relation to aelv it means discourse about something. The sense of aoio should not be defined in arbitrary terms that happen to come to mind. We must rather abide by what the Greeks understood by aio. How did the Greeks define aelv? To discourse, discoursing. Aio does not merely mean to form and to recite words. The sense of abu is rather y/aovv, making manifest, where what is made manifest includes what the discourse is about and how it should be talked about. Aristotle defines its sense more precisely as atokpavjal, letting something be seen in itself and indeed ato from itself. In discourse, to the extent that it is genuine, what is said should be drawn from ato what is talked about, so that discursive communication in its content, in what it says, makes manifest what it is talking about and makes it accessible to the other party. This is the strict functional sense of aoio elaborated by Aristotle. In its concrete performance, discourse assumes the form of speaking, vocal utterance in words. In this regard aoio is puvi, voice. This feature however does not constitute the essence of aoio. On the contrary, the feature of puvi is defined from the authentic sense of aoio as atokpavjoil, from what discourse truly is and does, pointing out and letting something be seen. As Aristotle emphasizes, aoio is puvi /jinxpavti/ria, so that a making visible and perceptible accompanies the vocal utterance. It includes something pavjal, cpav tactia, which can be seen. The essential element in the utterance is the pavta-ctia, the atokpav-ctil, what is said in the discourse and, as spoken, is meant and signified. The aoyo is therefore quite generally a puvjcty//j applique, something vocal which shows something in the sense of a signifying, which yields something understandable ictali aoyo and ta/jfcty//j applico, a tokpavtlkoeovt, x. Aristotle now makes the distinction between aoyo taken quite generally insofar as it is cty//j applico, insofar as discoursing in general sig. Aristotle, De Interpretatione, et. F. Every sentence has meaning. Yet every sentence is not a theoretical proposition. English translation by E. M. Edgehill in McKeon, ed., The Basic Works of Aristotle, OPCIT, p. Nifis, and aoyo insofar as it is ato pavtlko. The ato pavjal, letting the spoken be seen in itself, is a particular meaning of discourse. Not every proposition is a theoretical proposition, an assertion about something. None of the following is a aoyo ato pavtlko, in which something is communicated, an exclamation, a request, a wish, a prayer. But each is a utjjlavtlko, each signifies something. In these instances, however, signifying does not mean the theoretical apprehension of something. But aoyo in all of the combinations like theology, biology, etc., has to be taken in the sense of the special aoyo cttjjlailtlko, namely, that of aoyo ato pa iltlko, aoyo as tjuk 4, discoursing in the sense of communicating the apprehension of a subject matter and only such a communication. This sense of aoyo ato pa iltlko is accordingly the sense aoyo also has in the combination phenomenology. Let us now put together these two separately clarified parts of the name phenomenology. What unified meaning results from this, and to what extent is this unity of meaning, as the name for the kind of research we have described above, a fitting expression of this research? The surprise is that aoyo understood as ato pawojlivov. Phenomenology is aeuta. In the same vein, the maxim of phenomenological research back to the matters themselves is basically nothing other than a rendition of the name of phenomenology. But this means that phenomenology is essentially distinct from the other names for sciences, theology, biology, etc., in that it says nothing about the material content of the thematic object of this science, but speaks really only and this emphatically of the how, the way in which something is and has to be thematic in this research. Phenomenology is accordingly a methodological term, inasmuch as it is only used to designate the mode of experience, apprehension, and determination of that which is thematized in philosophy. The objects of philosophical research have the character of the phenomenon. In brief, such research deals with phenomena and only with phenomena. Phenomenology in its original and initial meaning, which is captured in the expression phenomenology, signifies a way of encountering something. It is in fact the outstanding way, showing itself in itself. The expression phenomenology names the way something has to be there through and for aelv, for conceptual exposition and interpretation. As our preceding discussion has shown, phe. Nomenology deals with intentionality in its a priori. The structures of intentionality in its a priori are the phenomena. In other words, the structures of intentionality in its a priori circumscribe the objects which are to be made present in themselves in this research and explicated in this presence. The term phenomenon, however, says nothing about the being of the objects under study, but refers only to the way they are encountered. The phenomenal is accordingly everything which becomes visible in this kind of encounter and belongs in this structural context of intentionality. We therefore speak of phenomenal structures as of what is seen, specified, and examined in this kind of research. Phenomenological signifies everything that belongs to such a way of exhibiting phenomena and phenomenal structures, everything that becomes thematic in this kind of research. The unphenomenological would be everything that does not satisfy this kind of research, its conceptuality, and its methods of demonstration. Phenomenology as the science of the a priori phenomena of intentionality thus never has anything to do with appearances and even less with mere appearances. It is phenomenologically absurd to speak of the phenomenon as if it were something behind which there would be something else of which it would be a phenomenon in the sense of the appearance which represents and expresses the something else. A phenomenon is nothing behind which there would be something else. More accurately stated, one cannot ask for something behind the phenomenon at all, since what the phenomenon gives is precisely that something in itself. Admittedly, what can in itself be exhibited and is to be exhibited can nonetheless be covered up. What is in itself visible and in its very sense is accessible only as a phenomenon does not necessarily need to be so already in fact. What a phenomenon is as a possibility is not directly given as a phenomenon but must first be given. As research work, phenomenology is precisely the work of laying open and letting be seen, understood as the methodologically directed dismantling of concealments. Being covered up is the counter-concept to phenomenon, and such concealments are really the immediate theme of phenomenological reflection. What can be a phenomenon is first and foremost covered up, or known in a tentative form. The concealment can assume various guises. First, a phenomenon can be covered up in the sense that it is still quite undiscovered, so that there is no knowledge or clue to its existence. Second, a phenomenon can be buried. This means that it was discovered before but once again got covered up. This is not a total concealment. What was discovered before is still visible, though only as a semblance. But so much semblance, so much being, this concealment understood as disguise is the most frequent and most dangerous kind, for here the possibilities of deceiving and misleading are Chally great. The originally seen phenomena are uprooted, torn from their ground, and are no longer understood in their origins, in their extraction from their roots in a particular subject matter. Concealment itself, whether it is taken in the sense of the undiscovered pure and simple or of burying or disguise, has in turn a twofold sense. There are accidental concealments and there are necessary ones, given in the very being of their manner of discovery and its possibilities. Every phenomenological proposition, though drawn from original sources, is subject to the possibility of concealment when it is communicated as an assertion. Transmitted in an empty and predisposed way of understanding it, it loses its roots in its native soil and becomes a free-floating naming. This possibility of petrification of what it has drawn out and demonstrated in an original way is implied in the concrete labor of phenomenology itself. Concealment may at times also proceed from it because phenomenology carries this radical principle within itself. The possibility of radical discovery at the same time brings with it the corresponding danger that phenomenology may become hardened in its own results. The reason why genuinely phenomenological work is difficult is that it must be especially critical of itself in a positive way. The sort of encounter involved in the mode of phenomenon must first of all be wrested from the objects of phenomenological research. This means that the characteristic mode of apprehending phenomena, originarily apprehending interpreting, implies not one iota of an immediate apprehension in the sense in which it can be said that phenomenology is a straightforward seeing which requires absolutely no methodological preparation. Precisely the opposite is the case, which is also why the expressness of the maxim is so essential. Because the phenomenon must first be one, scrutinizing the point of departure for access to the phenomenon and clearing the passage through the concealments already demand a high degree of methodological preparation so that we may be guided and determined by what the phenomenal givenness of intentionality in each instance implies. The demand for an ultimate direct givenness of the phenomena carries no implication of the comfort of an immediate beholding. There can be no disclosure or deduction of essence from essence, a priori from a priori, one from the other. Rather, each and every one of these must come to demonstrative vision. Accordingly, the way to go in each instance begins with the individual phenomenal correlations and varies according to the degree to which the a priori has been uncovered and the tradition has buried it, as well as the kind of obfuscation involved. Since every structure must ultimately be exhibited in itself, phenomenology's way of research at first assumes the character or the aspect of what is called a picture book phenomenology. It gives greater prominence to the exhibition of individual structures, which are perhaps very useful for a systematic philosophy, even though the exhibition can only be provisional. As a result, there is a tendency to give philosophical sanction to the prominent displays of particular phenomenological considerations by finding a place for them in some sort of dialectic or the like. Against this tendency, it must be stated that at first nothing at all is to be made of the interconnections of the structures of intentionality. Rather, the interconnection of the a priori is always determined only from the subject matter which is to be explored in its phenomenal structure. Furthermore, at first we need not concern ourselves with these considerations, since they will always remain fruitless as long as the concrete aspect of phenomena is not clear. C. Correcting a few typical misunderstandings of phenomenology which stem from its name. I now want to deal only very briefly with a few typical misunderstandings of phenomenology, since they are still generally prevalent in philosophy, and since there are only a few who make the effort to elucidate the authentic sense of phenomenology from its concrete work. A typical example, and indeed the best example of what one can get away with today in this regard, is an article by Rickert in the journal Logos. Rickert here wants to show that phenomenology is not and cannot be a philosophy of the immediate and, by way of contrast, makes some suggestions on how a philosophy of the immediate would look. The characteristic attitude is already evident here: there must be a philosophy of the immediate and everything must be organized in accord with it. To begin with, at least a mediation is needed in order to define the concepts of appearance and phenomenology in such a way that they will be useful for a philosophy of the immediate. In opposition to this, it must first be stated generally that phenomenology does not wish to be either a philosophy of intuition or a philosophy of the immediate. It does not want to be a philosophy at all in this sense, but wants the subject matters themselves. Rickert's critique is based on his understanding of the word appearance. He states that the word appearance has, in its sense as appearance of something, the orientation towards something which is not appearance, which is therefore not immediately given. And since appearance is always appearance of something which is behind it, the Heinrich Rickert, Die Methode der Philosophie und das Unmittelbare. In Problemstellung, Logos 12, pp. F. Note in above. Ibid, P.N. G. Immediate cannot be apprehended, so that we are always dealing with something already mediated. Phenomenology is accordingly unsuited to be the basic science of philosophy. It is apparent first that the concept of appearance, phenomenon, is merely taken up without any attempt to see what phenomenon originally means and in phenomenology truly means. Instead, the traditional concept of appearance, an empty verbal concept, is taken as a basis for criticizing the concrete labor of a research effort. It is unnecessary to go any further into this article, since nothing of relevance to our topic would be dredged up by such a critique, and since it is in fact no great feat to criticize such an objection. It has to be mentioned, however, since Rickert in this essay gives voice to what is otherwise typical in philosophy and in its attitude toward phenomenology. I stress this not to save phenomenology but to make clear how such an interpretation not only deforms the sense of the phenomenological endeavor but above all loses the instinct for sticking to the topic in philosophizing. Chapter 3. The early development of phenomenological research and the necessity of a radical reflection in and from itself. We now come to the third chapter of our introductory considerations of the sense and the task of phenomenological research. The account of the term phenomenology based upon the clarification of its principle and its three main discoveries has accomplished the task, set in the second chapter, of clarifying the sense of phenomenological research. In the first chapter, our topic was the origin and breakthrough of phenomenological research, and in the second it was the fundamental discoveries of phenomenology, its principle, and the clarification of its name. In this third chapter, we shall now briefly trace the early development of phenomenological research and examine the necessity of reflecting anew upon its field of objects, out of itself according to its own principle. This reflection will be directed toward the original, that is, phenomenologically basic, determination of the thematic field, namely, the fundamental determination of intentionality and of what is already given with it. In the light of this new task of securing the thematic field originally, as it is prefigured in the phenomenon of intentionality, the account of the cultivation and development of phenomenological research will also shift its ground. We shall examine the growing elaboration of the thematic field, its determination, and the outlining of the working horizons as they emerge from this determination of the field. In point of fact, we shall pursue this theme in the double orientation of the work of the two leading researchers in phenomenology today, Husserl and Skeeler. We shall then show from this very research that a fundamental problem is left unposed and must remain unposed in it, and why it go. Elaboration of the thematic field. What conditions must be fulfilled in order to pose it, and how this leads to a more radical definition of the task of phenomenological research. This problem is the basic phenomenological question of the sense of being, a question which an ontology can never pose but already constantly presupposes and thus uses in some sort of answer, grounded or otherwise. The immanent critique of the natural trend of phenomenological research itself allows the question of being to arise. A partial answer to this question is in fact the real theme of this course. This third chapter of the preliminary part is thus the exposition of the material content of the considerations which will now concern us in the following. Elaboration of the thematic field, the fundamental determination of intentionality. A. Explication of the demarcation of the thematic field of phenomenology and fixation of the working horizons in Husserl and Skeeler. In its initial breakthrough, the phenomenological endeavor concentrated on determining the basic phenomena by which the objects of logic and epistemology are given. In short, it concentrated on the intentional comportments which are essentially theoretical in character, in particular on cognitive comportments which are specifically scientific. Of course, these considerations already included aspects of the description of other comportments which are specifically emotional, especially in connection with the question of how acts as such can be expressed in concepts. The thematic goal of the first investigations was to lay open a particular portion of the field. The primary aim of the initial attempt was not to mark off and bring out the whole field itself in a basic way, even though considerations of this sort are not lacking. Moreover, intentionality, the character of objectifying acts, was naturally expounded in the two main directions of intentio and intentum, but these two essential structural moments of the basic constitution of intentionality were as such not yet brought to full clarity. All of this, the concrete expansion of the field, the fundamental reflection upon its regional character and its demarcation from other regions, the elaboration of the basic directions in which intentionality could be explored took place in the decade following the appearance of logical investigations. Between and along with the increasingly richer and clearer disclosure of the phenomenal field came the development of the method and its phenomenological theory. This development and the literary output associated with it can only be outlined very briefly, in order to give a brief answer to the questions which I am constantly asked about what is called the phenomenological literature, which does not actually exist. After the appearance of logical investigations, Husserl's work was at first concentrated upon the extension of the phenomenology of perception in the broadest sense, not only sense perception but perception in the sense of originary apprehension in the different domains of objects. These investigations were concluded just a year ago, after almost years, but have not been published. In addition, in connection with his new teaching duties at Göttingen, Husserl's work was oriented toward the systematic extension of logic, toward a phenomenology of objectifying knowledge, with special emphasis on the phenomenology of judgment. Despite a series of ever new approaches, this logic is also incomplete. At the same time, work was concentrated on the phenomenology of practical comportment, in a confrontation with Kant's practical philosophy. This period also included the first attempts toward what is called an a priori axiomatic of values, which Skeeler later took up and carried further. Also in this period, Bergson gradually became known in Germany. This was basically due to Skeeler, who recognized Bergson and his significance quite early, and then was influenced by him in return. Skeeler was instrumental in having Bergson translated into German. This recognition of Bergson also brought, within Husserl's work, the investigations of internal time consciousness, which are in part published in his later works. Then the influence of Dilthey made itself felt, manifesting his inner kinship with the tendencies of phenomenology. This led to a transposition of Husserl's orientation in the philosophy of science, taken in the broadest sense, from one-sided work on problems relating to the natural sciences to a broader reflection on the specific objectivity of the human sciences. A final essential direction channeling these efforts came from the confrontation with the Marburg school, above all with Naderp's introduction to psychology. The confrontation with this psychology was naturally nothing other than the dispute over the direction of the question of the structure of consciousness, of the region in which the totality of comportments, and so all the states of intentionality, are ordered. This period in the development of phenomenology thus saw its work being drawn into the horizon of contemporary philosophy, a tendency which has not remained without influence upon the subsequent inquiries of phenomenology. No phenomenological publication appeared in the decade between and. As a result, the effect of the work within the narrow circle of researchers in Göttingen was all the more intensive. 2 lectures by Husserl at the Göttingen Mathematical Society in were especially important. At this time, the so-called collapse of the Lips school also occurred, so that a number of Lips's former students then came to Göttingen, discussed fundamental questions in the circle of phenomenologists, and prepared themselves for subsequent publications. Husserl at that time gave away large portions of his ongoing work in the discussion, and much of what was later published under other names is really his. In the phenomenological endeavor, however, this plays no role. Who discovered what ultimately makes no difference. The first published statement by Husserl was an essay in Logos, Philosophy as Strict Science. The essay has a programmatic character, but it is not a program that precedes the work. It emerged from the work, against the background of a labor of 10 years. This treatise evoked almost universal opposition among philosophers, while within phenomenology it served to unite the slowly rising generation of younger researchers in a common and secure endeavor. This closing of ranks within phenomenological research led into the founding of its own organ, the Yearbook for Philosophy and Phenomenological Research. The first volume appeared in and 6 more volumes have appeared since, the last in. The first 2 volumes contain treatises by the editors, Husserl, Schiller, Reinach, Pihinder, and Geiger. The later volumes present in part further works by Pihinder and Geiger, as well as student works of varying quality. In its first volume, the Yearbook published the treatise by Husserl entitled Ideas toward a Pure Phenomenology, Why and Phenomenological Philosophy, first book. The second book was written immediately after the first and brought to a conclusion, but so far has not appeared. In the second volume, already in part in the first, the second work of fundamental importance appeared, namely Max Scheler's Formalism in Ethics and the Material Ethics of Value. It contains large sections of fundamental phenomenological considerations which go beyond the special domain of ethics. Also to be noted are the collected essays of Max Scheler, in particular the treatise on the idols of self-knowledge as well as Toward the Phenomenology and Theory of Sympathy. These collected essays appeared a few years ago in a second edition, though basically in a poorer version. These problems of Husserl and Scheler just enumerated serve to define the actual development of phenomenology and the more detailed explication of the problem of demarcating and founding the thematic field of phenomenology. Accordingly, the analysis of the later basic studies will have to keep to these 2 spheres of problems. Within this concrete development of the phenomenological endeavor, the working horizons were at first also fixed by the purely traditional disciplines of logic, ethics, aesthetics, sociology, and philosophy of law. The horizons of inquiry remain the same as in traditional philosophy. In addition, on the basis of the orientation to the phenomenon of intentionality, which is phenomenologically distinguished into intentio, intentum, and the correlation between the 2, there arose 3 directions of work which always reciprocally require one another: phenomenology of the act, phenomenology of the subject matter, and the correlation between the 2. The same separation is found in Husserl in the terms noesis, the specific structure of directing itself toward, and noema, the subject matter insofar as it is intended in the intention. For Husserl there is no special correlation, since it is given with noema and noesis and included in them. b. Fundamental reflection upon the regional structure of the field in its originality, elaboration of pure consciousness as an independent region of being. Our question is, how is the fundamental and explicit elaboration of the thematic field of phenomenology carried out by Husserl? Phenomenology was characterized as the analytic description of intentionality in its a priori. Can intentionality in its a priori be singled out as an independent region, as the possible field of a science? Intentionality was defined as the structure of lived experiences, this in accord with the basic moments of its constitution, intentio intentum. The elaboration of its a priori calls for the exposition of the structures which in advance constitute the individual comportments and their possible contexts, that which already lies in every perceiving or perceived regardless of how perception as perception is concretely individuated in these particular men, or in this particular provenance and form. This discerning of the a priori is called ideation. Ideation is an act of categorical intuition, that is, an act founded in a prior envisaging of a concrete individuation. Ideation must always take place on the basis of an intuition of an example. A fundamental accentuation of the a priori field of intentionality will therefore have to give an account of the exemplary ground, the field of concrete individuations of lived experiences from which its structure of intentionality is to be brought into relief ideatively, of the way the a priori structures are brought into relief from this background, of the character and type of being of this region thus brought out and highlighted. It is easy to see that the crucial consideration is the first, that of securing and specifying the field from which we start. For it is from this field that the field we seek is to be derived and demarcated. The difference of such a fundamental reflection from the procedure followed in the breakthrough phase is plain. In the initial phase of phenomenology, the discussion and description of intentionality still operated wholly within the framework outlined by the disciplines of psychology and logic and their particular questions. Now, however, the discussion no longer deals with these old questions and traditional tasks but is concerned with the reflection, secured in the matters themselves, upon the connection between the phenomenological field to be derived and the field from which we start. In other words, it is concerned with the concrete individuation of intentionality, of comportments, and of lived experiences. It is now a matter of defining the field in which the comportments first become accessible. The question therefore is, how do comportments in which the structure of intentionality is to be read become accessible? How is something like intentionality, the structure of lived experience itself, first given? First given here means given for a so-called natural attitude. In what way, as what are lived experiences, comportments, the various modes of the consciousness of something, found in the natural attitude? What is to be seen and traced is how the new scientific domain of phenomenology arises from what is given in the natural attitude. Hence the aim is to discover a new scientific domain. This new region is called the region of pure lived experiences, of pure consciousness with its pure correlates, the region of the pure ego. This region is a new domain of objects and, as Husserl puts it, a region of being which is in principle special, the specifically phenomenological region. Husserl himself characterizes the manner of proceeding in this way. We first proceed by way of direct exhibition, and since the being to be exhibited is nothing other than what we, for essential reasons, shall call pure lived experiences, pure consciousness with its pure correlates of consciousness and on the other side with its pure ego, we first proceed from the ego, from the consciousness, the lived experiences which are given to us in the natural attitude. How am I given in the natural attitude in Husserl's description? I am a real object like others in the natural world, that is, like houses, tables, trees, mountains. Human beings thus occur realiter in the world, among them I myself. I perform acts, cogitationes. These acts belong to the human subject, hence are occurrences of the same natural reality. The totality of such a continuity of lived experiences in the human or animal subject can be called an individual stream of lived experiences. The experiences are themselves real occurrences in the world in animal beings. We shall persist in this natural attitude in which we find such objects and direct our gaze upon the experiential continuity, and in fact upon our own as it takes its course here. This self-directedness toward our own experiential continuity is a new act which is called reflection. In such acts of reflection we find something objective which itself has the character of acts, of lived experiences, of modes of consciousness of something. In this reflection in which we follow acts, we can describe them as we did earlier in the analysis of representation, of the consciousness of a picture and of empty intending. When we live in acts of reflection, we ourselves are directed toward acts. The peculiar feature of reflection is already evident here, namely, that the object of the reflection, acts, belongs to the same sphere of being as the contemplation of the object. Reflection and reflected object both belong to one and the same sphere of being. The object, the contemplated, and the contemplation are really real included in one another. The object and the way of apprehending it belong to the same stream of experience. This real inclusion of the apprehended object in the apprehension itself, in the unity of the same reality, is called immanence. Immanence here has the sense of the real togetherness of the reflected and the reflection. It characterizes a particular multiplicity of an entity, namely, that of the being of lived experiences and acts. Consciousness and its object reflection and act as object of reflection form an individual unity produced purely through lived experiences. The state of affairs in so-called transcendent perceptions, the perceptions of things, is obviously totally different. The perception of the chair as thing does not as lived experience really contain the chair within itself, in such a way that as a thing it would, so to speak, swim in and with the stream of experience. As Husserl also puts it, the perception exists apart from any and all properly essential unity with the thing. A lived experience can only be joined with lived experiences into a whole whose total essence comprises the particular essences of these experiences and is founded in them. The wholeness of consciousness, the wholeness of the stream of experience is such that it can only be founded in lived experiences as such. The unity of this wholeness, the continuity of experience, is determined purely by the particular essences of the lived experiences. The unity of a whole is after all only one by way of the particular essence of its parts. This wholeness of the stream of experience as a self-contained totality excludes everything, that is, every real object, beginning with the entire material world. Over against the region of lived experiences, the material world is alien, other. This is apparent in any analysis of a simple perception. At the same time, however, it already became evident at the beginning of this consideration that the stream of experience understood as a real occurrence is conjoined with the real world, with the bodies. For example, it is attached to a concrete unity in the unity of psychophysical animal things. Consciousness, as a name for the experiential totality, is therefore involved in the real structure in a double manner. First, consciousness is always a consciousness in a man or animal. It makes up the psychophysical unity of an animal which occurs as a given real object. The psychic is not a world for itself, it is given as an ego or ego experience. And this turns out to be empirically tied to certain physical things called organisms. Every psychological determination is eo ipso psychophysical, which is to say in the broadest sense, that it has a never-absent physical connotation. Even where psychology, the empirical science, concerns itself with the determination of bare occurrences of consciousness and not with dependences that are psychophysical in the usual narrower sense, those occurrences are still thought of as belonging to nature, that is, as belonging to human and animal consciousness, which in turn have an obvious and comprehended connection with human and animal organisms. This consciousness as a component part of the animal unity is at the same time consciousness of this real nature, in reality one with the nature in the concretion of every factual living being, man, but at the same time consciousness is also separated from it by an absolute gulf, as every perception of a thing shows in the distinction of immanence and transcendence. Now this separation into two spheres of being is remarkable precisely because the sphere of immanence, The sphere of lived experience establishes the possibility within which the transcendent world, separated from it by a gulf, can become objective at all. It is now a question of envisaging this double involvement, first in the real unity of concretion of the animal and then in the involvement stemming from the relation of immanence and transcendence despite the real gulf. How can it still be said that consciousness has its own essence, an essence particular to it? That it is a self-contained continuity? How is the drawing out and highlighting of consciousness as an independent region of lived experiences, as an independent region of being, still at all possible? Already in our very first considerations we have seen that the region of lived experience is specified by the character of intentionality. Because of their intentionality, the transcendent world is in a certain sense there in the lived experiences. But it should be noted that just because the transcendent world, beginning with the things, is objective, this is no reason to assume that this is necessarily apprehended. As Husserl expressly emphasizes, apprehending the given things is only one particular mode of act. For example, in the act of love I live in the beloved, in such a way that the beloved in this act is not an object in the sense of an apprehended object. For this, a new modification of attitude is required so that the beloved may be presented objectively in the sense of mere apprehension. In order to avoid narrowing down the concept of intentionality, it must be seen that apprehension is not identical with directing itself toward. Apprehend. Zion is only a very particular and not necessarily even a predominant mode of intending entities. Thus, when in reflection I am directed toward a particular experience, toward a particular act such as that of perceiving a thing, I am thematically focused upon the perception and not upon the perceived. I can of course make the perception itself the theme such that the perceived, what the perception perceives, its object, is itself co-apprehended, but in such a way that I do not live directly in the perception, say, of the chair, but rather live thematically in the apprehension of the perceptual act and of what is perceived in it. This way of considering the act and its object is not a transcendent apprehension of the thing itself. In considering reflection in this way, I to some extent do not go along with the concrete perception, to put it in the vernacular. I do not really live in the perception of the chair but in the attitude of the immanent reflective apprehension of perceiving the chair, not in the thesis of the material world but in the thematic positing of the act apprehending the perception and of its object as it is there in the act. This not going along with the thesis of the material world and of every transcendent world is called THIRD refraining. Every phenomenological analysis of acts considers the act in such a way that the analysis does not really go along with the act, does not follow its thematic sense, but rather makes the act itself the theme, so that the object of the act is also thematized in terms of how it is presumed in the corresponding intention. This implies that the perceived is not directly presumed as such, but in the how of its being. This modification, in which the entity is now regarded to the extent that it is an object of intentionality, is called bracketing. This bracketing of the entity takes nothing away from the entity itself, nor does it purport to assume that the entity is not. This reversal of perspective has rather the sense of making the being of the entity present. This phenomenological suspension of the transcendent thesis has but the sole function of making the entity present in regard to its being. The term suspension is thus always misunderstood when it is thought that in suspending the thesis of existence and by doing so, phenomenological reflection simply has nothing more to do with the entity. Quite the contrary, in an extreme and unique way, what really is at issue now is the determination of the being of the very entity. Such an THIRD can now be performed in principle upon all possible comportments of consciousness, so that I now envisage consciousness in such a way that, in the individual acts of perceiving, deliberating, etc., I do not go along with what their object is but perform the THIRD, uniformly throughout the whole sphere of acts. I thus envisage the acts and their objects in terms of how they are presumed in the acts. This securing of the sphere of acts and its objects in the uniformity of a specific sphere is called reduction. This reduction in the sense of not going along with any transcendent thesis is the first stage within the process of phenomenological reductions. When I reduce the concrete experiential continuity of my life in this way, after the reduction I still have the same concrete experiential continuity. It is still my continuity. But now I do not have it in such a way that I am engrossed in the world, following the natural direction of the acts themselves. Now I have the acts themselves present in their full structure. Even after this so-called transcendental reduction, the reduced field is the field of a unique singularity, that of my stream of consciousness. This singular field of my own stream of experience is then subjected to a second reduction, the eidetic reduction. The acts and their objects now are not studied as concrete individuations of my concrete being, as this stream of experience. Rather, this unity of the stream of experience is now regarded eidatively. Every moment which specifies this individual stream as individual is now suspended. What is now discerned in the concretely lived experiences is simply the structure belonging to a perception, representation, or judgment as such, regardless of whether this judging or perceiving is mine, regardless of whether it takes place in this moment either in this concrete constellation or in another. This double reduction, the transcendental and the eidetic, draws from the initially given concrete individuation of a stream of experience what is called the pure field of consciousness, that is, a field which is no longer concrete and individual but pure. In demarcating the reality of the thing from the reality of the stream of experiences, it was already shown that the transcendent world reality does not belong to the immanently real whole of the stream of experience. The chair is not a lived experience or an experiential thing. Its kind of being is totally different from that of lived experience. By contrast, everything objective in what is called immanent perception is defined by the same kind of being as immanent perception itself. This implies that the object of immanent perception is absolutely given. The stream of lived experience is therefore a region of being which constitutes a sphere of absolute position, as Husserl says. It is true that every transcendent perception apprehends what is perceived by it, the thing, in its bodily character, but there is always the possibility that what is perceived cannot be and is not. In immanent apprehension, however, lived experience is given in its absolute self. Immanent perception, the reflection upon the acts, gives entities whose existence cannot in principle be denied. Or as Husserl once put it, any bodily given thing like entity can also not be, but a bodily given lived experience cannot also not be. It thus becomes apparent that the sphere of immanence is distinguished by its mode of givenness, which is called absolute. Combining this with our earlier considerations, we now see that the sphere of pure consciousness obtained by way of transcendental and eidetic reduction is distinguished by the character of being absolutely given. Pure consciousness is thus for Husserl the sphere of absolute being. Nothing is altered in the absolute being of lived experiences by the contingency of the world of things. Indeed, these experiences are always presupposed for all of that. Phenomenological reflection here has come to a climax. The essential contexts disclosed to us already include the most important premises for the conclusions we wish to draw about the fundamental detachability of the entire natural world from the domain of consciousness, the sphere in which lived experiences have their being, degree detachability of its how with the help of the reductions. Already here, we can detect a kinship with Descartes. What is here elaborated at a higher level of phenomenological analysis as pure consciousness is the field which Descartes glimpsed under the heading of residential cogitans, the entire field of cogitation is. The transcendent world, whose exemplary index for Husserl as well is to be found in the basic stratum of the material world of things, is what Descartes characterizes as residential extensa. This kinship is not merely factual. Husserl himself, at the point where he observes that the reflection has come to a climax, refers explicitly to Descartes. He says that what comes to a head is simply what Descartes really sought in the Meditations, to be sure with another method and another philosophical goal. This connection with Descartes and the explicit formulation of this connection is important for the critical understanding of the ontological character of this region obtained by these so-called reductive considerations. We will have to pose a more precise question: how is it at all possible that this sphere of absolute position, pure consciousness, which is supposed to be separated from every transcendence by an absolute gulf, is at the same time united with reality in the unity of a real human being, who himself occurs as a real object in the world. How is it possible that lived experiences constitute an absolute and pure region of being and at the same time occur in the transcendence of the world? This is the line of questioning motivating the elaboration of the phenomenological field of pure consciousness in Husserl. Our question will be, does this elaboration of the thematic field of phenomenology, the field of intentionality, raise the question of the being of this region, of the being of consciousness? What does being really mean here when it is said that the sphere of consciousness is a sphere and region of absolute being? What does absolute being mean here? What does being mean when we speak of the being of the transcendent world, of the reality of things? Is there somewhere in the dimension of this fundamental deliberation, in which the elaboration of the field of phenomenology is decided, in turn a clarification of the regard from which the separation of the two spheres of being is considered, namely, the sense of being, to which there is constant reference? Does phenomenology anywhere really arrive at the methodological ground enabling us to raise this question of the sense of being, which must precede any phenomenological deliberation and is implicit in it? We are still leaving undiscussed whether this question is or is not a fundamental question, whether a radical securing of the field of intentionality is possible and makes sense without raising this question explicitly and answering it. But if the question is necessary, then the reflection upon being as such is phenomenologically even more necessary, and ultimately also the concrete possibility of exploring this question. But then the prior position seems phenomenologically inadequate. We shall establish the basis for the critical consideration of the field of objects proper to phenomenology by investigating whether the being of the intentional as such is explored within the following three horizons of consideration. What is the basis upon which this field of objects is secured? What is the way of securing this thematic field? What are the determinations of this newly found field of objects, of what is called pure consciousness? We shall start with the latter horizon, the determination of the being of the region consciousness. As the basic field of intentionality, is the region of pure consciousness determined in its being, and how? The determination obviously aims at a determination of being. Consciousness is plainly identified as a region of absolute being. It is moreover that region from which all other entities, reality, the transcendent, are set off. In addition, this particular distinction is specified as the most radical distinction in being which can and must be made within the system of categories. In view of these determinations regarding pure consciousness, does our particular critical distinction, whereby we ask whether and to what extent the inquiry is directed toward being, still have any sense and basis? We shall discuss in detail the determinations of being which Husserl gives to pure consciousness. There are 4 of them and they are peculiarly tied together, so that the same designation is often used for 2 different determinations. Consciousness is immanent being, the immanent is the absolutely given being. This absolute givenness is also called absolute being pure and simple. This being, understood as absolute givenness, is also absolute in the sense that nulla reindiget ad existendum. Thus the old definition of substance is adopted: it needs no res in order to be. Residential is here understood in the narrower sense of reality, transcendent being, that is, any entity which is not consciousness. Absolute being in these 2 significations absolutely given and needing no reality is pure being, in the sense of being the essence, the ideal being of lived experiences. We shall ask the following about these 4 determinations of being. Are they determinations which arise from a regard for the subject matter itself? Are they determinations of being which are drawn from the consciousness and from the very entity intended by this term? A. Consciousness is immanent being. Formally, immanence implies, first of all, to be in another. This property of immanence is said of the region of consciousness, of lived experience, more precisely, in reference to the apprehending acts, to the acts of reflection which in their turn are directed toward acts, toward lived experiences. Immanence is asserted of a relation which is possible between lived experiences themselves, between the reflecting act and the reflected. Between the reflecting experience and the reflected, the objective element in the reflection, there is a relation of real inclusion in one another. Immanence, being in one another, is here asserted of lived experiences insofar as they are a possible object of an apprehension through reflection. Immanence is not a determination of the entity in itself with regard to its being, but a relation of two entities within the region of lived experience or consciousness. This relation is characterized as a real in one another, but nothing is actually said about the being of this being in one another, about the immanent reality realiteit, about the entity in the whole of this region. A relationship of being between entities, and not the being as such, is determined here. Thus the first determination of being which Husserl gives for the region of pure consciousness, either as an originary or a non-originary determination, is not carried out. How is it with the second character? Consciousness is absolute being in the sense of absolute givenness. The reflected experience which is the object in a reflection is originarily given in itself. In contrast to the transcendent, lived experiences are there in the absolute sense. That is, they do not display themselves indirectly, symbolically, but are apprehended in themselves. They are called absolute because of this absolute givenness. If the lived experiences are called absolute in this sense, this characteristic of being absolute once again implies a determination of the region of lived experiences with reference to its being apprehended. This determination is still based upon the first determination. This determination absolutely given does not refer to the mutual regional pertinence of the apprehended and the apprehending but now to the relation of a lived experience as an object for another lived experience. The first characteristic, immanence, identified a relationship of being between acts of the same region. Now what is characterized is the specific mode of being an object by which an entity of the region of lived experience is an object for another such entity. Once again, the entity in itself does not become a theme. What does become thematic is the entity insofar as it is a possible object of reflection. See, consciousness is absolutely given in the sense of nulla reindiget ad existendum. The third determination likewise characterizes consciousness as absolute being, but absolute is now taken in a new sense. We can make this new sense clear to ourselves by referring back to the first determination of the region of lived experience, consciousness as immanent being. While all lived experiences are immanently given, every other sort of being is such that it manifests itself in consciousness. In principle, therefore, the possibility exists that the continuity of the flow of lived experiences, of the stream of consciousness, possesses a self-contained continuity of being, i.e. certain univocity, without having anything in reality correspond to what is presumed in this experiential continuity. In other words, in principle the possibility exists that consciousness itself is not affected in its own existence by an annihilation of the world of things, a consideration which, as is well known, Descartes had already employed. Real being can be otherwise or even not be at all, while consciousness is capable of displaying in itself a closed continuity of being. This consideration means that consciousness is absolute in the sense that it is the presupposition of being on the basis of which reality can manifest itself at all. Transcendent being is always given in representation, indeed, it is represented precisely as the object of intentionality. Consciousness, immanent and absolutely given being, is that in which every other possible entity is constituted, in which it truly is what it is. Constituting being is absolute. All other being, as reality, is only in relation to consciousness, that is, relative to it. The common way of talking about being is thus reversed. The being which for us is the first is in itself the second, that is, it is what it is only in relation to the first. This first, which must be presupposed, which must already be there so that something real can manifest itself, this first being has the advantage of not needing reality. On the contrary, it is rather reality which has need of the first being. All consciousness is therefore absolute compared to any and every reality. This determination absolute is now obtained with regard to the particular role which consciousness has as constituting consciousness. This means that the character of absolute being is now attributed to consciousness insofar as it is regarded in the horizon of a theory of reason, in terms of the question of the possible demonstration of reality in rational consciousness. The character absolute is now attributed to consciousness to the extent that it is regarded in its potential function as object of constituting consciousness. And in this sense consciousness is that sort of being which for its part is not constituted once again in another consciousness but which, in constituting itself constitutes every possible reality. Absolute being accordingly means not being dependent upon another specifically in regard to constitution. It is the first, that which must already be there in order that what is presumed can be at all. There is something presumed, in the widest sense, only insofar as a presuming, that is, a consciousness, is. Consciousness is the earlier, the a priori in Descartes' and Kant's sense. Consciousness in the sense of the absolute means the priority of subjectivity over every objectivity. This third determination absolute being once again does not determine the entity itself in its being but rather sets the region of consciousness within the order of constitution and assigns to it in this order a formal role of being earlier than anything objective. This determination and conception of consciousness is likewise the place where idealism and idealistic inquiry, more precisely idealism in the form of Neo-Kantianism, enter into phenomenology. Thus this determination of being is also not an original one. Consciousness is pure being. The fourth determination of being, which regards consciousness as pure being, is even less than the other three a characterization of the being of the intentional, that is, of the entity which is defined by the structure of intentionality. Consciousness is called pure consciousness to the extent that it, as this region, is no longer regarded in its concrete individuation and its tie to a living being. It is not consciousness to the extent that it is hic et nunc real and mine, but instead purely in its essential content. At issue is not the particular individuation of a concrete intentional relation but the intentional structure as such, not the concretion of lived experiences but their essential structure, not the real being of lived experience but the ideal essential being of consciousness itself, the a priori of lived experiences in the sense of the generic universal which in each case defines a class of lived experience or its structural contexture. In other words, consciousness is called pure to the extent that every reality and realization in it is disregarded. This being is pure because it is defined as ideal, that is, not real being. This character of being, consciousness as pure, shows especially clearly that what matters here is not the ontological characters of the intentional but the determination of the being of intentionality, not the determination of the being of the entity which has the structure intentionality, but the determination of the being of the structure itself as intrinsically detached. All four determinations of the being of the phenomenological region, immanent being, absolute being in the sense of absolute givenness, absolute being in the sense of the a priori in constitution, and pure being, are in no way drawn from the entity itself. Rather, to the extent that they are brought out as determinations of the being of consciousness, they immediately qualify as obstacles in the path of asking about the being of this entity and so also about the clearer elaboration of this entity itself. The determinations of being are not derived by considering the intentional in its very being, but to the extent that it is placed under scrutiny as apprehended, given, constituting, and ideating taken as an essence. It is from such perspectives, which in the first instance are alien to consciousness, that these determinations of being are derived. It would however be premature, from the absence of the determination of the being of consciousness, from the neglect of the question of being in characterizing consciousness as a region, to jump to the conclusion that the question of being is as such being neglected. Perhaps here, we merely need to determine consciousness as a region, the way in which it is a field for a particular consideration, but not the being of the entity itself, which can also be set apart as a possible field for consideration. In point of fact, all of these determinations of being are derived with a view to working out the context of lived experience as a region for absolute scientific consideration. Perhaps precisely here the question of the being of the entity should not be raised. In any case, we must first look into whether the sense of this entity is determined in the process of bringing this region into relief, even if only in the sense that it is suspended as irrelevant for its being a region. Husserl's primary question is simply not concerned with the character of the being of consciousness. Rather, he is guided by the following concern: how can consciousness become the possible object of an absolute science? The primary concern which guides him is the idea of an absolute science. This idea, that consciousness is to be the region of an absolute science, is not simply invented, it is the idea which has occupied modern philosophy ever since Descartes. The elaboration of pure consciousness as the thematic field of phenomenology is not derived phenomenologically by going back to the matters themselves but by going back to a traditional idea of philosophy. Thus none of the characters which emerge as determinations of the being of lived experiences is an original character. We cannot go into more detail here into the motivation for this entire line of inquiry and into its way of posing problems. To begin with, it is enough for us to see that the four characters of being which are given for consciousness are not derived from consciousness itself. With that, we have gone through only the first stage of our critical reflection. The second is to ask whether, on the way taken to elaborate pure consciousness, we shall not perhaps still come to a genuine determination of the being of lived experience. But if not here, then surely we find it in the starting point of the entire reflection, that is, in securing and preparing the exemplary field, where it is said that phenomenological reflection must start from the natural attitude, from the entity as it first gives itself. With this, we also get a preview of the determination of the being of the entity in which consciousness and reason are concrete, in the determination of the being of the concrete entity called man. The critical question which emerged in the first detailed and systematic treatment by H. Husserl is the question of the being of that which is put forth as the theme of phenomenology. Why we place the question of being in the foreground as the critical question, by what warrant we even approach the position of phenomenology with this question, will become clear later. At first, we are presupposing that there must be an inquiry into this being. We are asking whether this question is asked in phenomenology itself. If we recall the determinations which Husserl himself gives to pure consciousness as the phenomenological region, it becomes apparent that these four determinations, being as immanent being as absolute being in the sense of absolute givenness, being as absolute being in the sense of constituting being over against everything transcendent, and being as pure being over against every individuation are not drawn from the entity itself but are attributed to it insofar as this consciousness as pure consciousness is placed in certain perspectives. If consciousness is regarded as apprehended, then it can be said to be immanent. If it is regarded with respect to the manner of its givenness, it can be said to be absolutely given. With regard to its role as constituting being, as that in which every reality manifests itself, it is absolute being in the sense of nulla reindiget ad existendum. Regarded in its essence, its what, it is ideal being, which means that it posits no real individuation in the content of its structure. If these determinations are not originary determinations of being, then on the positive side it must be said that they only determine the region as region but not the being of consciousness itself, of intentional comportments as such. They are concerned solely with the being of the region consciousness, the being of the field within which consciousness can be considered. This consideration is in fact possible. To make this clear with an example, the mathematician can circumscribe the mathematical field, the entire realm of that which is the object of mathematical consideration and inquiry. He can provide a certain definition of the object of mathematics without ever necessarily posing the question of the mode of being of mathematical objects. Precisely in the same way, it can at first be granted with some justification that here the region of phenomenology can simply be circumscribed by these four aspects without thereby necessarily inquiring into the being of that which belongs in this region. Perhaps the being of consciousness should not be inquired into at all. In any case, the final critical position cannot be based upon this initial critical consideration. Moreover, what must be asked and studied more closely in the whole of this elaboration of consciousness is whether being is explored within it, whether perhaps en route to the reduction, to the securing and bringing into relief of this region called consciousness, the question of being is after all raised, whether perhaps right on the way which leads from what is given in the natural attitude to what the reduction offers, the question of being is after all under consideration. Let us recall the sense and methodological task of the phenomenological reduction. It seeks to arrive at the pure consciousness starting from the factual real consciousness given in the natural attitude. This is done by disregarding what is really posited, by withdrawing from every real positing. In the reduction we disregard precisely the reality of consciousness given in the natural attitude in the factual human being. The real experience is suspended as real in order to arrive at the pure absolute experience, etiox. The sense of the reduction is precisely to make no use of the reality of the intentional, it is not posited and experienced as real. We start from the real consciousness in the factually existing human, but this takes place only in order finally to disregard it and to dismiss the reality of consciousness as such. In its methodological sense as a disregarding, then, the reduction is in principle inappropriate for determining the being of consciousness positively. The sense of the reduction involves precisely giving up the ground upon which alone the question of the being of the intentional could be based, admittedly with the aim of then determining the sense of this reality from the region now secured. But the sole question here is whether reduction as such brings out something for the determination of the being of the intentional. Of course, one must be careful here, inasmuch as Husserl here would reply, the sense of the reduction is at first precisely to disregard reality in order then to be able to consider it precisely as reality as this manifests itself in pure consciousness, which secure through the reduction. In reply we would again ask whether this can be sufficient for the question of the being of the intentional. What more does the reduction accomplish? It disregards not only reality but also any particular individuation of lived experiences. It disregards the fact that the acts are mine or those of any other individual human being and regards them only in their what. It regards the what, the structure of the acts, but as a result does not thematize their way to be, their being an act as such. It is solely concerned with the what contents of the structures, the structure of the intentional as the basic structure of the psychic, the what contents of the constitution of this structure, the essence of the what of comportments, the variations of their self-directedness and the what content of their constructional relationships, but not the essence of their being. In ideation, eidetic reduction, when we discern the essential content of the acts, only the structure of that content is regarded. The essence of the being of lived experiences is not also taken up ideatively into the essential contexture of pure consciousness. An example may serve to make this clear, although the objects here are completely different. When I seek to distinguish the essence of color from that of sound, this distinction can be made without my asking about the manner of being of these two objects. When I determine the essentia, the essence of color and sound, I disregard their existentia, their particular individuation, whether the color is the color of a thing, in this or that illumination. I look only at what pertains to every color as color, regardless of whether it exists or not. I disregard its existence, and so all the more the essence of its existence. Likewise, in the consideration and elaboration of pure consciousness, merely the what content is brought to the fore, without any inquiry into the being of the acts in the sense of their existence. Not only is this question not raised in the reductions, the transcendental as well as the eidetic, it gets lost precisely through them. From the what I never experience anything about the sense and the manner of the that at any rate, only that an entity of this what content, extensio, for example, can have a certain manner of being. What this manner of being is not thereby made clear. Merely looking at the what content means seeing the what as apprehended, given, constituted. The critical discussion of the reductions in terms of what they do to pose the question of being turns out to be negative, so much so that it shows that the determinations of being discussed in cannot be genuine. But above all, this conception of ideation as disregard of real individuation lives in the belief that the what of any entity is to be defined by disregarding its existence. but if there were an entity whose what is precisely to be and nothing but to be, then this ideative regard of such an entity would be the most fundamental of misunderstandings. It will become apparent that this misunderstanding is prevalent in phenomenology, and dominates it in turn because of the dominance of the tradition. If the intentional is to be interrogated regarding its manner of being, then the entity which is intentional must be originally given, that is, it must be originally experienced in its manner of being. The original relationship of being to the entity which is intentional must be attained. But does this original relationship of being to the intentional not lie in the starting position of the reductions? Does this start not take the psychic, the consciousness of, just as it is given in the natural attitude, in the theoretical and still unmodified experience? In the end, this is at least where the sense of the intentional, even if it is not explicitly brought to the fore, must nevertheless be experienced. Let us pose the first critical question: to what extent is the being of the intentional experienced and determined in the starting position in the determination of the exemplary ground of the reductions? If the being, the reality of the intentional, is experienced in the natural attitude itself, then we need only to supplement the considerations of the intentional and of the reduction as we have understood it up to now. We now need to pose the question not only of the what content, the structure of the acts, but also of the essence of their being. The manner of being would then be grasped in the natural attitude and also determined ideatively in its essence. Presumably the mode of being, the reality, of the intentional understood as the psychic is also experienced here. In the natural attitude, the intentional at first ought to be given precisely as that which is then disregarded in ideation. Even if only to be immediately set aside, the intentional is here nonetheless experienced in its reality, although not thematically apprehended. What being is attributed to it, that of real occurrences in the world, living beings which are objectively on hand, which in accord with their being are inserted into the fundamental layer of all reality, into material thingness. The being of the intentional, the being of acts, the being of the psychic is thus fixed as a real worldly occurrence just like any natural process. And that is not all. Since the formation of the region of pure consciousness is undertaken for the purposes of theoretical reason, the elaboration of the various ways in which the various realms of entities are constituted in consciousness seeks to determine each particular reality and objectivity. Anything real manifests itself in consciousness as a possible object of a directing itself toward it. Reality is to be specified in each case in view of this self-manifesting aspect as such. Also subject to specification is thus the particular reality at issue for us, the animalia, the psychic in its factual actuality. In other words, the reduction and the development of the regions, these ways of being, have no other sense than to provide the scientific basis for specifying the reality of something real. The actuality of the intentional is likewise constituted as a reality in consciousness. Psychological consciousness, that is, the consciousness of something, the intentional as it is an object of psychology understood as a science of the real, must itself still be understood as a correlate of pure consciousness. Standing over against, empirical psychic lived experience, as a presupposition of its sense, is absolute lived experience. Persons-psychic personalities are empirical unities, just like realities of any kind and level, they are mere unities of intentional constitution g. Thus they can be experienced as truly being and so are scientifically determinable. All empirical unities person, animal ego, are indicators of absolute experiential contexts with a distinctive essential formation, in addition to which still other formations are conceivable. All empirical unities are transcendent in the same sense, merely relative, contingent. To take them as being in the absolute sense is therefore absurd. Only pure consciousness is the sphere of being of absolute origins. To ascribe reality as well as to this pure consciousness is absurd. By way of summary then, the whole spatio-temporal world, which includes the human being and the human ego as subordinate individual realities, is in accord with its own sense mere intentional being manifesting itself in acts, thus a being which has the mere secondary and relative sense of a being for a consciousness. It is a being which consciousness posits in its experiences, a being which in principle can be intuited and defined merely as the identical element of harmoniously motivated experiential manifolds. Over and above this, however, it is nothing. But it has thus become quite clear that the being of the psychic, the intentional, is first suspended in order to allow the pure region of consciousness to be reached. On the basis of this pure region it now first becomes possible to define the suspended being, reality. The question of being is thus raised, it is even answered. We have to do solely with the genuinely scientific way of answering it, which attempts to define the sense of the reality of something real insofar as it manifests itself in consciousness. What then was the point of our critical question? Was it merely precipitous on our part that we discussed the question of being and even established a neglect, in view of the determinations of being which are attributed to pure consciousness? Still, this entire consideration stands under a but. In fact, this difficulty does not concern the determination of the region as such, the characterization of pure consciousness. As we have already suggested, the basic difficulty with this determination of the reality of acts lies already in the starting position. What becomes fixed here as the datum of a natural attitude, namely, that man is given as a living being, as a zoological object, is this variety tude which is called natural. For man's way of experience vis-a-vis the other and himself, is it his natural mode of reflection to experience himself as CFOV, as a living being, in this broadest sense as an object of nature which occurs in the world? In the natural way of experience, does man experience himself, to put it curtly, zoologically? Is this attitude a natural attitude or is it not? It is an experience which is totally unnatural. For it includes a well-defined theoretical position, in which every entity is taken a priori as a lawfully regulated flow of occurrences in the spatio-temporal exteriority of the world. Is this natural attitude perhaps only the semblance of one? This kind of comportment and experience is of course rightly called an attitude unstellian, inasmuch as it must first be derived from natural comportment, from the natural way of experience. One must so to speak place oneself into Heinean Stellen, this way of considering things, and so assume an attitude toward them in order to be able to experience in this manner. Man's natural manner of experience, by contrast, cannot be called an attitude. Another issue is whether the character of the reality of man and of the acts which appear in this way of experience is the primary and authentic character, whether I experience the specific being of acts there or whether the specific being of comportments as such is actually obliterated, and the being of acts is defined merely in terms of their having occurred. The situation thus remains the same, although here the reality of acts is in a certain sense examined, the specific act being of the comportments as such is nevertheless not examined. On the contrary, the specific being of acts is just distorted by this so-called natural attitude. That this attitude passes itself off as natural just serves to support the prejudice that in this sort of attitude the being of acts is given originally and authentically, and that every question about the being of acts must refer back to it. Even if the thing of nature called man is experienced as the CFOV occurring in the world and his mode of being and his reality are determined, this does not mean that his comportments, the intentional in its being, are examined and defined. What is thus examined and defined is merely his being on hand as a thing, to which comportments are perhaps added as appendages but are not really relevant for determining the character of the being of this entity and do not constitute its way of being. But to the extent that this entity is characterized by comportments, its way of being must also be knowable in its comportments. This then is the result of our deliberations, in elaborating intentionality as the thematic field of phenomenology. The question of the being of the intentional is left undiscussed. It is not raised in the field thus secured, pure consciousness. Indeed, it is flatly rejected as nonsensi. Cal. In the course of securing this field, in the reduction, it is expressly deferred. And where the determinations of being are brought into play, as in the starting position of the reduction, it is likewise not originally raised. Instead, the being of acts is in advance theoretically and dogmatically defined by the sense of being which is taken from the reality of nature. the question of being itself is left undiscussed. But what is the point of this questioning of being? What is it for? Is it not enough to specify the what and the variations of the what? To begin with, the what for is not a primary criterion in knowledge. Quite generally, inquiring into the being of the intentional is nonetheless a possibility. And in the end a necessity. The first thing to be said is that this exposition of the thematic field of phenomenology, of pure consciousness, itself aims precisely at drawing a distinction among entities, fixing the fundamental distinction among entities, and this basically involves an answer to the question of being. Husserl says, the system of categories most emphatically must start from this most radical of all distinctions of being as consciousness and being as transcendent being manifesting itself in consciousness. It is clear that this distinction can be drawn in all of its purity and appreciated only through the method of phenomenological reduction. It is not merely that the basic distinction in entities is to be found with the securing of pure consciousness, but that the reduction itself has no other task than to fix and to demonstrate this fundamental distinction of being. But now we note something remarkable. Here it is being claimed that the most radical distinction of being is drawn without actually inquiring into the being of the entities that enter into the distinction. This, moreover, involves a discussion of being, a distinguishing of extant regions. In other words, it is maintained that a distinction is made in regard to being. If we press further and ask what being means here, in regard to which absolute being is distinguished from reality, we search in vain for an answer and still more for an explicit articulation of the very question. In drawing this fundamental distinction of being, not once is a question raised regarding the kind of being which the distinguished members have, or the kind of being which consciousness has, and more basically, regarding what it is which directs the entire process of making this distinction of being, in short, what the sense of being is. From this it becomes clear that the question of being is not an optional and merely possible question, but the most urgent question inherent in the very sense of phenomenology itself, urgent in a still more radical sense in relation to the intentional than we have so far discussed. So we see in fact that phenomenological research, in its formative period and even more so already in its breakthrough, operates in a fundamental neglect, and it does so in relation to the phenomenological investigation and determination of that which must be its theme, intentional comportment and all that is given with it. Two fundamental neglects pertaining to the question of being can be identified. On the one hand, the question of the being of this specific entity, of the acts, is neglected. On the other, we have the neglect of the question of the sense of being itself. But how is it possible that a form of research whose principle is to the matters themselves leaves the fundamental consideration of its most proper matter unsettled? Is phenomenological research in fact so unphenomenological that it excludes its most proper domain from the phenomenological question? Before we conclude the critique and proceed to the positive reflection, we are obliged to bring out all the approaches we can find here which nevertheless do point in the direction of determining the being of the intentional out of itself. Does not phenomenology still expressly raise the question of the being of the intentional as such after all, and does it not do so over and above the naturalistic attitude first discussed? Does not this question come up of necessity as soon as phenomenology sets itself off from psychology? A. The necessary demarcation of phenomenology from naturalistic psychology, and its overcoming. We have seen the course of such a demarcation, which did not understand the question that we designated as essentially epistemological or drawn from the theory of reason, even though this road led directly to fundamental determinations of being. Such a demarcation of phenomenology from psychology was already necessary in its initial breakthrough, inasmuch as phenomenology was elaborated from a particular psychology, the Brentanian, if we can call it that. This demarcation must obviously deal with the being of acts. This demarcation, to the extent that it is clearly focused upon acts as such, will not drift in the direction of what we have called the naturalistic attitude, in which the acts are not defined as such, but instead are treated as appendages of a material thing. That phenomenology nonetheless overcomes naturalism in a certain sense becomes manifest when we take a closer look at its initial breakthrough. In its initial stage, in its breakthrough, phenomenology understood itself immediately as a struggle against naturalism, but against naturalism in the particular form of psychologism, specifically psychologism in the particular field of logic. There was a tendency in logic to take the laws of thought as laws of the psychic processes of thought, of the psychic occurrence of thought. In opposition to this misunderstanding, Husserl, like Brentano, showed that the laws of thought are not the laws of the psychic course of thinking but laws of what is thought, that one must distinguish between the psychic process of judgment, the act in the broadest sense, and what is judged in these acts. Distinction is made between the real intake of the acts, the judging as such, and the ideal, the content of the judgment. This distinction between real performance and ideal content provides the basis for the fundamental rejection of psychologism. To the extent that phenomenology works in this direction in logic against psychologism or naturalism, it was from the beginning safeguarded from the naturalistic misunderstanding. However, it must be noted that in this demarcation in the phenomenon of judgment, judged content as ideal being or valid being on the one hand and real being or the act of judgment on the other, the distinction between the real and the ideal being of judgment is indeed confronted, but that precisely the reality of this real aspect of acts is left undetermined. The being of the judgment, its being an act, that is, the being of the intentional, is left unquestioned, so that there is always the possibility of conceiving this reality in terms of psychic processes of nature. The discovery, or better the rediscovery of the ideal exerted a fascination, cast a spell, as it were, while on the other side, the acts and processes were relegated to psychology. The elaboration of the pure field here simply led once again to norms, as we saw, without raising the central question. b. Dilthey's endeavor of a personalistic psychology, his idea of man as a person. But this phenomenological critique of naturalism was open to the direction taken by Dilthey and in fact took over his initiatives. That is, Husserl went to work in carrying out, in a phenomenological way, the task which Dilthey set for himself, which was to launch a personalistic psychology against the reigning naturalistic psychology. The psychical was now to be understood not as an event of nature but as spirit and person. It has already been pointed out that Dilthey brought with him an original understanding of phenomenology, and that he himself influenced it in the direction of the question which concerns us. Dilthey's scientific work sought to secure that way of regarding man which, contrary to scientific psychology, does not take him for its object as a thing of nature, explaining and construing him by means of other universal laws of events, but instead understands him as a living person actively involved in history and describes and analyzes him in this understanding. Here we find a recognizable trend toward a new psychology, a personalistic one. I have already pointed out that, after the appearance of logical investigations, as Husserl sought to develop his position further, Dilthey exerted a special influence upon him precisely in the direction of arriving at a new psychology. But in the horizon of our question there is also the attempt to determine the being of acts themselves strictly out of themselves, and to get away from the purely naturalistic objectifying regard of the acts and of the psychic. In view of the actual theme of phenomenology, this means that we need a reflection on the definition of the starting position in the further development of phenomenology, namely, the definition of the being of consciousness with regard to the way it is given in the natural attitude. This primary kind of experience, which provides the basis for every further characterization of consciousness, turns out to be a theoretical kind of experience and not a genuinely natural one, in which what is experienced could give itself in its original sense. Instead, the manner in which what is experienced gives itself here is defined by the feature of an objectivity for a theoretical consideration of nature, and nothing else. It thus follows that the starting point for the elaboration of pure consciousness is a theoretical one. At first, naturally, this in itself would not be an objection or a misfortune, but surely it is afterwards, when, on the basis of the pure consciousness derived from this theoretical basis, it is claimed that the entire field of comportments may also be determined, especially the practical. In the further course of development of phenomenology, of course, the influence of the new tendency we have mentioned comes into play, seeking to go beyond the specifically naturalistic attitude and to bring a personalistic attitude into its own. It must be asked how human Dasein is given in specifically personal experience, and how this motivates the attempt to determine and found the being of acts and the being of man. To the extent that this attempt should succeed and provide the path upon which the being of the intentional, of acts, and of the concrete Dasein of man can be determined, the ground for our critique would be taken away. It remains to be seen to what extent this new attitude attends to the question of the being of the Dasein of man, the being of acts and of the performer of the acts, and to what extent this being is determined. To see this, we once again turn briefly to Dilthey. Dilthey was the first to understand the aims of phenomenology. Already in the 1860s, his work was directed toward an elaboration of a new psychology. Put very generally, this was to be a science of man which apprehends man primarily as he exists as a person acting in history. With this idea of man in mind, he sought to determine this same entity scientifically. In this aim he came into conflict with the reigning psychology, which was naturalistic in the extreme, patterned after natural science. In a narrower sense, it was even a psychology of the senses. Against this explanatory psychology, which explains by means of hypotheses, Dilthey wanted to establish a descriptive psychology. Against this constructive psychology he wanted an analytical one. The efforts towards such a psychology, which still exists in name only, come to an initial denouement in two treatises, Ideas on a Descriptive and Analytic Psychology and Contributions to the Study of Individuality s. After the appearance of Logical Investigations, Dilthey took up this problem of a genuine personal psychology anew. The first results after his acquaintance with phenomenology are recorded in a remarkable fragment, Studies toward the Founding of the Human Sciences, and once again in a work of grand design in his old age, The Construction of the Historical World in the Human Sciences. Of importance is what Dilthey set forth in his ideas in chapter, On the Structure of Psychic Life, basic theses which are taken up by Husserl and Skeeler and analyzed more pointedly in a phenomenological fashion, that the person in his particular selfness finds himself over against a world upon which he acts and which reacts upon him, that in every aspect of being the person, the total person, reacts, not simply in willing, feeling, and reflecting, but altogether always at the same time. That the life context of the person is in every situation one of development. In the analysis and detailed elaboration, these theses are expounded with the crude and primitive means of the old traditional psychology. But the essential point here is not so much the conceptual penetration as the sheer disclosure of new horizons for the question of the being of acts and, in the broadest sense, the being of man. See Husserl's adoption of the personalistic tendency in the Logos essay. This preliminary work toward a personalistic psychology was taken up by Husserl and worked into the further development of phenomenology. The initial results of these reflections appear in his published work in the already mentioned Logos essay entitled Philosophy as Rigorous Science. This essay is important in several respects, first as a transition stage from the logical investigations to the ideas, then in regard to the concept of reduction. The relation between the eidetic and the transcendental reduction is still left unclarified. Further, on account of the concept of phenomenon and the psychic, and the lack of clarity on the noematic and noetic, above all, however, in its second part it typifies Husserl's position toward the problem of history, a position which must be described as impossible, rightly evoking Dilthey's dismay. But this problem does not interest us now. Our sole problem is the extent to which this treatise exhibits tendencies toward a personalistic psychology, and whether it gets beyond its initial naturalistic approach. The best way to make this clear is to ask, how is the sense of the phenomenological theme, of pure consciousness, defined here? In contrast to the transcendent, the physical in nature, the psychic is the immanently given. It is, as Husserl says here, the counter-thrust of nature A. In view of this immanent psychic character we must now ask, what in it do we investigate as its being? This question, what do we investigate in consciousness as its being, is also formulated by Husserl. In this way, what in it can we grasp and define, and fix as objective unities? Being for Husserl means nothing other than true being, objectivity, true for a theoretical scientific knowing. The question of the specific being of consciousness, of lived experiences, is not raised here. What is raised is the question of a distinctive way of being an object for an objective science of consciousness. How must I take the experiential context so that universally valid assertions can be made about it, in order to define the being of consciousness in them? The answer is, if the phenomena are psychic, and so not of nature, then they have an essence which can be grasped, and adequately grasped, in immediate beholding. By going from the individual description of the psychic to a contemplation of its essence, I arrive at a being of consciousness which is objectively definable. What is primary in the characterization of consciousness in its being is the sense of a possible scientific objectivity and not its specifically inherent being, which precedes any possible scientific treatment and has its own sense. It is in this horizon that we should understand what Husserl now says, which points in the direction of a personal determination of consciousness. Not without misgivings, it is true, does one consider psychology, the science of the psychical, merely as a science of psychical phenomena and of their connections with the body. But in fact psychology is everywhere governed by those inborn and inevitable objectivations whose correlates are the empirical unities man and animal, and, on the other hand, soul, personality, or character, i.e., disposition of personality. Still, for our purposes it is not necessary to pursue the analysis of the essence of these unity formations nor the problem of how they by themselves determine the task of psychology. After all, it immediately becomes sufficiently clear that these unities are of a kind that is in principle different from the things of nature, realities which according to their essence are such as to be given through adumbrating appearances, whereas this in no way applies to the unities in question. Only the founding substrate human body, and not man himself, is a unity of real thing-like appearance, and above all, personality, character, etc. are not such unities. With all such unities we are evidently referred back to the immanent vital unity of the respective consciousness flow and to morphological peculiarities that distinguish the various immanent unities of this sort. Consequently, all psychological knowledge, too, even where it is related primarily to human individualities, characters, and dispositions, finds itself referred back to those unities of consciousness, and thereby to the study of the phenomena themselves and of their interconnections. Here it is clear that the unity formations understood as those formations of experiential interrelations which we take to be a person or a personality are in principle different in kind from the thing-like realities of nature, that in fact man is now to be approached for consideration as not nature. Of course, if we ask what the positive sense of this personal being is, we are again referred back to the immanent structure of consciousness with which we are already familiar under the name of pure consciousness. At bottom, we are being led back to the same basis, to the immanent reflection of acts and lived experiences, without these acts on their part being actually defined. In the ensuing years, Husserl embarked upon the path toward personalistic psychology even more energetically and at the same time worked along the lines set by the first part of the just published Ideas toward a Pure Phenomenology. This initial elaboration of portions of a personalistic psychology has, to be sure, never been published, but has enjoyed a far-reaching literary life in the writings of Husserl's students. Since this initial elaboration of Husserl has, on more than one occasion, set to work on a new version of a personalistic psychology. In fact, since his tenure at Freiburg, since this took the form of a lecture course entitled Nature and Spirit, which he repeated on several occasions. His lecture course for this semester demonstrates how important this approach to this problem has now become for him, concentrated solely upon a phenomenology of mind and spirit. It is entitled Phenomenological Psychology G. It is characteristic of Husserl that his questioning is still fully in flux, so that we must in the final analysis be cautious in our critique. I am not sufficiently conversant with the contents of the present stance of his investigations. But let me say that Husserl is aware of my objections from my lecture courses in Freiburg as well as here in Marburg and from personal conversations, and is essentially making allowances for them, so that my critique today no longer applies in its full trenchancy. But it is not really a matter of criticism for the sake of criticizing but criticism for the sake of laying open the issues and bringing understanding. It almost goes without saying that even today I still regard myself as a learner in relation to H. Searle. In transmitting the manuscripts of the second part of the Ideas, to Husserl. In the winter wrote to me, ever since I began in Freiburg, however, I have made such essential advances precisely in the questions of nature and spirit that I had to elaborate a completely new exposition with a content which was in part completely altered. Letter of February. Accordingly, the account which was first presented here is in some ways already antiquated. One characteristic of the approach to this personalistic psychology is the context in which it is placed. The first part of the Ideas makes the question of pure consciousness the basis for the constitution of every reality. The second part now brings us the constitutional studies themselves. The constitution of material nature. The constitution of animal nature. The constitution of the human spiritual world, with the title The Personalistic Attitude in Contrast to the Naturalistic. The main point now is not to view the context of lived experience as an appendage to physical things but to see that experiential context as such and the ego as a psychic ego subject. In order to depict the naturalistic attitude, Husserl analyzes it in an example, in terms of how a cat is first given as a thing found in the world, as a material thing characterized by a corporeality with physical and, above all, aesthesiological properties. This means that this physical thing entails certain structures and moments which we call irritability, sensitivity, and the like. The surplus of reality in a living thing beyond the merely physical is not separable of itself, standing alongside this physical dimension, as it were, but is real in and with the physical itself. Because of this peculiar interconnection we can say that the psychic, the soul in its broadest sense, even though it is without extension, without spatiality, is nonetheless located in space. I can say that the cat ran over there, and I thus localize something psychic. This has a legitimate basis, made possible on the basis of the intimate connection of the aesthesiological with the physical. In this way man also can be regarded purely objectively. On the other hand, we now have a new attitude in view which in a certain sense is quite natural but not naturalistic. What we experience in it is not nature but, so to speak, the psychical counterpart of nature, the counter-thrust. We slip constantly and quite effortlessly from one attitude to another, from the naturalistic to the personalistic. In living with one another, in being related to one another in attitude and in action, we experience ourselves as persons. This natural experience is not an artificial one which must first be acquired by special means. In fact, the attitudes are not even on the same plane, for the naturalistic is subordinated to the personalistic. The priority and the understanding of the personalistic attitude is in theory clearly articulated here. But when we look more closely at how the definition of the person given in personal experience is carried out, we are referred once again to what is already familiar to us. The personalistic attitude and experience is characterized as inspectio sui, as an inner inspection of itself as the ego of intentionality, that is, the ego taken as subject of cogitationis. The very expression here already reminds us quite clearly of Descartes. Every such ego at once has its nature side as the underground of subjectivity. Mind is not an abstract ego but the full personality. Ego, man, subject as persons cannot dissolve into nature, for then what gives sense to nature would be missing. For if we eliminate all minds from the world, there is no longer a nature. But if we eliminate nature, the true objectively intersubjective existence, there is always still something left, mind as individual mind. It has merely lost the possibility of sociality, the possibility of a comprehension which presupposes a certain intersubjectivity of the body. In the mind's stream of consciousness, however, what manifests itself in each case is its unity, its individuality. Unlike things, the mind has its individuality in itself. Minds are not really unities of appearances but unities of absolute context-years of consciousness, he immanently given. Nature is the X and in principle nothing but an X defined by universal determinations. Mind, however, is not an X, but that which is itself given in the experience of mind. This is the same reflection that relates to pure consciousness as the residue of the annihilation of the world. Husserl here merely returns again to his primal separation of being under another name. Everything remains ontologically the same. The considerations of the concluding sections of this third part are typical: the spiritual ego and its substratum, interplay of the personalistic and the naturalistic attitude, the relationship of mind, soul, body, physical nature, psychophysical parallelism and interaction, relativity of nature, absoluteness of spirit. This affords a clear glimpse into how this analysis has recourse again to the person and how it is ultimately oriented toward Descartes. The determinations of the person and its constitution end in typical considerations, in the question of the interplay of the personalistic and the naturalistic attitude, then in the question of the relationship of soul and body, spiritual and physical nature. Also raised here is the old problem of psychophysical parallelism, much discussed in the 20th century. The section concludes with the determination of the relativity of nature and the absoluteness of spirit. D. Fundamental critique of personalistic psychology on a phenomenological basis. The answer to the question of how far this consideration of the person in the personalistic attitude has led to an intrinsic determination of the being of acts and of life itself must again prove to be relative. The fact that Husserl makes allowances for the personalistic attitude does not force us to recant and revise our critique. On the contrary, we shall see that the personalistic attitude itself serves to obstruct the question of the actual being of the acts, of the being of the intentional. A thesis which applies to Dilthey's position as well. Accordingly, once again we are fundamentally on the same basis as we were with the critique of the determinations of the being of pure consciousness. The trend toward a personalistic psychology upon a phenomenological foundation of course is to be regarded positively, but understood in terms of our guiding reflections it still remains fundamentally mired in the old form of inquiry. This is shown by the first version of such an attempt, planned as the second part of the ideas and carried out right after the first part. We must critically elucidate this position of personalistic psychology in three respects. We must take into account that this reflection stays in the wake of the question of the constitution of reality and objectivity, that the mode of access to the person is nothing other than the already defined immanent reflection, inspectio sui, upon lived experiences, from which all the theses of absolute givenness and the like are derived, that the predetermination of the unity of the experiential context as a spirit and person adheres to the traditional definition of man homo animal rationale as its guide. This knowledge is in this context the most important. The context and order in which the question of the person surfaces is indicative of how this reflection remains in the constitutive mode. The context is prescribed by the thematic of ideas I. Here it is stated how an entity as real manifests itself in its reality and how the unity of the stream of lived experience is to be defined as a unity of a comprehended objective manifold. This question is ordered according to the sequence in which the matters of the real themselves stand. The fundamental stratum is still the naturally real, upon which the psychic is built, and upon the psychic the spiritual. Now comes the question of the constitution of the spiritual world. It is true that the genuine naturality of the personalistic attitude is thematically emphasized, but the actual account still gives precedence to the investigation of nature. The being of the person is not as such experienced in a primary way. The matter instead remains in the reflection on acts, in the inspectio sui. Only now the theme is not the pure consciousness and pure ego but instead the isolated individual consciousness and ego. But the isolation is always conditioned by the body. Of course, it is explicitly stated that the experiential context has its intrinsic individuation, it is always the context of a particular ego subject, but the kind of being of acts is left undetermined. Acts are performed, the ego is the pole of the acts, the self-persisting subject. This is certainly not the last step taken by Husserl in the elucidation of the unity of the stream of lived experience. We shall discuss this more appropriately first in the analysis of time under the caption Stream of Lived Experience and Absolute Time Consciousness. But even if the being of acts and the unity of the experiential stream were determined in their being, the question of the being of the full concrete man would still remain. Can this being be, so to speak, assembled from the being of the material substrate, of the body, and from the soul and the spirit? Is the being of the person the product of the kinds of being of these layers of being? Or is it just here where it becomes evident that this way of a prior division and a subsequent composition does not get at the phenomena? Is it not just so, with any approach to the personal, that the person is taken as a multilayered thing of the world whose being is never reached by way of a determination of the reality of its self-directedness, no matter how extensively it is pursued? What is retained then is always only the being of an already given objective datum, of a real object. This means that it always only comes down to being as objectivity, in the sense of being an object of a reflection. Now, this division of man and the ordination of acts, of the intentional, into such a context, the physical, body, soul, spirit, that is, the personalistic attitude, merely introduces anew the kind of consideration by which the elaboration of pure consciousness was also guided, the traditional definition of man as animal rationale, in which ratio is understood in terms of the rational person. The position already characterized is maintained despite or even because of the personalistic attitude. It certainly does not take man as a reality of nature, but he is still a reality of the world which constitutes itself as transcendence in absolute consciousness. As superior as his analyses in the particular certainly are, Husserl does not advance beyond Dilthey. However, at least as I see it, my guess is that even though Dilthey did not raise the question of being and did not even have the means to do so, the tendency to do so was alive in him. Since Dilthey's formulations are very indefinite precisely in the dimension of the fundamental phenomena, it is impossible to document the presence of this tendency objectively. The consideration of the possibility of the personalistic attitude has led us to a correct insight, in the background of all questions about the intentional, the psychic, about consciousness, lived experience, life, man, reason, spirit, person, ego, subject. There stands the old definition of man as animal rationale. But is this definition drawn from experiences which aim at a primary experience of the being of man? Or does it not come from the experience of man as an extant thing of the world animal which has reason rationale as an intrinsic property? This experience does not necessarily have to be naturalistic in an extreme sense, as we shall see. It has a certain justification not merely for a zoological and physiological consideration of man. The latent or patent prevalence of this definition provides the clue for the question of reality insofar as it is directed toward acts, whether the question is posed naturalistically or personalistically. Skeeler's unsuccessful attempt in determining the mode of the being of acts and of the performer of acts. Even the route taken by Skeeler to define the intentional and its acts, the person and the human being, basically does not take us any further, since he also takes his orientation from the traditional definition of man as animal rationale. But because as he is strongly influenced by Bergson and Dilthey within the traditional way of questioning, he comes closer to the question which concerns us, which is why we expressly consider him here. For he expressly emphasizes the special character of being a person. Also, in his determination of lived experiences, acts, and the ego, he wants nothing to do with the specifically rationalistic orientation of Husserl. But Skeeler also tends to regard the acts as non-psychic and to demarcate them from the psychic. He also adheres to the definition, the person is the performer of acts. It is true that he at the same time emphasizes that the unity of the person is not the product of lived experiences, a unity which results in a unity of form in itself, but rather that the being of the person on its part actually first determines the being of the acts. Moreover, Skeeler emphasizes, as a law of essence, that the being of the person is not a universal egoity but is in each case an individual person. only a few characteristic determinations might still be presented. I do not want to go much further into Skeeler's theory of the person, since this would bring in nothing new for our critical question. A person should never be regarded as a thing or a substance, endowed with whatever capacities or powers, for example, reason. Person is rather the immediately co-experienced unity of living through Erlebens are lived experiences and not a thing merely thought behind and outside what is immediately lived through. A person is not a thing-like or substantial being. Every person as such, every finite person, is as person an individual, and initially not because of the particular contents of living through experience or a body which fills space. The being of the person can never be reduced to being a subject of rational acts governed by certain laws. A person is thus not a thing, substance, or object. This states what Husserl, in the Logos essay already suggests, that the unity of the person, personality, displays a constitution essentially different from any thingness understood as nature's thingness. What Skeeler says of the person, he says even more expressly of the acts themselves. Never, however, is an act also an object, for it belongs to the essence of the being of acts. Here the question of the being of acts is explicitly raised to be experienced only in their very performance and given in reflection, not in perception. Acts are themselves something non-psychic, belonging to the essence of the person, and the person exists only in the performance of intentional acts, so that it essentially cannot be an object. The being of the first act consists rather in its performance. Precisely in this it is absolutely not relatively distinct from the concept of object. This performance can occur in a straightforward way and with reflection. This reflection is not an objectification, not a perception. Reflection is nothing but the accompaniment of a totally non-qualified consciousness of reflections which floats with the acts being performed. Reflection does not bear upon the inner, upon objects, but upon the being of the person. It seeks to comprehend the wholeness of the being of man. Any psychological objectification, hence any conception of acts as something psychic, is identical with depersonalization. The person is in every case given as a performer of intentional acts which are bound together by the unity of a sense. Psychic being thus has nothing to do with being a person. The sole and exclusive mode of its givenness of the person is rather its very performance of its acts, including the performance of its reflection upon its acts. In living its performance it simultaneously vitally experiences itself. All that is act transcends psychology understood as apprehending inner events. Acts are non-psychic, functions are psychic. Acts are performed, facts are effected. Acts spring from the person into time, they are psychophysically indifferent. We have thus noted that the mode of being of acts is not identical with psychic reality. The specific unity of acts in their being, the person in its turn, is not a thing or a substance. But when we positively ask, how then does the being of acts get defined and what is the being of the person, the being of lived experience and the unity of such experiences, the only thing left to be said is, acts get performed and the person is the performer. On the mode of being of the act performance and the mode of being of the performer of the act, silence reigns. But it is nonetheless important for this determination of the person to try by all means to go further into the determination of acts and of their being. But when we ask fundamentally about the structure intended for being and about the conceptuality in terms of which this being is questioned, we find that the inquiry comes to a halt in these two vague determinations, performance and performer. The more precise determination of acts, the connection of the act totality understood as person with the psychic, the connection of the psychic with corporeality and of corporeality with the physical, all this is once again defined within generally traditional horizons, even though Skeeler here once again makes some essential progress on the question of the relationship of the animate and psychic to corporeality. Surely in this question, Skeeler, under the influence of Bergson, has made the furthest advances to date. We find these ideas discussed, admittedly in a very scattered way, in the ethics of the second volume of the Jahrbuch für Philosophie und Phänomenologische Forschung and in his text Idols of Self-Knowledge. F. Result of the critical reflection, the neglect of the question of being as such and of the being of the intentional is grounded in the fallenness of Dasein itself. The critical reflection shows that even phenomenological research stands under the contractaints of an old tradition, especially when it comes to the most primordial determination of the theme most proper to it, intentionality. Contrary to its most proper principle, therefore, phenomenology defines its most proper thematic matter not out of the matters themselves but instead out of a traditional prejudgment of it, albeit one which has become quite self-evident. The very sense of this prejudgment serves to deny the original leap to the entity which is thematically intended. In the basic task of determining its own most field, therefore, phenomenology is unphenomenological, that is to say, purportedly phenomenological. But it is all this in a sense which is even more fundamental. Not only is the being of the intentional, hence the being of a particular entity, left undetermined, but categorially primal separations in the entity, consciousness and reality, are presented without clarifying or even case. Shunning the guiding regard, that according to which they are distinguished, which is precisely being in its sense. But this still more fundamental neglect which leaves the sense of being as such undiscussed is hardly a matter of mere negligence, merely overlooking a question that should have been raised, any more than the orientation to the traditional definition of man is a chance mistake. What shows itself in the neglect of the primary question of being as such is rather the force and weight of the tradition to a degree which cannot be easily overestimated. Whenever the being of entities is treated without the explicit question of it, this is the case not merely in the explicit ontologies, in particular those labeled as such by the tradition, then those determinations of being and categories whose basic traits were discovered by Plato and Aristotle come into play. But the results of these traditional reflections are in command to some extent without maintaining the ground from which they were drawn in the expressly interrogative experience, or without first of all bringing them to such an experience. These results prevail without the initial vitality of the articulating question, that is, without the full force of the interrogative experience and its explication from which these categories originated. The question posed by Plato in the Sophist ti tot / vaeotjeof / jlolv tetoin tptje, yyf / otje, what then do you mean when you use the word being? In short, what does being mean? This question is so vigorously posed, so full of life. But ever since Aristotle it has grown mute, so mute in fact that we are no longer aware that it is muted, because from then on we have continually dealt with being in the determinations and perspectives handed down by the Greeks. So muted is this question that we think we are raising it without actually coming within its reach at all, without seeing that the mere application of old concepts, whether these be the expressly conscious and most traditional concepts or the EVT and more abundant unconscious and self-evident concepts, does not yet and does not really include the question of being. So we are not really conducting our inquiry in this area. The two neglects, the neglect of the question of being as such and the neglect of the question of the being of the intentional, are not accidental oversights of philosophers. Rather, these omissions serve to manifest the history of our very Dasein history, understood not as the totality of public events but as the mode of happening of this Dasein. That this neglect is possible and reigns in this manner for thousands of years manifests a particular mode of the being of Dasein, a specific tendency toward decadence verfall. This means that Dasein in this. This sentence is interpolated from the Moser transcript as an indispensable transition in this context of meaning. Mode of being offering verfallen, from which it does not escape, first really comes to its being when it rebels against this tendency. The dominance of the ontological and anthropological and thus also of the logical tradition will maintain itself in philosophy all the more readily and self-evidently, the more philosophy itself, in the projection of its tasks and questions, in the ways and means of its response to them, again inserts itself into the tradition. It does not insert itself into just any tradition but into one which is prefigured by the urgency of the matters themselves and by their treatment. In Husserl it is the assumption of the tradition of Descartes and of the problematic of reason stemming from him. More precisely regarded, it is the antipsychologistic impulse which in opposition to naturalism exhibits essential being, the priority of the theory of reason and especially of the epistemological, the idea of a pure constitution of reality in the non-real, its idea of absolute and rigorous scientificity. In Skeeler we can, at least at times, note the assumption of Augustinian Neoplatonic and Pascalian motives of thought. In both cases the tradition of classical Greek philosophy * is operative latently. Insofar as it is a matter of the specific question of spirit, reason, ego, life, the tradition is governed by the definition of man already mentioned, animal rationale. Husserl is oriented more toward the secular definition, while Skeeler expressly takes the specifically Christian definition of man into his formulation of the idea of person, and so makes his position several degrees more dogmatic. At this point I cannot go into the detailed history of this definition and its essential import for inquiry within philosophy, especially in theology during the Christian period. I shall characterize only very briefly the connection of the definition of person given by Skeeler with the specifically Christian definition of man. Inasmuch as Skeeler sees the person in the unity of acts, which means in their intentionality, he says, the essence of man is the intention towards something or, as he puts it, the very gesture of transcendence. Man is an eternal out towards, in the way that Pascal calls man a God-seeker. The only meaningful idea of man, Skeeler, is a theomorphism through and through, the idea of an X which is a finite and living image of God, his likeness, one of his infinite shadows on the wall of being. This is of course more a literary formulation than a scientific explanation, but it still shows Skeeler's definition of the being of man. This conception of man can be found quite early, for example, in reading philosophy here instead of tradition. Tations aoyotpoeaay/lia, here I do not mean man as oil and in his conduct as a living being but as he is, in a certain sense, underway towards God. This is the definition that Calvin later formulated along the same lines when he says, man's first condition was excellent because of these outstanding endowments, that reason, intelligence, prudence, judgment should suffice not only for the government of this earthly life, but that by them he might ascend beyond, even unto God and to eternal felicity. Here, clearly, the determination of the being of man is based on his transcendence, on this being directed out towards something. Similarly, Zwingli says, man thus also, looks up to God and his word, he indicates clearly that in his very nature he is born somewhat closer to God, is something more after his stamp, that he has something that draws him to God. All this comes beyond a doubt from his having been created in God's image. The emphasis here is not only on the characteristic determination of man as underway towards God but also on the constant orientation toward the statement in Genesis, let us make man in our own image and likeness, which even in the Middle Ages directed all anthropology and anthropological inquiry. Later Kant, in defining the rational person of man in his own fashion, adopted the old Christian definition of man, did heologized only to some extent. This very rough account is presented only in order to come to understand the neglects uncovered by our critique, not as mistakes which can be easily corrected, but as the power of the historical dossier in which we ourselves are condemned or called to be. To this last alternative we can surely respond only out of personal conviction. No scientific judgment is possible here. Perhaps even the alternative is no longer a genuine one. Main part. Analysis of the phenomenon of time and derivation of the concept of time. First division. Preparatory description of the field in which the phenomenon of time becomes manifest. Chapter 1. The phenomenology that is grounded in the question of being. Exposition of the question of being from the radically understood sense of the phenomenological principle. Our critical reflection on phenomenology has clarified in what horizon of being intentionality, its theme, has been placed. It has shown that this determination of the thematic field does not draw that field from a prior and original explication of the being of the intentional, and that the task of drawing the fundamental distinctions of being does not take up the basic task which precedes it, that of raising the question of the sense of being as such. Together with these insights, it became evident that these two questions, that of being as such and that of the character of the being of the intentional, must be raised in the light of the principle most proper to phenomenology. At the very least, it became evident that the development of the phenomenological theme can proceed in a counter-phenomenological direction. This insight does not serve to drive phenomenology outside of itself, but really first brings phenomenology right back to itself, to its own most and purest possibility. The greatness of the discovery of phenomenology lies not in factually obtained results, which can be evaluated and criticized and in these days have certainly evoked a veritable transformation in questioning and working, but rather in this: it is the discovery of the very possibility of doing research in philosophy. But a possibility is rightly understood in its most proper sense only when it continues to be taken as a possibility and preserved as a possibility. Preserving it as a possibility does not mean, however, to fix a chance state of research and inquiry as ultimately real and to allow it to harden. It rather means to keep open the tendency toward the matters themselves and to liberate this tendency from the persistently pressing, latently operative, and spurious bonds of the tradition. This is just what is meant by the motto "back to the matters themselves," to let them revert to themselves. Phenomenological questioning in its innermost tendency itself leads to the question of the being of the intentional and before anything else to the question of the sense of being as such. Phenomenology radicalized in its own most possibility is nothing but the questioning of Plato and Aristotle brought back to life, the repetition, the retaking of the beginning of our scientific philosophy. But does this not once again relinquish all the critical caution necessary when one is dealing with the tradition? Is the question of being, just because of its venerable antiquity going all the way back to Parmenides, in the end not also a prejudice of the tradition? Why do we make an exception here? Should we ask about being only because the Greeks asked? Is the question of being to be put so that phenomenology may be more radically defined, thus only so that there may be a phenomenology? Neither of these reasons can be the basis for our inquiry. Are there still presuppositions, specifically presuppositions which allow us to recover the ground for the question of being simply from the question itself? The sole ground of possibility for the question of being as such is Dasein itself insofar as it is possible, in its discoveredness in possibilities. 4 presuppositions can be named: the principle itself, the question of being is somehow already emphatically there in understanding, entities are experienced, the distortion of the question of being and its deflection from its course can be found in the history of Dasein and grounded in Dasein only if something like the propensity toward the question of being belongs to its being and its historicity. There is a neglect only because Dasein is defined as care. All of this would in fact be dogmatic and contrary to the phenomenological principle of working and questioning out of the matters themselves, if phenomenology itself included one or more theses which already contained a statement about particular domains of subject matter or about the priority of certain concepts. But we have noted that phenomenology is first of all a pure methodological concept which only specifies the how of the research. The aspiration to carry it through to completion is nothing other than setting out to do the most radical research in philosophy. But inasmuch as phenomenology is also defined by its theme, intentionality, it still includes a prior decision on just what, among the manifold of entities, its theme really is. Why this should be precisely intentionality is not definitively demonstrated. We have only an account of the fact that the basic theme in the breakthrough and development of phenomenology is intentionality. Our critical investigation has specifically led us beyond this theme. The neglect of the question of the being of the intentional revealed in itself a more original question, that of being as such. To be sure, this question is also already a specific question, but we shall have to consider whether it, when taken as a scientific question, might not be a prejudgment, something dogmatic and prejudiced. A question is a prejudgment when it at the same time already contains a definite answer to the issue under question, or when it is a blind question aimed at something which cannot be so questioned. But now, entities are familiar to us and being is in a certain sense understood. The question of being as such, however, when it is put in a sufficiently formal manner, is the most universal and emptiest, but perhaps also the most concrete question, which a scientific inquiry can ever raise. This question can be attained in any entity, it need not be intentionality. It does not even have to be an entity taken as a theme of a science. But we come to the question of being as such only if our inquiry is guided by the drive to question to the very end or to inquire into the beginning, that is, if it is determined by the sense of the phenomenological principle radically understood, which means by the matter itself to allow entities to be seen as entities in their being. To put this question phenomenologically means, if we follow its sense, to put it as an exploratory question which questions from the matters themselves. But this at the same time implies what was already said about setting out to do the most radical research in philosophy. It is in philosophy and not in an already given theory laden with definite problem horizons, disciplines and conceptual schemata that philosophy, under the guidance of the phenomenological principle, is to be restored to itself. If the phenomenologically attained fundamental question of being is presented as the question which came to life with the classical scientific philosophy of the Greeks, this historical fact should not be taken as an authority which establishes the correctness of the question. Rather, it can only be taken as an indication that this question is itself apparently in line with our research inquiry. Why should philosophy raise precisely this most universal question of being? What is philosophy, when it must raise this question? Whence is the being of philosophy itself to be understood? More later on what all this implies. A. Assumption of the tradition as a genuine repetition. The assumption of the tradition is not necessarily traditionalism and the adoption of prejudices. The genuine repetition of a traditional question lets its external character as a tradition fade away and pulls back from the prejudices. This process of having recourse and seeking a connection to traditional philosophies has also been the way the conception of phenomenology is defined for the broader scientific public. The two main directions of phenomenology, established by Husserl and by Skeeler, were regarded directly in terms of the degree to which they established a connection with already extant philosophies, while the truly positive tendencies and the positive work itself were far less appreciated and understood. The matters discovered were not understood phenomenologically but were taken for granted. The new horizons for researching such matters were explained instead from what was traditionally known and so assimilated by modification. But this process of having recourse and seeking a connection to the tradition includes the assumption of particular interrogative contexts and particular concepts which certainly in turn are then clarified relatively along phenomenological lines and conceived more or less rigorously. However, we not only want to understand that such a contact with the tradition brings prejudices with it. We also want to establish a genuine contact with the tradition. For the opposite way would be just as fantastic, represented in the opinion that a philosophy can be built in mid-air, just as there have often been philosophers who believed that one can begin with nothing. Thus, the contact with the tradition, the return to history, can have a double sense. On the one hand, it can be purely a matter of traditionalism, in which what is assumed is itself not subjected to criticism. On the other hand, however, the return can also be performed so that it goes back prior to the questions which were posed in history, and the questions raised by the past are once again originally appropriated. This possibility of assuming history can then also show that the assumption of the question of the sense of being is not merely an external repetition of the question which the Greeks already raised. If this formulation of the question of being is a genuine one, then the repetition must rather bring us to understand that the Greek formulation of the question was conditioned and provisional and, what is more, had to be so. B. Modification of the thematic field, the scientific way of treating it and the previous self-understanding of phenomenology by critical reflection on the fundamental question of being as such. The critical reflection revealed the phenomenologically fundamental question of being as such without also bringing out the ground of this question. But this ground, and with it the presupposition of the question, can be made clear only after the question is first raised. Pronouncing and uttering the interrogative sentence does not yet raise the question itself. After the manner of the statements of idle chatter, there are also questions which are merely asserted. The critical reflection at this point showed us that phenomenological questioning can begin in the most obvious of matters. but this matter of course means that the phenomena are not really exposed to the light of day, that the ways to the matters are not without further ado ready-made, and that there is the constant danger of being misled and forced off the trail. This in general is precisely what constitutes the sense of phenomenology as expository research. We already noted that inherent in the phenomenon is the possibility of pretending to be semblance. Put positively, this at the same time means, so much seeming, so much being. This means that wherever something passes itself off as this or that, what passes itself off retains the possibility of becoming manifest in itself and thus receiving definition. Accordingly, wherever semblance is identified, wherever semblance is apprehended and understood, there one already finds the allusion to something positive of which the seeming is the semblance. This of which is not something behind the experience but shines forth in the semblance itself. This precisely is the essence of seeming. Just as the phenomena cannot be given without effort, it is rather incumbent upon research to arrive at the phenomena, so likewise is the concept of phenomenology not something which can be definitively determined in a single stroke. Our critical reflection has led us to question whether the thematic field of phenomenology is adequately determined. But this at the same time suggests that the scientific way of handling the theme is modified in its sense in accordance with the more radical conception of the thematic field. The critical reflection likewise gives us reason to doubt the previously given definition of phenomenology as analytic description of intentionality in its a priori. Perhaps the phenomenologically original definition of intentionality, and in particular the fundamental conception of its being, entail a modification of the method of analytic description in the a priori. In the end, there is also a modification of the customary division in phenomenology of the different groups of investigations into phenomenologies of act, subject matter, and relation. Intentionality is indeed the doublet of intentio and intentum. In these two directions, one distinguished the elaboration of the intentio, the act, of the intentum, that to which the act is directed, and finally the elaboration of the relation between these two. A more refined conception of the entity having the character of the intentional will permit us to see and so supersede the threefold basis of this distinction. The closer determination of being will further lead to a more refined conception of the sense of the a priori. Heretofore, the a priori was specified as that which is always already there, that is, it was characterized on the basis of a particular concept of being, the Greek concept. The more radical conception of being as such will bring a modification of the concept of the a priori, but this will be accompanied by a modification of our way of apprehending the a priori as well, of ideation. As before in phenomenology corresponding to its a priori, which was not truly understood but conceived in conjunction with the Greek concept of being, so likewise is ideation, in its corresponding logic, conceived as a logic of the experience of this sort of being, a logic which is then apprehension of the generalization. The more precise determination of the thematic field will later pave the way for a more suitable conception of the mode of apprehension, which up to now was seen only as description, a descriptive account of the simply apprehended subject matter itself. This tells us nothing about the sense of its apprehension. Something can be made of that sense only when the matter itself is clearly specified in the sense of its being. It will thus become apparent that description has the character of interpretation, since that which is the theme of the description becomes accessible in a specific kind of interpretation, expository interpretation. But for the time being, we are faced with the sole task of elaborating the fundamental question: what is meant by being? According to the phenomenological principle, in a phenomenologically radical manner. Results of the phenomenological research and the definition of this science may for the moment be left undecided. C. Unfolding the question of being with time as our guiding clue. The introductory considerations operating as immanent criticism have led to the fundamental question: what is meant by being? What is the being of the intentional? Our preliminary remarks clarifying the theme of the lecture course have already suggested that time has a distinctive function to play in distinguishing the kinds of being, and that the traditional realms of being are distinguished according to temporal, supertemporal, and extratemporal being. It was even stated there that the history of the concept of time, that is, the history of the discovery of time, is the history of the question of the being of entities. It was also suggested there that the history of the attempts to determine entities in their being is perhaps the history of the decline and the distortion of this basic question of scientific research. When we now take up the question of being, we shall in the course of these considerations come across the phenomenon time and in accord with our question be led to an explication of time. The first portion of our actual considerations is accordingly the exposition of the question of being. Let us recall the outline given earlier. The first part, that is, the main part, has as its theme the analysis of the phenomenon of time, the preparatory description of the field in which the phenomenon of time becomes manifest. This is nothing other than what the critical deliberations have now revealed as necessary, the exposition of the question of being. The exposition of time itself. The conceptual interpretation. If we proceed in this way, it might seem that what we have thus far considered and gone through is unrelated to what follows, so that we could have spared ourselves this passage through phenomenology in the form of an immanent critique, especially since it was expressly emphasized that the question of the being of entities can in principle be put to any entity. We do not need the specific entity of intentionality in order to awaken the question of the being of entities. Why this circumstantial and complicated consideration, and possibly a consideration of that which in a way is antiquated? What was the point of the consideration if we are assuming no propositions from phenomenology but, in the spirit of phenomenology, once again have to demonstrate any proposition which may possibly be taken up? But the connections of the following considerations with the presuppositions are not so simple. Also, to begin with, we do not wish to speak any further about this. We only emphasize that we certainly do not presuppose any phenomenological results in the sense that we made deductions from them. We inquire always and only in a phenomenological way without going along with particular theses and results. There is an intrinsic material connection between what we treated in the introduction, i.e., preliminary part, and what we now take as our theme. And we shall soon see that the very next steps that we take will lead us back to what we have already discussed from a particular perspective. We now proceed to the first division of the main part, preparatory description of the field in which the phenomenon of time becomes manifest. We shall confront this task more accurately under the heading which points to its material connection to the previous considerations, in terms of an initial explication of Dasein. Chapter 2. In terms of an initial explication of Dasein. Emergence of the question of being from an indeterminate pre-understanding of Dasein, question of being and understanding of being. The question of being must be articulated. In other words, this question, what is being, must not be raised blindly and arbitrarily. And the answer to this question must not be guessed at aimlessly and arbitrarily. The question must be articulated, that is, it must be raised as a question for research. It is asked with the intention of doing investigative work. To articulate the question of being means to elaborate it as a question in such a way that this elaboration will arrive at the secure horizon of inquiry into the being of entities, the horizon of the question, along with the outline of the way and the steps of the investigation which seeks to find the answer. This outline is the prefiguration of that from which the answer is drawn and in which it is confirmed. The question asks about being. What does being mean? Formally, the answer is, being means this and that. The question seeks an answer which determines something which is somehow already given in the very questioning. The question is what is called a question of definition. It does not ask whether there is anything like being at all, but rather what is meant by it, what is understood under it, under being. When we thus ask about the sense of being, then being, which is to be determined, is in a certain way already understood. In a certain way, here this means according to a wholly indeterminate pre-understanding, an indeterminacy whose character can however be phenomenologically grasped. We, anyone, do not know what being means, and yet the expression is in some sense understandable to each of us. Whatever the sources of the influx of such understanding into the individual, whether they are transmitted theories and opinions, whether they are obtained in explicit appropriation or are merely taken over, whether there is a knowledge of this influx and its resources, all this at first makes no difference. There is an understanding of the expression being, even if it borders on a mere understanding of the word. The question is asked on the basis of this indeterminate pre-understanding of the expression being. What is meant by being? Even this unoriented and vague pre-understanding is still an understanding. It bears as it were the possibility of the question within itself. It is the source of the questioning in the sense of seeking for the grounded demonstration of what is not yet understood. More precisely, the explicit questioning is in its sense immediately understood from this understanding. The questioning is itself as it were still indefinite. We constantly make use of this indefinite meaning and concept being, so extensively, in fact, that we are not even aware that we are using being in an indefinite meaning. This is so even as we elaborate the question, what is being? What is pertinent to its being? We always already live in an understanding of the is without being able to say more precisely what it actually means. This indicates that the understanding of being and a certain concept of being is always already there. Why this is so, and how this fact is to be understood more precisely, shall be discussed later. The question asks about what being means. The sense of being is what is asked for das Erfragt in the question, what is to be arrived at in the question. This means that what the question as such has to attain, what is to be brought out in the answer, is the sense of being. Examined more carefully, what is asked about in what is thus asked for. When being is thus asked for, it involves inquiring into the basic character of the entity, what defines an entity as entity. What defines the entity as entity is its being. The sense of being implies what is asked about das Gefragte, the being of the entity. In other words, what is asked for implies what is asked about. If the entity is to be defined in its being, it must be interrogated on its being. What is asked about the being of the entity, and so the demonstrative definition of the sense of being is demonstrable only if the entity itself as entity is interrogated on its being. This means that the entity must in itself be accessible in its being. What is interrogated das Befragte is the entity itself. What is asked about implies what is interrogated, the sense of being of an entity implies the entity itself. Thus, to begin with, we have elicited a threefold distinction in the structure of the question and the inquiry. Very formally, these are: what is asked for, the sense of being; what is asked about, the being of entities; what is interrogated, the entity itself. The question is properly articulated when the inquiry is worked out in the right way in these three essential parts. The question must therefore be expounded more clearly in terms of these three parts. Let us begin with the third part. In order to seek the being of the entity through questioning, the entity itself must be interrogated on its being. For this, what is interrogated must necessarily be experienced in itself. We call many a thing an entity or what is, and many of them in a different sense. What is in a certain sense everything of which we speak, which we intend, toward which we act, and, even if only as to something inaccessible, everything to which we are related and all of that which we ourselves are and how we are. Now which entity is to be experienced in itself? Which entity is it then in which the potential sense of being can be obtained and read off? And in the event it can be determined, what is the mode of experience and of access to this entity, so that it can become manifest in itself? In regard to the determinations of what is interrogated, the unfolding of the question of being contains a double determination: first, that of the entity which is to give the sense of being originally and authentically, and the other is the determination of the right sort of access to the entity in order to bring out the sense of being. Second, the question contains what it asks about. This implies that what is interrogated, the entity, is interrogated on something. In the inquiry the entity is not accepted purely and simply in itself, it is undertaken as and taken up as this and that, it is taken in regard to its being. In the question the interrogated is addressed, one as it were inquires of it about its being. What is interrogated is an entity insofar as something is sought in it. The inquiry includes this interrogation on something. This interrogation needs the indication of a direction which it has to take in order to bring out in the entity its being. Not only must the right kind of experience of the entity itself be fixed, but also the regard in which I have to take the interrogated entity must be determined, so that I may catch a glimpse of the likes of being in it at all. We shall provisionally determine the regard from these 2 points of view, first from the direction of the inquisitive looking upon, and second from the on which in the entity, in regard to which what is interrogated is to be quizzed. Finally, there is in what is asked about, thirdly, what is itself asked for, the being whose sense is sought. In other words, the inquiry is in search of what being means, how it is to be conceived. What is asked for includes the search for its concept. The articulation of the question, if it is to be a lucid research question in which distinctions can be drawn, must contain a determination of the possibility and kind of conceptuality pertinent to what is asked for, the sort of sense it has, whether it is a category or the like. More accurately, this means that we shall now have to stipulate, quite apart from the characterization of its content, just what being actually is with a view to its determinability, whether it is something like a category or in that vein. The inquiry thus includes this threefold aspect: the originary prior experience of what primarily is to be interrogated and the specification of the kind of experience, the preparatory outlook in the interrogating regard itself upon what is sought in it, being, the characterization of the sense of what is asked about as such, its conceptuality. The formal framework of the question of being is thus relatively easy to characterize. By contrast, the necessity of a concrete elaboration of the articulation of the question brings us before special tasks. This elaboration is concerned especially with the development of clues. What must the elaboration of the articulation do? Starting from what is interrogated, we have to determine the original mode of experience and of access regarding what is asked about, the way of looking at it and the content of the regard. In relation to what is sought by asking, what needs clarifying is the specific manner of conceiving and of understanding the concepts in which the answer to the question of being is to be given, the specific conceptuality. But what is it which must be determined here? The access to, the experience of, the looking upon, the considering as, the conceiving and understanding as. Are not such modes of access and of experience themselves already entities? In order to properly articulate the question of the being of entities, do we not in advance and to this end itself have to define and delimit an entity? The question of being and its articulation will become all the more lucid, the more truly we have made this entity manifest, namely, the being of the questioning of the questioner himself. In order to answer the question of the being of entities, therefore, what is demanded is the prior elaboration of an entity on its being, that entity which we call questioning. Is this not an obvious circle? We shall let this objection stand in order to settle it later. Let us only stress this for the time being: the objection that there is a circle here only has sense where it is a matter of deducing and proving propositions from other propositions. Thus there is a circle when propositions C and D, which are to be deduced from propositions A and B, are themselves brought into play to prove A and B, to prove that by which they themselves are to be proved. In our case, however, it is not a matter of deducing propositions and propositional sequences from one another, but of working out the access to the matters from which propositions are to be drawn to begin with. But above all, it should be noted that formal objections, like this alleged circle, at first and right in the beginning of such fundamental considerations are always sterile. They decide nothing at all for the understanding of the matter but only retard these investigations. And the beginning of these investigations is itself unmistakable: either we articulate the question of the being of the entity, or we leave it unarticulated and let the answer remain in the dark. But when one dispenses with the articulation of this question, then one deprives oneself of the right ever to say anything at all conceptually and scientifically about being and about an entity as entity. But if the question is to be articulated, then we have here at the very least agreed that it must itself be worked out as a lucid question. In that case, the entity whose character is access, experience, etc., must itself be illuminated in its being, to the point where the danger of a circle exists. But this would be a circle of searching, of going, and of being, a circle of being, a circularity of an entity which it is pertinent to understand. It is from this circularity that the popular and traditional objection of a circle in the proof first arises. In any case, there is no circle of proof involved here. The more authentically and purely this entity of questioning, experiencing, and conceiving is worked out in its being, the more radically will the answer to the question of being be given. This entity will be more purely elaborated, the more originally it is experienced, the more adequately it is conceptually determined, the more authentically the relationship of being to it is secured and conceived. Such a relationship will be secured more genuinely, when prejudices and opinions about it play a less decisive role, be these ever so obvious and generally recognized, and the more it can show itself from out of itself, the more it becomes definable as a phenomenon. When it comes to the task of working out this very questioning of being, then it must be remembered that this questioning in its turn is already an entity. The questioning is itself an entity which is given with the question of the being of an entity in the act of carrying out the questioning, whether it is expressly noted or not. For now this entity must be secured more precisely. The more authentically this occurs, the more assurance we have that the question of being will be articulated with lucidity. We thus have a very distinctive questioning inasmuch as in the content of the question, in what is asked for is itself what the questioning itself is. What is asked for in it, the sense of being, is thereby given in all indeterminacy, as indeterminate as only what is sought can be. If the questioning is genuine, then it has to be adequate to what it asks for, to the degree that this is possible. The questioning must therefore rightly understand what it asks when it asks about being. What it asks for here as such refers back to the very questioning, inasmuch as this questioning is an entity. In asking about being, however, we do not raise the question of the being of the entity which the questioning itself is, but we do satisfy the sense of the question of being when we first uncover the questioning as an entity simply in what it is. We cannot yet explicitly ask about the sense of this questioning, since it is itself seeking to specify more precisely this questioning and this raising of the question as an entity in terms of its what, as an already given what. As what is this entity, of which we say that it questions, looks upon, considers as, relates, etc. already given. It is the entity which we ourselves are, this entity, which I myself am in each particular instance, we call the Dasein. To work out the articulation of the question of the sense of being thus means to exhibit the questioning, that is, the Dasein itself, as an entity, for only in this way does what is sought become something sought in its most proper sense. The questioning is here itself co-affected by what it asks for, because the questioning is after being and questioning is itself an entity. This affectedness of the questioning entity by what is asked for belongs to the ownmost sense of the question of being itself. In accordance with this, the phenomenological principle back to the matters themselves must be taken into account if the question is to be lucidly articulated. The questioning is the entity which is expressly given with the question, but at the same time it is also given in such a way that at first and before all it is overlooked in the course of the questioning. Here the attempt will be made precisely not to